10 as well as a jack. So Antonio recognizing that now and slowing down a little.
Well, the magician is only halfway through the trick. He's got to complete it. He's got to get the audience to get out of the room. He's got to win this title.
Andrew can't even look. And the board pair of sixes.
That's good for Antonio.
We're down to the river. Andrew Roble must catch a diamond or a jack.
Diamond!
Otherwise, Antonio Esfandiari will take down this title and become a two-time WPT champ.
And Andrew wants to look down. No more hugging for him. He wants to see a diamond. Can he get it? No!
It's a five of spade. Welcome back, Antonio Esfandiari. You have done it.
The magician levitates himself and takes down a WPT title, his second one. Andrew goes to the ground. He's a runner-up.
The loser goes to the ground. The winner goes skyward. That's the way it should be. The mosh pit and Antonio, they're all back here on the World Poker Tour.
Yeah, I mean, it's Antonio's birthday. Luck was on his side. He played very well. You know, most guys his age have lost a game, but he's kept up. He's very aggressive. He played very well, and he won. What more can I say?
We hope to see you back here again.
Okay, thank you, Kara.
Thanks.
And here's to the champion of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic, Antonio Esfandiari. And until next time, may all your cards be live and your pots be monsters.
Two-time Antonio. How does that sound?
Sounds really good. Can you say it again? Because it sounded really good.
Two-time WPT champion. What a battle towards this final table. At one point, you were the short stack. Vanessa Russo, you doubled up through her. It could have been anyone's game when you went heads up against your friend and teammate Andrew Roble. What an epic night.
It was legendary, it was tough, it was fun, it was exciting, it was all of the above, and I'm so glad to come out ahead. You have no idea.
My hat is off to you. Job well done.
Thank you, Kimberly. It's a pleasure to be here.
Congratulations to the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic champion, Antonio Esfandiari. From Bellagio, this is Kimberly Lansing. From Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Kara Scott, Tony Dunst, and the rest of the WPT team, thanks for watching, and good night.
Antonio is one of my best friends in the whole world, and now I'm gonna go beat him out of 300,000. So
You're the best. You win.
They really want to give me a heart attack today.
Are you trying to give me a heart attack?
I guess fourth place finish, not too bad.
If you call me, you're not going to have a very good birthday.
All I want for my birthday is an ace.
Am I in the wrong seat?
Grind this out.
The Ultra Goods.
I don't want it to be fun at all.
So sick.
That's a date.
It is our destiny, Robles.
You did say that you were going to bluff me on television.
Oh my God.
she's gonna make for some good TV.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In 9 seasons on the WPT, no player has ever won the same title twice. But that could all change as an unlikely champ tries to do what has never been done before. Tonight in Mississippi, it's a run for the record books, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Unbelievable.
2 seasons ago at the Southern Poker Championship, it was not the wild man or the sick man.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
But the quiet man. Alan Carter, an amateur poker player from Louisville, Texas, took the title here in Biloxi from a table full of outlandish personalities.
How much fun is this, dude? For real, right?
You could be forgiven for not remembering him then, but after tonight, no one will overlook this unassuming amateur player ever again. Alan Carter's back at the final table of the SPC, second in chips, and poised to accomplish something that Daniel Negreanu and Gus Hansen could not do: win this same title twice. Just getting to this final table again is a remarkable feat, made even more so when you see the competition Alan had to face from the very first deal. On day one, 214 players descended on the shores of Biloxi for their shot at the Southern Poker Championship title.
Let's all get ready and shuffle up and deal. Good luck, players.
Two players who got off to a quick start were Joseph Chong and Ryan D'Angelo.
Gotta get lucky. That's all there is to it. Poker is all about getting lucky. Being good helps, but luck's good too. Yeah.
The Royal Flush Girls checked on the two players who know what it takes to win in Mississippi and who happen to be seated right next to each other on day one. Last season's champ Hoyt Corkins and season 7 champion Alan Carter.
Glad you didn't put Bill right here, because then, that'd have been really bad.
Where is Bill?
Season 6 Gulf Coast poker champion Bill Adler was in the field, but not for long, as he was one of the 70 players to hit the rail on day one, along with Mississippi native Tyler Smith, who had made back-to-back final tables in this very event. Day one ended with 144 players, including two former WPT Players of the Year, Jonathan Little and Gavin Smith, who finished the day second in chips.
So, yeah, I think they're going to go to Mississippi somewhere. I like Mississippi.
Day two had different meaning for different players. For Jason Mercier, it meant merely surviving.
And I just doubled up with kings against king queen on a queen on flop.
You are the luckiest person I've ever played against, without a doubt.
And WPT champ Lee Markholt spent the day thriving as he continued to chip up nicely.
I like my table draw and I'm playing well and picking my spots, but yeah, I picked up a couple hands, so it's all good.
But day two marked the end of the road for many, including WPT Player of the Year points leader Andy Frankenberger and WPT champ Scotty Wynn. Andrew Lichtenberger, who was coming off an 8th place finish at Bellagio's 5-Diamond, faced a decision for his tournament life when tough Russian pro Alex Kuzmin put Andrew all in on the river. Lucky Chewy made the call, and when Alex showed quad 10s, Andrew quickly hit the exit.
You knew you had the best hands, so it didn't matter what you had.
66 players survived the day, including reigning champs Hoyt Corkins and Alan Carter. And chip leader Kevin Elias knew that there was still a long way to go before making the WPT final table.
You know, the tournament's not won on day two. We got a whole nother day left before we even make the money. So my mind's just concentrating on tomorrow, and hopefully I'll be as lucky as I was today.
The Royal Flush Girls kept an eye on the action on day 3, and the big question was not just who would make it in the money, but could Hoyt Corkins or Alan Carter stay in contention for a second Southern Poker Championship title?
You know, Hoyt stole my title, so it's time to get it back.
You know, it's not about making the money, it's about making the final table, so, you know, that's what you're shooting for.
In the first level of the day, Season 6 Player of the Year Jonathan Little was involved in a 3-way all-in, holding Ace-Queen versus the Pocket Kings of WPT finalist Michael Benvenuti and the Pocket 9s of Southerner Lyle Vincent. Michael won the main pot, Lyle won the side pot, and Jonathan hit the rail, but he was not alone.
Sorry. The other ones.
Good luck, guys.
Knowing only 27 players would make it in the money, former champ Alan Carter had a strategy.
Well, you know, coming to the money bubble, I take advantage of the new guys who are there for the first WPT cash, and you try to be a little more courageous than they are and go after them a little bit.
Also taking advantage of bubble play was aggressive pro Ryan Hughes. Ryan moved all in with 10-9 suited and was called by the ace-jack of local pro David Diaz, who was tired of Ryan bowling the table around. Ryan flopped trip 9s, which eliminated David, and the remaining players were in the money. Some of the short stacks who survived the money bubble included Poker Pro / Ultimate Frisbee player Lee Force and WPT finalist Shannon Shore. After a few more eliminations, play ended for the night. Even though Ryan Hughes surged to the top of the chip count, the big buzz with 19 players left was still around reigning champs Hoyt Corkins and Alan Carter, who were both alive and so close to making another SPC final table.
I'm sort of feeling down, you know. Anytime you make it through the day, you add chips, you should feel good about it. But now he was down about 200, and now he's up to about, what, 500?
530, yeah.
530, so he's feeling good.
A different style. See, he picks on people.
Right.
I don't.
Day 4 was the last day of play before the final table, and it started with a shock when less than 15 minutes into play, chip leader Ryan Hughes knocked out last season's champ Hoyt Corkins in 19th place, ending Hoyt's shot at winning back-to-back titles at Beau Rivage. Season 7 SPC champ Alan Carter busted the only other remaining player from his previous final table, Hilbert Shirey, in 15th place.
That'll get it. All right, boys. See you later.
See you again, man.
Oh, see you guys.
And Alan had his eyes set on a second Southern Poker Championship final table.
Well, we broke again. Going back to Florida. If we can't make enough money for next year, come back. We'll give them hell next year, Bob.
Yeah.
The field of Beau Rivage continued to narrow down, and the big stacks continued to dominate. With 8 players left, Alan Carter and Shannon Shore got involved in a huge pot. On a flop of ace-4 deuce, online pro Pat Mahoney made a continuation bet with king-5 suited. Shannon moved over the top, all in holding pocket fives, and put Alan and his bottom set to the test for all his chips. Alan finally made the call, and Pat Mahoney got out of their way. The turn and the river did not help Shannon, and Alan's set won him the massive pot and a share of the chip lead. Local pro BJ McBrayer was eliminated on the TV bubble, and the final 6 players were set. Chip leader Alex Kuzmin from Russia, aggressive pro Ryan Hughes from Arizona, and 4 Southerners, Alabama native Shannon Shore, Pat Mahoney from Tennessee, Lee Force out of Florida, and yes, Season 7 WPT champ Texan Alan Carter, all in contention for this Southern Poker Championship title. Well, getting to this WPT final table was not an easy journey for any of our final 6, and it's only going to get more difficult from here. Right now, let's turn to our resident poker experts, Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Vince, who is your pick for tonight, and do you think Alan Carter has a good shot at winning this title yet again?
Kimberly, it's amazing. The Texas entrepreneur Alan Carter going after his second WPT title at the same venue. Never been done before. It's pretty incredible. He has a big shot. He's got a lot of chips. Now, why is he doing this? Is he feeling very comfortable? Is it the Biloxi barbecue and the grits? Who knows? Only Alan knows for sure.
Mike, size up the rest of the field for us.
Well, Kimberly, they're all pros, which means they're good players. And you can start with our chip leader, tough Russian pro, Alex Kuzmin. But keep an eye on the youngest guy at the table tonight, Shannon Shore. Shannon's been at a WPT final table before. I think that experience will bode well for him here tonight. We've also got a 2-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner at the table in Ryan Hughes, and a guy who made over $1 million in the 2006 main event at the World Series of Poker, Lee Force. So, Kimberly, I think it could be a real good one tonight.
Quite the stacked table. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Now our own Matt Savage is standing by with the man of the hour, Alan Carter.
Do you feel any additional pressure this year coming in, trying to accomplish something nobody's ever done before, win 2 World Poker Tour final tables at the same event?
Well, if not for the questions, there'd be no pressure, but y'all keep bringing it up. But, you know, the pressure to be a world-class player comes from myself, and the pressure to win this tournament comes from those guys. So, you know, that's the way I look at it. And, just go play.
Well, good luck to you. We'll see what happens.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Final preparations are being made for the start of a potentially historic Southern Poker Championship final table. We'll be right back from Beau Rivage. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. The Royal Flush Girls are ready to get things started, and so are we.
We started 4 days ago with 214 players. We are now down to our final 6. Our winner's going to take home over $600,000.
That's right, but they will also get 1,200 points in the WPT Player of the Year race. All right, we're about to get started. Blinds are starting at 5 and 10,000. Antes are 1,000.
Well, action's going to start on 27-year-old poker pro to Tallahassee, Lee Force. He lays his hand down.
Ryan Hughes now with a 9-8 has raised. Makes it 23,000 to go.
Well, Ryan will be the most aggressive player at this table for sure tonight.
Yeah, last one to defeat here is Pat Mahoney. He's got a queen 10 of spades.
Well, Pat's on the short stack here at this final table, so he knows he's going to make something happen, so he's going to call here. Oh, and a good thing he did is it comes queen 10 deuce. Pat's got the top 2 pair, but notice that Ryan has a straight draw and a flush draw. So one has a big hand, the other has a big drawing hand. Could see fireworks.
Oh, incredible. Yep, Ryan has bet. Pat's coming back over the top, makes it 68,000. And a re-raise there by Ryan.
Well, Vince, both players have a hand to get all the money in with, that's for sure.
I'm all in.
And there you go.
All in and call, Mike.
Up top two.
Well, you can't blame either one of them. With these hands, we're getting the money in there.
Pat Mahoney winces. His life on the line right now, but he is out in front with queens and tens. What an amazing hand.
Well, the two-time bracelet winner at the World Series of Poker, Ryan Hughes, looking for a diamond or a jack right now. And hits the jack of diamonds on the turn. Well, Pat Mahoney up against it now. He ran cross-country and track in college at North Dakota.
10 of diamonds.
And right now, if he doesn't catch a queen or a 10, that's not the 10 of diamonds. He's going to be running out of here in 6th place.
Yes!
Oh, he's done it.
He did it.
A queen comes off. He's made the full house to stay alive.
That is ridiculous.
The crowd can't believe it. What drama there. Great flop for both players. Ryan hits his flush on the turn. His opponent makes the full house on the river. And there is a seesaw battle of emotions, folks, right there.
Pat Mahoney doubling up there, vaulting him to 3rd in chips early on here at the Southern Poker Championship final table. Stick around, we've got a lot more in store tonight, including Tony Dunce with the Raw Deal, a great new segment called Ones to Watch, and this week's edition of 5 Questions with the one and only Scotty Wynn.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Beau Rivage is part of the MGM Mississippi properties. Beau Rivage and Mississippi has been a part of the World Poker Tour from season 1.
The 4 pops right off.
He has outdrawn Phil Ivey.
Barry Charity Greenstein is our champion.
He's done it.
Scotty's made the ace-high flush to take this title. And he does it. An ace of diamonds comes off. He's going to win the pot with 2 aces. Well, can Hoyt Corkins dodge a club to become a 2-time WPT champ? Yes, the Alabama Cowboy has done it.
We're looking forward to crowning a new WPT champion here at the Beau Rivage.
We are back here in Biloxi at the Southern Poker Championship where 6 players remain. And right now you can see that there's a Russian out in front. Alex Kuzmin, 1.9 million in chips. He is a tough player.
But right behind him is Alan Carter, the guy who's going for his 2nd title in the same event. Only 4 guys in the history of the WPT have had a chance to do that, and those are big names. Gus Hansen, Daniel Negreanu, Nick Schulman, and the Nad Medic. Can Alan do it? Those guys failed.
To the feld, a couple folds, and now Alan Carter with just a 10-8 has raised, makes it 25,000 to go.
Right behind him, the chip leader, Alex, looks down at an ace-5 offsuit. Notice how Alan is eyeing him.
Alex has re-raised, makes it 66,000 to go. Pat Mahoney out. Lee Force not going to play.
So back to Alan. Oh, and look at this, Vince. He is coming back over the top of the Russian.
With a 10-8, he makes it 175.
Well, Vince, what can you say about this family man that you think would play quietly? Here he's 4-bet with 10 high. He's definitely going for the title.
Good job.
Alan Carter is looser than a soccer mom drinking eggnog.
I think the strongest parts of my poker game are that people misread me. I'm a 42-year-old guy with a 25-year-old poker game, and they don't tend to see that coming. They don't know that I've got the creativity and the courage to do the right thing in the right position regardless of what's going to happen. I don't do this for the money. I do it for the challenge and to win championships, and that's all I'm worried about.
Well, Vince, he is indeed going after the title. That's pretty obvious. An entrepreneur, a successful one, plays the game just because he loves it, and he's going after titles. Got a chance to win his 2nd title here tonight.
All right, a bunch of folds and Pat Mahoney out. Leaf out. But now it's up to Ryan Hughes here in the small blind. He's just got a 7-4.
22.
But he's going to move it up to 22,000 to go.
We've seen him raise it with 9 high and now with 7 high.
Shannon Shore with a Jack-10. He's in the big blind.
Well, Shannon very aware that this guy could raise with any 2 cards.
And he is going to make the call. So we have Jack-10 up against 7-4.
Well, this is the battle of the blinds. And it comes Jack 9-4. Ryan has got bottom pair. Shannon has flopped top pair.
Ryan immediately bets 31,000 with fours, and now Shannon, who hit top pair, is getting out raising chips, makes it 74,000 to go. Back on Ryan. Does he realize the jig is up?
Well, you would think it's an easy laydown,
Whoa.
Vince. Cool. But forget the easy laydown. He has moved all in.
Shannon has called. Ryan is a kamikaze pilot, and now he's in a bit of trouble.
Well, Vince, we know he's a super aggressive player, but this is over aggressive in my opinion. But let's see if it works out for him. Looking for a 4 or 7. Well, 8 of clubs comes off. That gives him a straight draw. Ryan can now catch a 10 to make a straight. Club won't help him because Shannon will have a bigger flush.
No. Go home. Go home.
Down to the river for Ryan Hughes, 30 years old, out of Chandler, Arizona. He's won 2 World Series of Poker bracelets. He's an extreme kamikaze. Can he get really lucky here? No, not to be.
Well, he makes the flush, but it's not big enough. Shannon's flush is higher, and that's going to do it for the ever-aggressive Ryan Hughes. The pedal to the metal tactics didn't work tonight, out in 6th place.
Yeah, gonna pick up 89,000. Easy come, easy go. We're down to 5.
And Shannon Shore happy to take down that pot. We've seen him at a final table before. He is back. He could be a force to be reckoned with.
Hi, I'm Sanisa Kim, and we're the Royal Flush Girls, and you're watching the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. We're halfway through WPT Season 9, and a check of the Player of the Year standings shows legends of poker champ Andy Frankenberger still out in front. But Kiamoa Jerry makes a big move to 2nd place by adding 700 points at the Bellagio 5 Diamond. No amateur has ever won the coveted WPT Player of the Year award, but now not one, but 2 non-professionals are atop the rankings. We'll keep close tabs on this race as it plays out. The players are almost ready to resume the action here at the Southern Poker Championship, so let's toss it down to Mike and Vince.
This is our time to talk about our new Season 9 sponsor, ClubWPT.com.
Well, it is, Vince, and ClubWPT.com is a fantastic site. For only $19.95 a month, people can play all the poker they want for their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes, and that includes playing for a WPT tournament seat every month.
It is amazing, but I'm sick and tired of us talking about all the details all the time. We got to find out what some of the club members think about it.
That's an excellent idea, Vince. Let's ask them. For those of you who are already members, we'd love to find out what you like best about ClubWPT.com. Please contact us through the site and let us know.
And if you're not a member yet, you still have time. Just go to ClubWPT.com, put in the code Season9, and you'll get an extra 2 weeks free trial, which will give you 1 month free. Test it out and give us your comments.
We'll be looking forward to hearing from you. But in the meantime, let's get back to the game.
Okay, let's do it.
Well, action's been folded around to Alan Carter in the small blind, and he's raised it up with a Jack 4 diamonds.
Into the Russian, Alex Kuzmin. He's got a 9 deuce of diamonds, and look at that. With that junk, he is going to re-raise. Makes it 80,000 to go.
Well, Vance, these chip leaders aren't afraid to clash with each other. That's pretty obvious. Raising and re-raising with these hands.
Wow, 9 deuce of diamonds up against Jack 4 of diamonds. 2 imposters.
Alan's made the call, and here's the flop. Ace 8-4 with 2 diamonds. Huge flop for Alan Carter. He's flopped a pair and a flush draw.
Alan's checked it. Kuzmin betting 52,000 and a re-raise by Alan Carter, going up to 125,000. Kuzmin says he wants more. He re-raises.
Well, incredible. This could spell big trouble with a capital T for the Russian here.
The Russian has doubled it, made it 250, and Carter is saying, I'm going to re-raise again.
Well, everybody getting on their feet now because this pot is swilling up big time. You just don't see this often, folks.
What we really don't see often is this guy now going all in. But I'd love to see it.
Well, the Russian is going to make the call. Now there's over $1.1 million in the pot.
We've got action, and the turn card is a jack that makes 2 pair for Alan Carter.
And it also makes the Russian drawing completely dead.
$500,000 Alan Carter is bet.
He has a monster hand now. 2 pair and a flush draw. And he's going to take down this pot. Alan Carter, now the huge chip leader at this final table.
Alan Carter's wife, Mary Jane, on the rail. Very excited. Nicely done, Alan.
He's one of the most decorated poker players in the world, and everybody is his baby. In this edition of 5 Questions, I had the opportunity to sit down with the Prince of Poker himself, Scotty Nguyen. Scotty, did you ever think that you would become famous from playing poker?
Not a million years, baby, you know, but when I came here, my first job was busboy. When we clean the table, we talk thing. Oh, you see that man? Look at that guy, man. Look at that woman he with. Look, oh man, look at all the jewelry. I bet you he's a millionaire. I tell all my friends, I'm gonna become somebody.
I love your look. I mean, the jewelry, just the whole package.
And Scotty with the Mr. T starter kit around his neck.
And I want to know, where did you get this style?
You have to dress like a winner. Should I walk out the house to go compete? This is me. If you catch me running around town, pajamas. I don't have no jewelry, nothing. With a ball cap, you know, hopefully nobody recognize me. I put this on, people recognize me right away, you know?
What do you do when you're not playing poker?
I play with my cat, you know. I have exotic cat at home. Yeah, we don't have
It's that exotic of a cat?
Yes, Servo, the South African hunting cat. They the second fastest cat in the world. The girl, she only a baby. She a years old. She's 4 feet tall. They live with us. They sleep with us. They're so big, you got no idea.
In the past, you've received a lot of criticism over your behavior at the table. Do you think you deserved it?
You know, baby, when you do something wrong, you gotta admit it or try to fix it, or people misunderstand you. If my mad self...
I knew you had
Phil Ivey.
God dang, he spiked a king on me. All those weak bets, and you gave him a freaking king.
They can cuss 1,000 times a day. Nobody say anything to them. Because that's their image. That's what people know. I can do 1,000 things to make the fan happy. But if I do one thing wrong, it's thing crazy. I just tell them I'm sorry, you know, never happen again. That's all I can do.
What motivates you to keep on going and to keep playing?
The record, baby. The history. That's what you work for. You know, it's not just because you win so many tournaments. You break every record that is, and then you stop. No, records, there is no limit, baby. There is no stopping. How sweet that is, baby!
Well, Mike, I realized that Scotty Nguyen and I actually have the same hairdo. We got mullets.
Well, Scotty, one of the great characters in the poker world, no doubt about it. Meantime, Action's been phoning around to Shannon showing the button, and he's raised it to 30,000 with the king deuce.
Alan Carter out, and now Kuzmin with king queen. Gonna re-raise.
Yep, he makes it 85,000 to go, and Shannon Shore makes the call.
Nice pot building.
So here comes the flop. Now the flop has come Jack, Jack 10 with 2 hearts. Alex has flopped an open-end straight draw, and he's reaching for chips. He's gonna bet 70,000.
Shannon has nothing.
Yeah, no hand and no draw, yet he's re-raising here to 170,000.
You look at the Russian. I think, you know, he's a cross between Mick Jagger and Ellen DeGeneres.
Well, I wouldn't have made that combination. You got part of it right.
I'm seeing both of them. I don't know.
Let's see what he's going to do here. He's going to make the call.
To the discomfort here of Shannon, here's the turn card, 7 of diamonds.
Well, the Russian checks. Will Shannon fire another shell with nothing? Yes, he's doing it. 225,000, and it's going to win him the pot, Vance. Well, Vance, the Russian running a little cold right now.
Yeah, he's not winning this Cold War tonight so far. And he come back.
So the Alabama man, Shannon Shore, you might say it's roll tide right now for him.
The way I like to play poker, my stack is going to be oscillating quite a bit. I think I'm pretty decent at adapting. A lot of guys just aren't able to do that. They go in there with a certain mindset. They're not going to be able to slow down. They're not going to be able to play super aggressive.
Whoa.
You got to do different things at different times and adjust. Nowadays, I'm a little tighter because the game's becoming a lot more aggressive, so I do a little more trapping. The way I play poker tournaments, I try to avoid good players for the most part and try to let the weak players make mistakes for a lot of chips against me.
5 players remain here at the WPT at Beau Rivage. We're coming back with more action in just a few moments.
If you want to get in on the action anytime, anywhere, download WPT Texas Hold'em for your mobile device today. WPT Texas Hold'em, sometimes the game's too good to leave behind. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Tonight, we're at the beautiful Beau Rivage for the Southern Poker Championship. And in the past, success on the WPT has helped bring established pros like Gus Hansen and Daniel Negreanu from relative obscurity and turn them into household names. This season on the WPT, a season dominated by young, up-and-coming players, we've decided to turn our focus to 10 young pros who've yet to break through to the general public, but who we believe are the next generation of poker superstars. And it's all in a segment we call Ones to Watch.
It's a complete mystery as to if I'm any good or if I'm just the luckiest poker player in the history of the planet.
I play by feel a lot. I constantly adapt, and I'm always paying attention no matter what.
You guys are probably expecting me to win a tournament soon, so am I.
Right now I'm playing the best poker that I've ever played. It's my time to take down something big.
Just a competition. Just the feeling of winning is what I play for.
I think that I have the ability to execute at a high level. I'm never going to classify myself as one of the best until I have more success in the live poker arena.
I think you guys picked me to be one of the ones to watch because I'm honest, I'm brutally honest, and maybe you guys saw a glimmer of hope in me winning one day.
The $1 million first place prizes are what keep me motivated, so poker keeps score by how much money you won, so I want to be in first place.
I want to be one of the best players in the world. I feel like my best shot at getting there is by playing poker and playing as much as possible. So I feel like I have to put in the time.
And most importantly, respect the grind. It's very important to know what you're playing for, eye on the prize.
Well, yeah, that's the double fist pump.
Are you gonna let us play, or is it like a girl thing?
The rest of my table is like 45-year-olds. We're all terrible.
A chicken. 1, 2, WPT.
I just want to win one of these bitches.
This season on Ones to Watch.
There's a lot of discord on it, a lot of chips flying around too.
Do I look drunk?
I know their online names. I don't know their real names, so.
Thanks for wasting 5 minutes. It's really wonderful.
I outlasted Mercier, so pretty cool.
Where to go?
That's 4-3.
You are overrated if you can't count to 5.
Whatever. They're better than me. Not.
I just don't know if that should be allowed.
Ones to Watch.
Well, those are the 10 ones to watch for Season 9. Quite a talented and entertaining group of young poker players who are ready to make their mark on the WPT. We look forward to tracking their progress and maybe seeing one of them take down a title.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Back to the table we go. Action on Lee Force. He quickly folds. And look at this, Mike. Shannon Shore picking up a big hand, pair of kings. Gonna make it 30,000 to go. Our chip leader, Alan Carter, right behind him with an ace-10.
Well, just calls, give Shannon respect. Doesn't 3-bet him. And right behind him, and the Russian also picks up ace-10. He also makes the call.
Now, Pat Mahoney from Lakeland, Tennessee, 26 years old, folds. And Shannon checks his kings once again. Here we go to the flop.
Now, flop comes 10-9 deuce, all hearts. Nobody has a heart, but two players have top pair and top kicker. Shannon has the overpair with 2 kings, and he's going to bet 61,000.
Yeah, with a quick call by Alan Carter. Kuzmin going away.
Well, the Russian throwing his pair away. Now 4 clubs on the turn. So Shannon thinks his kings are out in front. Indeed they are. He bets 141,000, and again is quickly called by Alan Carter.
Yeah, Carter with no heart here. Needs to get lucky, and he does so with an ace on the river.
Well, he's made the top 2 pair, aces and 10s. Shannon checks on the river.
And Alan Carter getting chips out with his aces up, yeah.
And a lot of chips, Vince. That's a $500,000. That's a pot-sized bet here. And there you see the agony and the look on the face of Shannon Shore, cracking the knuckles.
Can't crack those knuckles hard enough.
Look at him wincing, Vince. And his problem is You're not going to put your opponent, Alan Carter, on the ace of hearts, meaning he wouldn't have paired that card. Had he had the ace of hearts, he was going to raise on the flop if he'd had the nut flush draw. That didn't happen. So if you put your opponent on an ace, what could he have with an ace that he would have been calling all the way down through this hand? Some kind of pair, ace 10, ace 9, perhaps.
I'll start grimacing here in a minute.
Well, Shannon really has a problem here, folks, and I can understand the problem.
Call.
And he's made the call, and there goes a $500,000 more of his stack. Alan Carter takes a big step toward winning this event twice, Vince. No player in history has ever done that. Alan Carter, now the big chip leader at this final table.
And Shannon Shore gets thrown down the river right there, the Mississippi. That is a tough one. Whew. Things going Alan Carter's way. Blinds are going up to 8 and 16. Back to this hand, Alan this time with an ace-8, and he's calling it. Russian out, Pat Mahoney ejects his hand, but Leaf force.
Well, Leaf's got the 6-5 of diamonds, the suited connectors you like to see flops with.
Shannon checks. He's in the big blind. Well, the flop comes up 8-8-7. 3 of a kind for Alan Carter. Shannon Shore with 7s, and Leaf force with an open-ended straight draw.
Well, action's on Leaf. He checks. Shannon checks right behind him.
Well, Alan's bet 50,000.
This hand was not raised before the flop, and it may work out well for Alan.
Leaf with a call. Shannon going away. Here comes the turn.
Good fold by Shannon. 9 of hearts on the turn. Leaf forces made it straight. He checks. Alan Carter gonna bet 150,000. Well, Leaf looks like he's agonizing here. He caught the dream card. His opponent's got a full house. You're just broke here. But certainly, you're gonna have to play the straight.
Come on.
He now goes all in. Alan's turn to wince now.
Is this the best acting job ever? Or is this because I got 8?
Vince, obviously pot committed, only another 271,000.
I call.
Over 700,000 in the pot, so he does make the call.
Yeah, Leaf force out in front. This could be his last hand he plays here at Beau Rivage if things turn ugly on the river.
Was it no funny stuff? No funny business. Third of the deck, man.
Well, if the board should pair, Alan Carter will have knocked out Leaf force.
They can catch an ace and win it as well. Yes. Doesn't happen as the 6 comes off. So Leaf force has doubled up here. Leaf got in this tournament on a $500 satellite. What a parlay this guy could make.
That's how you use the force right there.
We're coming back with more action from the WPT. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Beau Rivage, where 2 years ago, Alan Carter won his WPT title, and tonight he's back once again at the final table. 5 players are still in contention for the Southern Poker Championship title, but it's Alan Carter who holds a sizable chip lead. What makes Alan so good? Well, Tony Dunst gives us his take in tonight's Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
I think a lot of guys my age would sit down at a table with Alan Carter and lick their chops if they had no idea who he was. Alan has the look of a recreational gambler on his first trip to a casino to try out this new hold-them game he saw on TV. But his aggressive internet-trained play belies his appearance. I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break Alan Carter down. First, we see him make a nicely executed light 4-bet here, causing Alex Kuzmin to lay it down. Then we watch him 4-bet the flop with a pair and a flush draw with very deep stacks against Kuzmin. In fact, many people would even say this play is too aggressive, since it will usually fail to get Kuzmin to fold any big ace he 3-bet pre-flop, and there are major real money consequences of losing a huge pot when you're second in chips at the final table to the only player that can bust you. Most internet players would rarely give a 40-something credit for taking such a hugely aggressive line with a yet-to-be-made hand. Finally, we see him get paid off when he rivers 2-pair against Shannon Shore and extracts big value by betting near full pot on the river.
Call.
No doubt his highly aggressive play in the earlier hands built up the kind of image necessary to get called here. Here's the thing, the more we play poker, the more we learn to make generalizations about people's playing style based on their appearance, age, gender, dress, or any other visual information we can pick up. However, becoming over-reliant on our assumptions can lead us into some serious blunders against those that don't fit our pre-existing profiles of how people play. A decade from now, I believe very few players will define themselves as either online or live players, and those that are making all the money will have conflated the skills necessary to make a living in both arenas. And as long as we're predicting the future here, I like to think that there will still be plenty of bad players, but I won't have time to take their money, as I'll be too busy having sex with my robot girlfriend in the back of my flying car.
Well, I think Tony's got it right about Alan Carter there. He just doesn't look like he'd be that aggressive of a player as he is. Vince, the guy plays like the young guns.
But right now, he's the chip leader with $3 million. Taking down this field, going after his second title here tonight. And right now, the antes are going up to 3,000. Blinds are 10 and 20,000. We got a couple folds, but Shannon Shore now.
Well, Shannon's got 2 9s on the button. He raised it. Right behind him, Alan Carter has 2 8s.
Alan Carter has re-raised, makes it 150 to go. Kuzmin out.
All in.
Good call. Well, Shannon's gone all in and quickly gets called, and Shannon is going to love it when he sees this scenario. It's thumbs up to his friends and family. He's got 2 9s versus 2 8s, and also has his opponent's flush cards cut off, meaning that Alan Carter cannot make a flush to win this hand.
So Shannon Shore with a big chance to double up. He's on the short stack, his second WPT final table.
Well, you can't get it in much better than this before the flop, pair over pair.
And the flop comes up 10-7-3. That's good for Shannon Shore. His 9s still out in front. No problems. Turn card coming up.
Well, the 7 comes off, so we're down to the river. Alan Carter is a 2-outer. Must catch an 8 on the river to win this pot.
I'll make you flip.
Otherwise, Shannon Shore will double up.
Shannon, come on, Shannon. Right here.
Shannon's mom rooting him on.
Well, the deuce comes off. Mr. Alabama, Shannon Shore, doubling up to stay alive, much to the joy of his mom, dad, and sisters who are here to watch him play tonight.
We'll be right back with more from Beau Rivage on the WPT.
Welcome back to Season 9 of the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. 5 players are still in the hunt to win a coveted title here at Beau Rivage, so let's send it back to Mike and Vince to check the chip counts and get back to the game.
And as you can see, Alan Carter is the chip leader with almost 2.8 million in chips as 5 players remain. And we're going to the felt. It's on Pat Mahoney, and he picks up the Cowboys' pair of kings.
Yeah, beautiful hand for Pat.
Pat Mahoney making it 46,000. And look at this, right behind him. Leaf Force has picked up queens. Oh, boy.
2 huge hands. Leaf is going to raise it to 125,000.
Shannon out. Alan Carter also going away. Kuzmin won't play. Back on Pat. And Pat's coming back with the raise, of course.
Come on.
Call.
But a quick all-in bet by Leaf Force.
And a quick call by Pat Mahoney.
What a hand. 2 buddies.
Slow roll. Well, it's kings versus queens.
Good luck, buddy.
Leaf Force in trouble now. Well, bit of a migraine headache time for Leaf Force right now. He was homeschooled. His parents taught him poker so he could learn math.
That's cooler, man.
And he is shaking his head right now. He can't believe it.
Well, he's the only guy in history that won over $1 million in a poker tournament when he finished the 11th. That was back at the 2006 main event of poker. But right now, he's on the ropes with his 2 queens versus 2 kings. And the flop doesn't help him as it comes jack, 6, deuce.
Yeah, Pat Mahoney out in front. This is a player that started playing poker when he had trouble finding work. And right now, he's in a great place to double up against his buddy.
Well, he makes 3 kings on the turn, but it's the king of spade, which gives Leaf a flush draw.
No funny stuff.
So any spade other than the deuce of spade will win this pot for Leaf Force.
It is never easy. Let's see the river card.
Spade.
And the 7 of spades comes off. There you see the torture and pain of Pat Mahoney.
What a horrible experience there for Pat Mahoney, our 5th place finisher. He'll take home $113,000, but what drama, what a way to go out. Suck out time here at Beau Rivage.
Well, that's nothing you can do about that if you're Pat Mahoney, except say to the poker guys, why me, why now? Unbelievable tough luck. Kings versus queens all in, and now you're heading toward the door.
So that's going to do it for the college track star. Pat Mahoney going to run out of here in 5th place, and we are down to 4.
And Vince, if you're sitting in Lee Force's seat, you're saying, hey, this is going to be my night. When you take a hand like 2 queens and beat 2 kings, you think today is your day.
Back to this hand, Lee Force now with ace-9 has raised to $54,000. Right behind him, Shannon with an ace-queen.
Shannon's going to re-raise it.
An additional $100,000, Allen out.
Come on.
Lee Force is going all in, and he's quickly called by Shannon. And Vince, just as quick as Lee Force picked up those chips a moment ago, he could give them back right here to Shannon Shore.
Shannon only had a little bit more than $600,000. Lee just wanted to muscle him out. Maybe the wrong time to muscle.
No 9.
No 9.
Maybe he got a little bit too confident, in my opinion, from winning that last pot. Coming from left field, can he do it again? Well, flop comes ace-jack-8. So far, so good for Shannon. He's just got to dodge a 9 or 2 running cards to make it straight to double up here.
Shannon in good shape with his kicker. 4 diamonds on the turn. No help there to Leaf.
Well, we are down to the river card.
Come on, Shannon!
Leaf must catch a 9 to win the pot. Otherwise, Shannon will double up. Well, an 8 comes off. Well, Shannon wins it because it was close to a 9.
So Shannon Shore's ace-queen will hold up. And the Shore family truly excited on the rail as Shannon goes to them.
And Vince, who knows? It could be roll tide tonight.
We have reached the halfway point in our coverage of the Southern Poker Championship. So, Mike, what are your thoughts of the play we've seen thus far?
Well, I think we've seen some very good play and also some mistakes. I thought Lee Force made a mistake there by doubling up Shannon Shore with that ace-9. And I think Shannon's got a great shot to win this thing, even though Alan Carter still has nearly twice as many chips as him. But the 2 guys with experience at WPT final tables are the 2 guys I think it's going to come down to.
Well, gentlemen, we shall see, but the one thing we do know is that only one of these 4 players will walk out of Beau Rivage as a WPT champion. Please join us next time for WPT's continuing coverage of the Southern Poker Championship, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching and good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Beau Rivage is the undisputed crown jewel of the Gulf Coast. But tonight in Mississippi, the battle to decide who will wear the crown of WPT champion is very much still in doubt. The conclusion of the Southern Poker Championship starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Four days ago, 214 players descended on the shores of Biloxi in hopes of claiming the Southern Poker Championship title. And now midway through this final table, only 4 players remain, including our chip leader, Alan Carter. Alan is an amateur player originally from Sweetwater, Texas, who won this WPT title 2 years earlier and now is remarkably close to achieving a feat that has never been accomplished on the WPT. For more analysis on what we've seen thus far in Biloxi, we turn to Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, Alan Carter was our big story when we started with 6, and now he's still the man to beat.
Well, Kimberly, it turns out Alan Carter truly is the real deal. Now, we might have underestimated the very sophisticated player, this so-called amateur, 2 years ago when he came out of nowhere to win this very tournament. Now, he has made some brilliant moves here tonight, including a hand against the former chip leader, Russian Alex Kuzmin, where Alan took down a $1.6 million pot off the Russian, and Alan has not let go of his commanding chip lead since.
Well, you're right, Vince. Alan's experience definitely shows. But I like the other player who has experience under the bright lights of a WPT final table. That would be Shannon Shore, who is currently second in chip position. Shannon knocked out sixth-place finisher Ryan Hughes early on and then had a well-timed double-up through Leaf Force to round out the first half of action here at the Beau Rivage. Folks, let me tell you, Shannon is a terrific young player, and tonight could be his time to shine on the WPT.
Well, gentlemen, this should be a fight to the finish. And right now, sideline reporter Matt Savage is standing by with Shannon Shore to get his reaction after that double up through Leaf Force.
Here with Shannon Shore. I saw your knees buckle a little bit when that 8 peeled off.
Yeah, there was actually 2 8s, or there's a 7 and an 8 on the end. Yeah, they both look like 9. So, yeah, I would have preferred, a picture on the end, not have to worry about it.
How does it feel to be so close to your first major title?
It feels great. Still a lot of work to be done. All three of these guys are great players, so anybody's capable of winning, but obviously it'd be a dream.
We'll have to see if Alabama native Shannon Shore can roll with his momentum, but right now it looks like play is ready to resume in the Southern Poker Championship here at Beau Rivage. So let's get back to Mike and Vince for the call of the action.
Well, there you see Alan Carter with $2.8 million out in front. You also see the winner tonight, you're going to take home over $600,000.
That's right. The antes are 3,000, blinds are 10 and 20.
Now action's going to be on the Russian Alex Kuzmin. He's now the short stack, came to this final table as the chip leader. Folds here, as is Leaf Force. Down to the battle of the blinds, the two chip leaders here. Shannon picks up the ace-10 of diamonds. Nice hand in the small blind. He's going to raise it. Makes it $60,000 to go.
But look at this, Alan Carter with the pair of jacks. He is going to move it up to $170,000.
And Vince, if there's anybody but the chip leader, good chance Shannon might re-raise here with the ace-10 suited, but he opts to just call. Here comes a flop. Queen 9 deuce with 2 clubs. No help to Shannon. He checks.
And Alan with the jacks, making the bet, $200,000. Into Shannon, nothing hitting for Shannon.
We've seen Shannon make some plays without a hand, without a draw earlier at this final table, but not going to do it against the chip leader, and probably wisely so. Alan showing him the 2 jacks.
Could have gotten ugly.
Oh, yeah? You have something?
And Shannon thinking, wow, maybe I could have lost more in that hand, so all in all, not too bad.
I won the 2009 Southern Poker Championship. Well, winning the same tournament twice was a big challenge because obviously you can't fly under the radar. You have to earn every chip, and everybody's really cautious with you. And there's been a lot of greats try to repeat, and they haven't done it.
Will not get his third title today.
I think this is my way to become great, is to win it twice.
Well, there you see some of the great players who have won an event and tried to win it a second time. Gus Hansen, Daniel Negreanu, Nick Schulman, and the Nod Medic. And folks, that's a powerful lineup of players right there that Alan is trying to surpass and take down the same title twice.
Well, he's got half the chips. He's on his way, so close. But let's get back to this hand. Alan out. Alex with a pair of kings has moved it up to $50,000 to go. Leaf out. Shannon Shore, though.
Yeah, Shannon going to make the call out of the big blind with the ace-6 of diamonds.
Flop comes up Jack, 10, 5, 2 diamonds.
Shannon has flopped the nut flush draw. He's going to lead right out and bet.
77,000. But the Russian wants to protect his kings. He raises, makes it $230,000 to go.
All in.
Whoa.
Well, Shannon going all in with the nut flush draw.
And a call by the Russian.
Well, Shannon knows he's in a little trouble now. Going to have to catch an ace or a diamond to win this pot. Otherwise, he's going to double the Russian up. So all is quiet in the house.
Black baby.
They are pulling for their man Shannon. Now a king comes off on the turn. That gives the Russian 3 kings.
Black small.
Which means an ace won't win it now for Shannon, but a queen would. It would give him an ace-high straight. So he needs a diamond or a queen to win this pot. Doesn't happen as the 10 comes off. And that was a deep, deep hit for the man from Alabama, Shannon Shore.
Well, Alex Kuzmin came in as the chip leader. Didn't have any luck until now. That could turn things around.
Looks like there's a quick break in the action, but we've got plenty more in store from Beau Rivage, including 5 questions with Season 9 WPT champion Dwight Pilgrim. And Tony Dunst will stop by to give us the raw deal. There's a lot going on, so stay tuned.
I could have cried right there.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Did you have a dream or a vision of actually winning a seat in a WPT event by playing online for free?
No, I never imagined it would happen, but it was a dream come true.
I'm here with our Club WPT qualifier, Terry Hammock, who played in the Southern Poker Championship here at Beau Rivage. I must say, I'm very impressed with your skills, Terry, for a guy who's never played live poker before, to come and sit down in a high-stakes tournament like this with a bunch of pros and actually hold your own. What's that like?
Pretty fantastic. To be able to make it through the first day was amazing to me. It's just, you know, professional players, and I'm just a hometown boy.
So for some of us who can't afford a $10,000 buy-in, which a lot of us can't, would you say ClubWPT.com is the best option?
As far as I'm concerned, that's the only option. Like $20 a month, and I play as many tournaments once a month. I play for the WPTC. Here I am. You know, I played for 2 days. Met a lot of fantastic people, Kimberly Lansing, Mike Sexton, the Royal Flush Girls.
You guys, if you want to join us, play some poker with us, both on ClubWPT.com, we'll see you there.
Well, Vince, it's really great to see people that can qualify by being a member of ClubWPT.com and make it to these WPT events.
All right, back to the felt we go. Leaf has gone out.
Well, Shannon is on the extreme short stack, just over 10 big blinds left. So he's got to have to make something happen soon.
Now Shannon Shore has gone all in with the King 4.
Just gambling with the King high, but Alan Carter has him dominated with the King 9 of diamonds here. But lays it down. Probably lucky for Shannon he did. The Russian goes out. So Shannon Shore picking up the blinds and antes. He is short stacked, but not done yet.
You're the man now. You're the man.
There is Shannon's mom, Debbie. Not losing hope, even though Shannon is on that extreme short stack right now. And the blinds are going up to 12 and 24,000. Annie's 4,000. More and more expensive as the Russian quickly folds. Leaf also out, and now Shannon.
All in.
And there goes Shannon again. He says all in.
Got a Jack-7 offsuit.
I call.
But behind him, Allen with Queen Jack says he's going to call.
Well, what a call by Allen here with the Queen Jack. He could well afford to make the call, but still not easy to do where you might double up a guy like Shannon with just Queen high.
Shannon up on his feet. This is his second WPT final table. Can he get lucky here?
And it's come ace-9-3.
Not good for Shannon.
He's going to have to catch a walking stick. Needs a 7 or he'll be walking out of here in 4th place.
The pretty lady up there.
There's Alan's wife, Mary Jane, still believing. Here's the turn card.
The queen comes off. Well, that does it. Shannon Shore drawing dead. Good sportsmanship by Shannon. Handshakes all around. And Vince, his tale tonight was he gambled with that nut flush draw and the overcard. Didn't pay off for him. He's out tonight in 4th place.
Do you regret calling with that flush draw?
No, that's the correct line, is to bet and then 3-bet all in there. I had fold equity, and he can have a draw and stuff too. So that's the correct line. I guess it is what it is. If I get there, it could be a different story. But I was lucky to have 3 hands hold today too. So it is what it is.
Well, Vince, that's going to do it for Shannon Shore tonight. But I guarantee you, we're going to see plenty more of him out here on the World Poker Tour.
He's a fine player. Picking up 144,000, but has to say goodbye. We're down to 3 players.
We'll be right back with more from Beau Rivage on the WPT.
I'm Melanie Iglesias, one of the Royal Flush Girls. I love being a Royal Flush Girl. It's a lot of fun. We get to travel with the World Poker Tour. Being here at the Beau Rivage was just a blast. We got to go to 875. We got to go to Fallen Oak, play some golf, and we also got to go to the spa. The spa here at the Beau Rivage was amazing. We did the hot stones, we got to go in the jacuzzi, and the massage was the icing on the cake. For my first time in Biloxi, Mississippi, and at the Beau Rivage, I can definitely say that it won't be my last time here.
We are back here at the World Poker Tour, Season 9, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Vance, we got to hang out with the Royal Flush Girls a little more often.
Yes, sirree. All right, to the table we go. Three-handed poker, and Alan Carter with a pair of queens. And he has raised, makes it 65,000 to go, but the Russian behind him with ace-king.
Oh, he just calls, Vance. Does not re-raise with the ace-king in this spot. I'm shocked by that.
Leaf out. So two big hands.
Now flop comes 9-7-3. No help for the Russian. He checks. Alan with the two queens, of course, is going to bet 100,000. But Alex calls him.
4th Street coming up.
Oh, the ace comes off. The Russian now out in front with the two aces.
And he's going to check it.
Well, another 100,000 bet by Alan Carter. I like this size bet. Gives him a chance to find out where he's at a pretty cheap price here.
And the Russian Kuzmin with the check raise, of course, with the aces, makes it 400,000 to go. This is how the Cold War started.
Let's see if Alan can get away from the two queens now. He got check raised on the turn. And he is going to make the laydown, and a good laydown it is. And Vance, by not re-raising before the flop and perhaps getting all the money in there pre-flop, the Russian, turns out, probably gave up a great shot to double up there.
You either got really lucky or great bluff, one or the other.
Boss.
I think I had you crushed.
Did before that ace came up, that's for sure.
Not sure. I'll get to see it, though.
I'm thinking about the same.
It either saved me a lot of money or made you a lot of money, I'm not sure.
Earlier this season, Dwight Pilgrim proclaimed he would shock the world, and he backed it up by winning his first major title at the Borgata Poker Open. In this edition of 5 Questions, I talked with the WPT champ about life in the aftershock. You showed a lot, and that's an understatement, a lot of emotion when you won your WPT title. Describe that feeling for me.
Oh, somebody said it's a feeling of euphoria. One of my first goals was to get on the WPT big stage, Final 6. And once I got there, I wanted to win. You know, I just got lucky and I did it in my first attempt. Sometimes guys go 10 times without winning. It was one of the best feelings I've ever had in my life.
How would you respond to people who don't like your table antics?
It's hard to explain because you act different towards different people.
Can I get a clock for this foolishness this guy's doing?
I really don't respect what you just did.
I've been known to say some weird stuff.
You think I don't understand every facet of this game? You can't play better poker than me, man.
Don't take it personal. Somebody told me one day I don't play with the fundamentals. I told them they don't play with enough heart. So I've been known to say a lot of different things at the table.
You've had a lot of success. Do you deserve a major sponsorship at this point?
I think everything I've done deserves a major sponsorship.
White Pilgrim factor. That knockout made me #1 in the world.
The numbers don't lie. When you're talking about consistency, when you're talking about a home run hitter, there's not a lot of people that can match me. Like, it's just a matter of time. That was an emotional question. She hit my heart with that one, right? I could have cried right there.
Do you see yourself grinding poker tournaments 10 to 20 years from now?
I see myself playing this game till my nerves don't work no more. I love this game. I want to be one of the best in this game. I want to keep pushing at this game, and I just want to keep striving.
You said you were going to shock the world. Do you think you did it?
Shock the world, shock the world.
Here's to the champion from Brooklyn, New York, Dwight Pilgrim.
I think I started to shock the world. You know, you got to put yourself in a position to be more successful. That's what I think I've done.
And what a character, great player, and an entertaining man. That is Dwight Pilgrim.
Okay, back to the action. On chip leader Alan Carter, he folds on the button.
I like to play heads up with the Russians.
I like heads up.
And now it is on the Russian. He's got a pair of 7s here.
Yep, he's in the small blind.
I did not have glasses. Hold on.
I see you anyway.
Yeah, Leaf puts on the Unabomber outfit, puts the hood on. But Kuzmin with the 7's gonna make it 75,000. Let's see what Leaf has. Ooh.
Oh, he's got 2 6s.
Just call?
I got that bet. Seems like a good idea.
Leaf taking the conservative route just makes the call.
You never know what will happen. When that flop comes out, oh yeah, for sure, check.
Kuzmin has checked his open-ended straight draw now in sevens, and so does Leaf.
And now a 6 comes off on the turn. This gives Alex a straight, but it gives Leaf Force 3 of a kind.
Whoa.
Russian.
And the Russian coming out with a bet, looks like 80,000. But Leaf just calling, not gonna pop it.
Does not re-raise with 3 of a kind after everybody checked on the flop. I'm a little surprised by that.
Ace on the river.
And look at this. Now a healthy bet by the Russian here. He's betting 425,000 into a pot that has just over 300,000 in it. And Vince, I don't know how you get away from 3 6s the way this hand was played after it got checked on the flop.
This is very callable, but no! He makes a great lay down. He folds the hand.
Unbelievable, Vince. The guy lost 150,000 in a pot where many players would have gone broke.
This Russian means business.
That was interesting. Alex the Russian.
Oh.
Well, he moves all in and takes down the pot.
He's a crazy Russian.
I kept hearing about the crazy Russian, and I did not get to play with him until we're down to 2 tables. And I found him to be not very crazy at all.
I have strategy all the time. You can't play without strategy. I relax always. I never nervous. It's no good for poker.
3 players remain at the Southern Poker Championship. We're coming back with more action on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over 100,000 in cash and prizes, and even become a WPT champion, all for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Good luck, guys.
All right, brothers.
Oh boy, the bubble spot, really tough to take. But we're down to a final table where 3 players remain. The antes are going up to 5,000, blinds at 15 and 30, Mike.
Current chip leader is Alan Carter, trying to win this event for the 2nd time. That's something nobody in WPT history has ever done.
Action going to Alan. He's got a big hand, ace-king, with the button. 75,000 to go. The Russian folds.
And Leaf Force looks down at a king-9 out of the big blind. He's going to make the call, knowing Alan could be raising with any 2 cards.
Here comes the flop.
And what a call it is. Leaf Force has flopped 2 pair to take the lead. He checks. Alan with top pair and top kicker. Fires out 125,000.
And Leaf says all in.
He's sick. Is this sick?
I don't know. You got a big one?
Yep.
Good luck.
Well, Alan Carter faced with a tough decision here.
Might be time for me to go home. I don't know.
His opponent could have a flush draw and make this play.
I call.
He's going to make the call, but he is not going to like it. As the cards lie, needs an ace or a queen to win this pot. Leaf Force in great shape to double up here, and he knows it.
Wow.
Leaf Force was homeschooled. Parents taught him how to play poker so he could learn math.
No. Care Bear's in the middle.
And Leaf has put that Care Bear
Care Bear's in the middle.
in the middle of the table for luck.
9 on the rivers? That sounds good. No?
No, you don't like that at all, sorry.
How about 9 on the turn, queen on the river?
No.
I'm trying to work with y'all.
You know, he's talking to Alan Carter's wife.
I wonder if Alan gets the bear if he wins the pot.
A lot of drama in this hand.
I'll take a 2-2.
Let's go, dealer.
How about a 2-2?
Come on. Yes.
Well, an 8 comes off. A 2-2 won't do it.
One more ace.
Alan needs an ace or a queen to win this pot. Nothing else will do.
8, queen, or ace?
8. What's an 8?
Leaf a little punchy right now as he goes to Alan Carter.
Drooling on his shoulder here. Alan might give him an elbow to the gut here in a minute.
Brick for that girl.
Leaf's 2 pair still in front. Can it stay there?
5 of clubs comes off. Leaf Force coming back to sit down. He is doubled up.
The 27-year-old is making it work here tonight, going after his first title ever on the World Poker Tour. He's getting closer.
Well, if he wins this tournament, there'll be a lot of Care Bears we see for card cappers in the future. Alan Carter, who's been the massive chip leader most of the time at this final table, now finds himself in third place.
Yeah, look at this. Alan Carter has picked up a pair of kings on the very next hand.
Monster hand for Alan here after taking that tough beat a minute ago when he had ace-king against king-9.
He's raised it to 75,000. The Russian folds.
Well, Leaf picks up a pair of 5s. Just opts to call out of the blind.
Doesn't push. He's very conservative before the flop. This Leaf force. Let's see if this one pays off.
Now, flop comes Jack 4 deuce. Leaf checks, and incredibly to me, Alan checks right behind him, trying to camouflage the strength of his hand, but not crazy about that play, and here's why. An ace has now popped off where you could be beat.
Leaf checks again, and now Alan's going to bet finally.
Well, Leaf has the 2 5s and the straight draw, so he makes the call.
So Alan, little does he know, but he's nicely in front, but not now. A 5 on the river, 3 of a kind for Leaf. He's got to bet 230,000.
Leaf, you can go buy lotto tickets, dude. It's ridiculous.
Alan getting frustrated as he lays down his hand.
And he turns him face up and shows him the 2 kings, Vince. And you just wonder if Alan Carter feels that his opportunity for that second title sort of slipping away right now.
Ask Leaf. Just whatever he picks, do it.
Well, Leaf is playing some excellent poker, some good momentum.
My card protector is my favorite Care Bear, with its heart on its bottom that I kiss before every start. Yeah, it gives me a lot of good energy, you know, always smiling, happy, has a sun here, hearts everywhere. I always have it pointing towards me or the dealer, so always trying to give me good energy or the dealer to give me good hands.
No, Care Bear's in the middle.
I think it's cute and I like it.
When we return, Alan Barry, one of our 10 ones to watch for season 9, tells us how he feels about this field at Beau Rivage. Stay tuned for more on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
I mean, everyone's terrible. Like,
Want to play in my game? Get World Poker Tour Texas Hold'em on your mobile device today. Don't use your phone to call, use it to raise.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Tonight, we are at the beautiful Beau Rivage for the Southern Poker Championship. Over the last 9 seasons, the WPT has been the launching pad for the careers of several of the most famous players in poker, including Gus Hansen and Daniel Negreanu. And this season, when the WPT went looking for the next generation of poker superstars, we found 10 dynamic young players, all hungry for success on the WPT and ready to take their game to the next level. Join us as we follow these talented 10 all season long as they pursue their dreams in a segment we call Ones to Watch.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
He's the ones to watch.
Well, yeah, that's the double fist pump.
We're the ones to watch.
Are you gonna let us play, or is it like a girl thing?
Yeah, we're the ones.
The rest of my table is like 45-year-olds. We're all terrible.
A check it. 1, 2, WPT.
I just want to win one of these bitches.
Ones to watch.
Beau Rivage is awesome. The field is definitely one of the softer WPTs.
Yep, day's going real good. Just been chipping up and getting in good spots.
Pretty good. I started the day off really well. I doubled up really early.
You know, the rest of the field just probably not really used to poker on this level.
Everybody else is sort of amateur-ish.
Just seems like they're more used to like the home game type. When all the internet players come in and everyone's playing so aggressive, they're kind of out of their element.
This table that I had today was one of the worst tables I've had in any tournament I've played in the past 2 years. I honestly can't even believe that like this tournament was a 10K because of the people that were at my table. I mean, I berate people a lot. I just can't help it sometimes.
Alan, he's a pretty outspoken kid.
The reason why I'm so outspoken is because I'm just so honest. I just pretty much say what I think all the time. It's pathetic. I mean, everyone's terrible. Like, I don't know where I guess these people are all satellite winners, absolute morons. Like,
Thanks for wasting 5 minutes. Really wonderful.
It was just a miserable day, like so frustrating that I got put at this table. I couldn't make anything happen, so.
Got aces cracked 3 times, flop top set, and a guy turned a gut shot on me, and I was out.
Wow. Sean?
Oh my
God. Whatever. They're better than me. Not.
You
You know, Alan's gonna say what he wants to say, and that's just who he is.
I kind of push my boundaries sometimes, but
I'd be insulted if you didn't laugh.
That's why you got to be fast when you're small, you know, or have big friends.
Well, no luck this time for any of our ones to watch, but here's their Season 9 standings thus far. We are looking forward to following these players on and off the felt and see how they do in Los Angeles at the Commerce Casino, where we have 2 events coming up, the WPT Invitational and the LA Poker Classic.
2 big events and 2 chances for our ones to watch to shine. But right now, we're down to 3 players at Beau Rivage.
All right. Lee Force, 27 years old, out of Florida. Professional poker player, first to act. He'll fold his hand. And now Alan has raised to 100,000.
Alan with the Jack-9 offsuit. Alex with a big hand here. Ace-Queen suited.
That makes it 275.
I'm all in.
And Alan goes all in here for 1.7 million.
How much left?
He's just taking a stab that Alex doesn't have much, but we know he has a lot. He has ace-queen of diamonds. And the Russian is going to call him.
All right, let's get lucky.
Yeah, Alan Carter took a stab. We're just hoping his opponent had something like ace-8 where he might throw the hand away.
Ace-queen.
Unfortunately for Alan, the Russian had ace-queen suited and made the call.
We're due.
Alan's wife saying we're due. We will see. His chance of becoming a 2-time WPT winner, well...
I got another out. I got an 8.
The flop comes up 10-7 deuce. Inside straight draw there for Alan Carter.
He would give him a straight.
I need ace of hearts.
Jack of 9 would give him a lead. He can also backdoor a club flush.
Alan's wife, Mary Chain, cheering him on.
Well, the Jack of Diamonds comes off. Alan Carter is taking the lead with 2 jacks.
Diamond.
It is far from over because Alex has a straight draw, a flush draw, and 2 overcards.
Black, please.
Pretty amazing for Alan Carter. 1 card away from doubling up.
Keep it low and black.
Right now, Alan Carter is out in front with 2 jacks. He's got to dodge an ace, a king, a queen, or a diamond.
Here it comes. It's a diamond.
10 of diamonds comes off. Alex has made the flush. Alex is going to win this spot and eliminate Alan Carter from this tournament. So Alan Carter's dreams of becoming a 2-time WPT champ in the same event, a feat no other player in the history of the World Poker Tour has done, is not going to happen tonight.
Thank you.
218,000 richer. A big effort by Alan Carter, but not to be. And just like that, we are down to 2.
We're here with 3rd place finisher Alan Carter. You came so close to history. What's going through your mind right now?
Well, you know, I feel very satisfied with the tournament. Right now, there's no regrets because I don't really feel like there were many mistakes made, and I played well.
Can you talk a little bit about the support of the family and friends that you have here?
I think it's really cool when you can get the 17 friends to show up and family to come by, you know, to come from Dallas and check this thing out. So, you know, so that's obviously one of the comforting factors, you know, for later. So.
Well, another outstanding finish for you here at the Beau Rivage, and I'm sure we'll see you again on the tour.
Yep, thank you.
Alan Carter, so close to being the first repeat winner on the WPT, but sadly, he's out in 3rd place. Now it's up to Lee Force or Alex Kuzmin to take the title. We'll be right back with Heads Up Action from Beau Rivage on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, right after this.
Me and the Russian.
Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Southern Poker Championship, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where Heads Up Action will begin shortly. Earlier this evening, Alan Carter looked poised to win his 2nd Southern Poker Championship title, but then the tides turned as he was eliminated in 3rd place. Let's turn it over to Tony Dunst to get his take on the ups and downs of tournament poker in this edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
The infuriating part about tournaments is that even when everything is going your way, it can all still unravel so quickly and easily. How big a part does variance play in final table results? I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. At the start of 3-handed play, Alan Carter could hardly be in a better spot to take down his 2nd WPT title. He had an almost 2-1 chip lead over Alex Kuzmin, made excellent decisions all day, and has the experience of winning this exact same major tournament just 2 years prior. Yet it all falls apart, and the former champ frustratingly finishes in 3rd.
Oh.
First, we saw his pocket queens get sucked out on the turn, and he made a good fold against Kuzmin. Then he had something of a cooler for 30 big blinds against Leaf Force, with his top pair top kicker on the draw-heavy board when Force flopped 2 pair. Then Carter was rivered by the pocket 5s of Leaf Force.
It's ridiculous.
And found a way to fold kings without paying off. And finally, he got caught making a big move blind versus blind pre-flop and was eliminated with his Jack-9 versus the Ace-Queen of Kuzmin. Throughout all of his losing hands, Carter didn't make a single serious error. It's true, the deck can, if it is so inclined, kick you in the nuts repeatedly and rapidly. Carter meets the ugly end of short-term variance once we get 3-handed, but let's not forget, he was that close to winning the same WPT title for the 2nd time in 3 years, which means he was also getting enticingly close to the outer reaches of exceptionally favorable variance. The key is to let go of variance, to accept that it's beyond our control and that all that really matters are the quality of our decisions.
Thanks, Tony. Now it's time to get back down to Mike and Vince.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Well, out come the beautiful Royal Flush Girls, brought to us by prestigious models. And that is Melanie, Katrina, Melissa, and Sunisa.
It's every poker player's dream, going for a WPT title. These guys have that shot to take it down tonight. Alex making the best of it. He's taking pictures of the cash, the girls, everything.
Well, we got the WPT bracelet, as well as a gorgeous trophy. And this Russian knows what it's all about. Taking shots, not at the cash, but of the girls. Leaf very concentrated on the cash at this point.
Oh, why not have your opponent take your picture as well? This is a moment of a lifetime for a poker player. Alex going to make the best of it.
We are moments away from heads-up action at Beau Rivage, where Leaf Force and Alex Kuzmin are in contention for a WPT title. So let's get back to the call of the game with Mike and Vince.
Well, Mike, the blinds are going up to 25 and 50,000 with a 5,000 ante.
As we start heads-up play, Alex Kuzmin out in front with 4.5 million. Leaf Force with 1.9 million.
First hand, Alex Kuzmin with a queen 9 of clubs, going to raise it to 100,000. Leaf there with a 10-7 has made the call. Here we go with the flop.
Yeah, flop comes 10-8-4.
Beautiful for Leaf. He checks his 10s.
Yeah, he's got top pair. I'm assuming he's going to check raise here. His opponent's got a gut shot straight draw.
But no, Alex bets 100 and Leaf just calls. Kind of surprising.
Does not raise. Now an ace comes off. So no longer does Leaf have the top pair, so he checks.
And Kuzmin, very aggressive. Looks like he's going to take another shot at this with just queen high. Yeah, 225,000.
Well, here Leaf makes the good call because he's still out in front as the cards lie. The Russian must catch a queen or a jack to actually win the pot with the best hand. And a queen comes off on the river.
Well, Leaf is going to check, and Alex is going to stick out 250,000. And Leaf has had enough, and he's going to let the Russian take down pot number 1 here in the heads-up action.
Well, Vince, he can't blame anybody but himself for losing that pot. He could have raised it on the flop, and that would have won the pot for him, and he did not do it.
Well, that he could have.
I think when you flop top pair playing heads up, you got to get a raise in there. Leaf didn't do it. May have cost him.
All right, this time he's got king 10, and Leaf is going to raise to 140. Alex, though, has an ace-queen, and the 33-year-old makes it 375,000 to go. Leaf's going to call.
Well, Leaf's going to gamble with the king 10. And what a good gamble it looks like as Leaf forces flop 3 kings here. It's come king, king, jack.
Alex bets 225. Leaf just calling.
The only way the Russian can win is if it comes ace, ace. Exactly. Nothing else will do.
Well, the 4 clubs on the turn.
Now the Russian checks.
Yeah, he finally checks. And now Leaf's going to take control with his 3 of a kind, betting 350.
The Russian drawn completely dead here. No card he can catch to win this pot, yet here he is calling. So nearly 2 million in this pot now. Well, 6 of hearts comes off. And the Russian checks, and Leaf's only got about a $500,000 left.
Come on.
I'm sure he's going to ship it, which he does. There's $2.5 million out there now. It costs you $500,000 to call. Now, you only have ace high, but still.
Now, this is kind of unusual. Hearing a grown man hum at the poker table.
Look at this, Vince. The Russian asked for a little silence here while he's trying to think what to do.
Who the hell are you?
And Leaf turns up the volume. Well, I think Leaf's making a mistake here. Giggling, laughing to his friends.
I'm telling you to shut up.
Very obvious he has a hand here and he's not bluffing.
He's telling me to shut up. We're not even talking. We're not even talking.
And the more he acts like this, the easier it's going to be for Alex to get away from his hand.
Okay, one time fold.
And he does lay it down, and I think Leaf made a tactical error there by giggling and cutting up with the crowd before the hand was over with.
So Mike Sexton picking up tells here from the booth. We're coming back with more heads-up play in just a moment here on the WPT.
That's a blind man could have picked up that tell.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where heads-up action continues at the Southern Poker Championship. Both Leaf and Alex will earn points towards becoming the Season 9 WPT Player of the Year. A quick look at the standings to date show Andy Frankenberger still in the lead, but with big point events like the LAPC, the Hard Rock, and the WPT Championship still to come, we'll have a tight race throughout the second half of the season, and we'll keep you posted every week. But for now, let's get back to the call of the game with Mike and Vince.
Alex Kuzmin out in front with about $4 million. Leaf Force with 2.4. The Andes are going up to 10,000. The blinds are 40 and 80. Here we go.
Well, Leaf Force is closing the gap, though, Vince. He's on the comeback trail. He limps in on the button with the Queen Jack.
But a big hand for Alex here. He has Ace King. He is going up the elevator with the raise. Makes it 245,000.
Leaf going to make the call, so we're going to see a flop here.
Quality cards, Ace King against Queen Jack.
Oh, here comes the hood. There you go, Leaf. Get back to your old style. Don't give in.
Maybe that'll bring him luck. Here we go.
Well, Leaf's style is playing tight and conservative.
Nothing on the flop. 4-3 deuce. A bet by Kuzmin. 225. Leaf Force gets stubborn. He sticks around.
Going against his grain here, I think, by calling with the Queen Jack when it comes 4 high.
Now the 4 hits. Pairs the board. Russian's going to slow down checks.
Well, Leaf is going to bluff at this pot. He bets 450,000. Alex calls him with just ace high here. Does have the straight draw, but thinks the Ace King is the best hand, which in fact it is. And now an ace comes off. Now Alex has got aces up with the biggest kicker possible, but afraid his opponent might have a 5 in his hand, might have made a straight.
Well, he's checked, and guess who's buying it? Leaf Force is going to bet. He's going to try to bluff it at 700,000.
Well, Alex shaking his head no, but putting his chips in there. He'll be shaking his head yes shortly. And this pot has over 3.2 million in it. Well, Leaf shaking his head no. Why did I get away from my style of just playing tight? Why am I gambling here? Why am I bluffing my money off?
Well, he kind of fell into that one, and the Russian let him, and that is the first big hit Leaf has taken, and he's unsettled there a little bit.
Well, Vince, that widens the chip margin to 5.8 million to 600,000. So Alex Kuzmin way out in front right now.
And he has gone all in with a King 4 here. He's just going to put a lot of pressure, and Leaf has made the call with a Jack 9 of clubs.
Well, I'm not fond of this play, Vince. To call your case 600 and some thousand with it, not so sure. I could see moving in with it, but not calling with it. Chances are you're going to be beat and have to get lucky. That's exactly the case right here.
Well, here we go. It is all on the line right now for Leaf Force.
Yeah, flop comes Queen 5-4 with 2 diamonds.
So Alex Kuzmin picks up the 4s. He's out in front.
Well, Leaf knows he needs some help. He's got that little Pooh Bear of his that he says is good luck for him. It's in the middle of the table now, but he better put it to work here. Well, 3 of hearts on the turn. Leaf Force must catch a jack or a 9.
It is all on the line right now.
The Russian just 1 card away from capturing a WPT title.
Well, it's a deuce of club, and that's going to make Alex Kuzmin the champion.
Well, Vance, Alex came to the final table as a chip leader. He lost about half his chips. He put the gear shift back in neutral. Changing gears paid off well for the Russian tonight.
Man, it has been topsy-turvy all night long for him. He got knocked down to the canvas. He was thrown off, but now he has come back and won a major title at Beau Rivage.
Here with the runner-up of the Southern Poker Champion, Mr. Leaf Force. Are you disappointed?
No comment.
No comment. All right, well, it looks like the Funshine Bear Care Bear ran out of luck, but he's still taking home $315,000. I read that you're going to give this money to your parents. Is that true?
Yep.
That's awesome. That's a good thing. They taught you how to play poker?
Yeah, I learned from them and my grandparents when I was a little kid.
And here you are, $315,000 richer. Congratulations, Leaf.
Appreciate it.
And until next time, may all your cards be live and your pots be monsters.
So there you have it. Alex Kuzmin lifts his glass in the traditional WPT Champions toast as we celebrate the conclusion of a great week of poker here at Beau Rivage in Biloxi, Mississippi. And right now I am being joined by the newest WPT champion who's made his way from the arena. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Where's my champagne?
Hello.
Come on over here. You know, you came into this final table as the chip leader. It was quite a roller coaster ride for you, but you took it down. What's going through your head right now? How are you feeling?
I'm happy, and I'm tired, and I'm hungry because during tournament,
right, you didn't eat.
Yeah.
You worked up quite an appetite.
Yeah.
Are you surprised?
Not? No.
You knew it all along. Well, nice work. Congratulations. That's going to do it from Beau Rivage and the Southern Poker Championship. We'll see you next time from Los Angeles and the world-famous Commerce Casino for Hollywood's biggest poker party, the WPT Invitational. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, and the Royal Flush Girls, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying good night.
Come on.
Oh. Come on, Shannon.
Oh, I got that bit.
That's cooler, man.
Hoyt stole my title, so it's time to get it back.
I mean, everyone's terrible.
No funny stuff.
No funny business.
They live with us. They sleep with us. They're so big, you got no idea. Gotta get lucky.
You know, it's not about making the money, it's about making the final table.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Los Angeles, 2 beautiful chess masters try to steal a high-stakes poker title. It might sound like a Hollywood movie, but not only is it true, it's happening tonight only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring. He needs the extreme miracle. Oh!
For 9 seasons, Commerce Casino has held Hollywood's biggest poker party, the WPT Invitational, an event where the stars not only have to look good on the red carpet, but they also need to shine on the green felt. In the past, celebrities like James Woods, Mimi Rogers, Ray Romano, Vince Vaughn, and even Paris Hilton have matched wits with some of the best professional poker players in the world. And this season was no exception as WPT champs played alongside some famous Hollywood locals. But when it comes to the final table, pro players like Barry Greenstein, Freddie Deeb, and Phil Locke have dominated this event. But the WPT Invitational has also had some champs from outside the mainstream, including a charity auction winner and a Club WPT qualifier, LaRon Washington, who won his chance at this title for less than $20. And let's not forget, this event has on occasion been an historic one, as in season 6 when Van Wyn became the first woman to win a WPT title. But pro or amateur, Hollywood celeb or regular Joe, one thing has been a constant over the last 9 seasons. While the WPT Invitational starts off as a star-studded party, when the real money comes into sight, making the final table is serious business.
WPT Invitational.
Day one.
Day one.
Day one.
Day one.
In true Hollywood style, the night started with a walk down the red carpet, and the voice of the UFC Octagon kick-started the action.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from the Commerce Casino. It's time to take your seats on the green belt battlefield of champions. Let's shuffle up and deal.
Then it was time for the game to begin. Within minutes, Vince Van Patten would knock out one of the toughest celebrities on hand, UFC champ Randy Couture.
Just to get the eye knocked out, Randy.
We try to play a little more aggressively. Works in the cage, it doesn't work at a poker table.
While Randy Couture was left hanging out on the sidelines, the rest of the 482 invited pros and celebrities were having a great time.
Atmosphere is lively. It's a lot of fun.
And Melody White is feeding me roasted grapes. That's pretty good. It's like a zoo in here.
Good hand, buddy. Hey, look. That's what happens when you play that, okay?
Don't tell me you have 3. You got to show me if you have 4 or 5. If you have 4 or 5. I don't have to do anything.
The WPT Invitational is the only WPT title ever captured by a woman, and the ladies were out in full force to take it down again.
Sitting next to a pretty girl like Tiffany, you get distracted playing poker.
Picture? No, it's a camera. I'm having fun.
Good hand. The WPT Invitational is fun, but it's also philanthropic, with players encouraged to rebuy in the first 4 levels, with all the proceeds going to help the less fortunate.
Well, I want to first thank all the players that are here today. Thanks to your rebuys tonight, we have raised over $95,000. I just heard that the WPT is going to throw in the last $4,700, making it even $100,000 for Christmas tonight.
With the rebuy period over and the night progressing, both pros and celebrities started to get eliminated. What happened out there?
Jerry Yang, he owned my soul. Well, for me, I was today like freaking when in my table, names that I recognize from TV, from the poker tournaments keep popping up. And I'm like, why are they sending the pros to my table?
And I just had an absolute ball.
Oh, are you kidding me? I don't really enjoy being on camera, no offense, unless I'm playing a character. And see, that's a good sign right there. It's divine intervention.
Is the light completely off now, or what?
It's good. This is good light for me. This is excellent light for me.
Soon the lights would be turned out on everyone as the day drew to a close, as it became apparent that the pros dominated day 1. And it was the First Lady of Poker, Lyndon Johnson, at the top spot, with WPT champs Phil Locke and Barry Greenstein sitting in 2nd and 3rd.
This is the WPT Invitational.
Day 2.
Well, day 2. With the red carpet rolled up and the bar closed down, the mood of the room was a little more serious on day 2, as players were now in the hunt to make a WPT final table. Tournament director Matt Savage tried to bring a little Hollywood style to the day, but instead got some good-natured ribbing for it.
We're going to play this level, 1 more, we'll take 30 minutes after that. Shuffle up and deal.
He lost the bet for sure. You don't just wake up and say, I'm gonna wear a spicy pink purple suit today.
Wait, before we do anything, I just want everyone at home to know that Matt said, please take it easy on the suit comments.
Meanwhile, chip leader and poker pro Lyndon Johnson kept raking in chips, but looked confused as Matt Savage tried to adjust his look. Although play was underway on day 2, Phil Locke, who ended day 1 second in chips, had yet to arrive. With Phil Locke's stack slowly getting blinded down, the rest of the field joined the battle to cash. Only the top 6 spots pay in this unique tournament, so the action and bust-outs started to come quickly.
I got robbed, baby. What am I gonna say, you know what I mean? I'd rather get robbed at a poker game than they go over my house and rob me, you know what I mean?
Scotty was out, but Phil Locke's chips were still in. And Phil's best friend Antonio Esfandiari was running good, knocking out the grinder's brother, Eric Mizrachi. Then it was poker pro Mark Safe's turn to hit the highway as his pocket nines ran into the pocket jacks of actor Ashton Holmes. There was no Hollywood ending for Phil Locke. The former Invitational champ couldn't make it back to the tournament before his chip stack was eliminated in 24th place. Ironically, his highest WPT finish in 4 years, leaving 23 live players left looking to make it to the final table. The field still included WPT champs Barry Greenstein and Antonio Esfandiari, along with poker pro Dan Heimiller and actor Ashton Holmes. But closing in were two world-class chess players, Grandmaster Almira Skripchenko and Canadian women's chess champ Dinara Katsieva. One of the biggest hands of the night occurred when day one chip leader poker pro Linda Johnson was up against WSOP bracelet winner Belgian pro Davide Katai. Linda holding pocket jacks flopped a set, with Davide holding top pair with a queen kicker. The turn put 2 diamonds on the board. Betting all the way, Linda continues to fire. Sitting with a flush draw, Davide calls. King of diamonds on the river. Linda bets 100,000. Davide shoves all in. Linda calls to see her opponent got lucky with a runner-runner flush. Davide doubles up, and Linda is now sitting on a short stack. Antonio Esfandiari also started to sink when he ran into the aces of lawyer and part-time model Damon Schramm. Soon after, Antonio got some chips back as he won a race against Barry Greenstein, knocking Barry out in 14th place. With just a few chips left, day one chip leader Linda Johnson was dealt her final blow. Poker pro and Grandmaster chess champion Almira Skripchenko won a race against Linda's pocket sevens, knocking the first lady of poker out in 13th place. It was poker pro Dan Heimiller's turn as he found himself in a hand with Antonio. With the board showing straight and flush possibilities, Antonio leads out for 92,000. Dan thinks and shoves all in. Antonio calls, revealing he has pocket nines to Dan's pair of deuces. Antonio's looking good to double up and go all the way. The river comes a miracle too, giving Dan the winning hand and sending Antonio running out the door in 12th place. Ashton Holmes, the final celebrity standing, fell in 9th place thanks to Damon Schramm's ace-queen. In less than an hour, we would have 2 final eliminations, giving us a final table of players no one would have predicted at the start of day 2. A WSOP bracelet winner, 2 beautiful chess champions, a former WPT final tableist, a local commerce champ, and a fortunate amateur now find themselves about to fight for the honor of being named a World Poker Tour champion. The makeup of this final table turned out to be a surprise. In fact, our own Vince Van Patten started day 2 in 47th chip position, which was 1 spot ahead of poker pro Dan Heimiller, who started 48th in chips, and tonight is sitting at the final table. So, Mike, given the pace of this tournament, how do you see things playing out tonight?
Well, Kimberly, all 6 players are very close in chip count. The blinds are starting at 15 and 30,000, where the average chip stack is only just over 700,000. So that means we should expect fast and exciting play tonight with a lot of all-in bets.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. And as I mentioned in the open, one of our final 6 players is not your average poker player. Almira Skripchenko is also an international master in chess, as well as a women's grandmaster. The question tonight is, can she translate her skills from the chessboard to the green felt? Standing by with Almira is the newest member of the WPT team, sideline reporter and well-respected tournament director, Matt Savage.
How are you going to use your chess playing ability to outsmart your opponents here tonight?
I think my opponents are very tough tonight, so I will try to observe, try to determine what are their betting patterns, how do they play, are they changing their strategies. So I think for the moment I will be patient and then adapt myself to the table.
Yeah, generally in an invitational you don't see a lot of professionals at the final table, but tonight's field is very tough. How is that going to impact your play?
Well, just to have to play better and better. It's a tough table, and no one is here by chance. So everyone worked through the very tough field. So just have to give the best of yourself.
All right, well, good luck to you tonight.
Thank you so much.
We are just about ready to start the final table of the WPT Invitational here at Commerce Casino. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game, brought to you by ClubWPT.com right after this.
Thank goodness honest, I almost wore my blue dress tonight.
I love doing General Hospital.
Rough them up for me.
I'm Melissa Grace. We're the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the WPT Invitational.
Brought to you by ClubWPT.com. We're just moments away from the start of the final table here at the Commerce Casino.
And tonight's players outlasted a field of 482, and it looks like they're all ready to battle for tonight's title, including our chip leader, Damon Schramm. Now, Damon is a lawyer who also does some part-time modeling on the side. You would think he lives here in Hollywood, but he actually calls Edina, Minnesota, his home.
In seat 6 is the player we're watching closely tonight, the Grandmaster chess player, Almira Skripchenko. Almira was born in the Soviet Union, but she now calls Paris home. And while this is her first WPT final table, she did take a 7th place at a World Series of Poker event in 2009, so she obviously is a great poker player as well. But Almira is not the only chess player or the only woman at this final table. In seat 1 is online pro and world-class chess player Dinara Katsieva. Dinara was born in Kazakhstan, but grew up in Canada, and if she wins tonight, she'll take the title back home to Montreal.
Well, that's right, Mike. A lot of chess players, but we do actually have some actual poker players at the final table, including in seat 3, a Commerce regular who won a preliminary event at this year's LAPC, George Reknitzer. Now in seat number 4, poker pro Dan Heimiller. Dan, who took 3rd at the Brigada Poker Open in C7, remember him then? And in seat 5, Belgian pro, poker player Davide Katai, who owns a WSOP bracelet from back in 2008.
Well, first place tonight is going to be $100,000, and that includes a seat to the season-ending WPT World Championship. Now, that's where all the Season 9 WPT champions will fight for millions more in prize money.
All right, looks like the tournament director, Matt Savage, is about ready to roll, so let's get down to the action.
And there you see all 6 players within $200,000 of each other. That's something you see very rarely out here on the World Poker Tour. Well, everybody is so tightly bunched in chip count.
That is true, Mike. And let's talk about the antes. 5,000 blinds are 20 and 40, pretty expensive. And here we go. First to act, Damon Schramm. He folds his hand. And now George Reknitzer.
He's got those suited cards you like to see flops with, but not him. Dan Heimiller going to limp in here with the Queen Jack.
Yes, he is. Now Davide Katai with a Jack-9. Won't play that mess.
Now around to the chess master, Almira Skripchenko.
Yeah, kind of has a nothing hand. 8-4, won't play, but Dinara.
Well, another great chess player says, okay, let's have a flop here. She's got the King 5. And flops top pairs. It comes King 10-3. And she needs right out in bed, and Dan Heimiller beats her in the pot.
Quick call by an open-ended Dan Heimiller, but he's not going to catch it there. 7 of spades on the turn. And Dinara's going to check that top pair.
Going to give Heimiller the free draw to beat her.
Yeah, open-ended straight. Will he catch it?
Doesn't happen as the board pairs 7s.
Dinara's going to check the top pair, and Dan says no mas. The young lady from Montreal, Canada, taking down hand number 1 at the Commerce Casino.
Well, I think most pros in that spot with a Queen Jack in the cutoff would have raised pre-flop. Chances are Dan would have won the pot rather than lost it to the chess player, Dinara Katsieva.
When I started to play poker, I found that there was a lot of similarities with chess. This is why I love the game. Most of the chess players have a lot of necessary skills for poker. They're patient and they're hardworking. Playing chess helps my poker for sure.
What talent this young lady has put together, and now she's at a final table on the World Poker Tour. She's first to act in this hand. She has an attractive-looking King 10 of clubs.
Well, Vince, we've got a couple other great chess players in the poker world. Guys that have won WPT titles, like 2-time champ Howard Lederer and Dan Harrington. Both good chess players.
Well, right now, this one with King 10 is going to raise, makes it 105,000 to go.
Yeah.
Into the 42-year-old from Edina, Minnesota. He's going to fold.
You like to see her get aggressive under the gun. That's what she's doing.
Reknitzer not going to play. And Heimiller also laying down his hand.
Well, Davide Katai out as well, so around to the big blind. Now Almira's got the 10-9 suited, 10-9 of diamonds. She's going to make the call. So the women chess players are going to battle it out here.
Whoa.
King 10-9.
Both flop 2 pair. Almira quickly checks.
You're going to see castles and queens and rooks and bishops all thrown at each other right here, Vince, I can tell you.
Dinara with the top 2 pair going to make the continuation bet 130,000.
Well, Almira going all in, and I don't blame her here. There's 2 hearts on the board, a possible straight out. Feels like she lost her queen and both rooks right there in an instant.
That is a complete nightmare for Dinara. But Almira Skripchenko now is the chip leader with that extreme luck. On we go. Damon Schramm from Minnesota not going to play this hand. Reknitzer out. Dan Heimiller also folding. So now it's up to Davide GACKT. Now he's going to let the girls battle it out again, and look who has a big hand.
She's going all in.
Can't call.
Well, Dinara's pot committed. She's in the big blind, only has 1 big blind left. So she would call any 2 cards here. Unfortunately, she's dominated as her opponent has ace-10. She has a 10 deuce. Let's see if she can get lucky.
Well, Brunson hand. Will she get lucky with it?
It seems like if there was any poker justice, she would get lucky here after the last hand.
Will Dinara run out of dinero? We will see. 5 cards to come.
Well, here comes a flop, an ace right in the door as it comes ace, king, 8. Unfortunately, Dinara drawing dead to win as we saw Damon and George fold a 2. It could come queen jack where she could split this pot. That's her only hope to stay alive. Doesn't happen as the 6 comes off. So that is going to do it for the sweet lady from Montreal. She is going to finish in 6th place, but you talk about tough luck. Lost to a 2-outer when she would have been the dominant chip leader at this table, Vince.
That's Dinara's fiance, Emmanuel, in a state of shock as well. To get that kind of hand, to get that tough beat.
Well, that's something you don't see from guys that bust each other.
Yeah. And Mike, she has to walk away in 6th place. We are down to 5.
We have to take a quick break, but coming up, we'll hear how this tournament will change people's lives. We'll have Tony Dunst with the raw deal and another edition of 5 questions with last year's WPT Invitational champ, LaRon Washington. Stick around.
It's a huge adrenaline rush.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. We're at the WPT Invitational where 5 players remain. And they're the beautiful Royal Flush Girls. They're at every WPT event, along with Kimberly Lansing, Mike Sexton, and myself.
Everybody wants this coveted WPT title, as well as that $25,000 entry that goes to our champion for his entry into the season-ending WPT World Championship. Back to the action.
Yep, George Reknitzer at Commerce Casino Rounder folds his hand.
Well, Dan Heimiller, pro player, picks up ace-king, and he's going to raise it, makes it $100,000 to go.
Davide going to fold his hand, and now it's on our chip leader.
There's Steven again.
That's for me to know and you to find out.
Well, this could be interesting. She's got a nice hand. No, she's going to lay down 5s. And now it's on the part-time model and lawyer.
Raise.
That's Damon Schramm, and he says raise with ace-10.
And he's come over the top here. Going to make it $200,000 to go.
All in.
And quickly, Dan Heimiller goes all in.
Oh, you're going to send me home already?
I was going to ask you the same thing.
I got nothing for me at home. I got 3-day-old Chinese and a half a bottle of milk.
Oh, this could be a disaster for Damon, the 42-year-old from Minnesota.
Yeah, if you don't stick around, no free buffet.
This is a tough call to make. You're not really pot committed at this point. I think you can easily lay this down.
Well, you see how confident Dan looks about his hand, too. I mean, I think it should be an easy lay down with the tails of Dan Heimiller.
Call.
And he's made the call.
Yay. Pair?
Well, right now, the lawyer's case about to be closed if he doesn't get lucky here with the ace-10 against the ace-king.
The gavel has hit the lawyer's hand at this point. Heimiller got him wrapped up with ace-king over ace-10 with 5 cards to come. Here's the flop.
A king right on the flop as it comes king 9-6. Dan Heimiller sort of praying to the poker gods there, saying, thank you for that flop. Now let me just avoid 2 running cards to make it straight. There you go. 5 comes up. Winner, winner, chicken dinner for Dan Heimiller. He doubles up.
Yes, he does, and that is going to put Damon Schramm on an extreme short stack.
So Damon is not out, but he is crippled, just as we saw Dinara was a moment ago.
As we've been saying, the WPT Invitational started several days ago as a fantastic poker party for charity. Tony Dunst was in the field at the start, and he has quite the tale to tell in this week's edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
The strategy going into a charity tournament changes considerably from one with a normal buy-in. How so? I'm Tony Bond 18 Dunst. Let's break it down. The structure is going to be a lot more fast and shallow, so things can get done quickly. That means you have to adjust your strategy so you're going all-in more pre-flop and calling other people's pre-flop all-ins with a wider range of hands. This also means that there's going to be a greater luck factor in the tournament and a decreased edge for the more advanced players.
Some people are definitely playing a lot crazier than normal.
Dumped all his chips to this guy.
The other thing to keep in mind is the quality of opponents. Many will be good, many others,
I don't have anything!
not so much. In something like the WPT Invitational, your average recreational opponent is going to be somewhere between moderately and substantially more famous than normal. And your average professional opponent is going to be somewhere between noticeably and excessively more drunk than normal. How do you get their chips? Simple. Get them off their game by putting them on tilt. Begin by strategically berating all celebrities or people who might be a celebrity on your table. Just tell them that last thing they were in was really awful and caused you to lose all faith in them as a performer. Entertainers have notoriously fragile egos, so after a couple minutes of that, they'll inevitably run off to their trailer for a good long cry and a soy latte.
If he's at my table, I'm gonna take his nuts.
To dismantle the pros, just generously tip the waiter at your table, then give them a knowing nod and say, please keep everyone here fresh. A couple hours later, and those nasty pros will be way too gone to 3-bet you like.
Knowing that I was drunk, check raising me with probably absolutely nothing. But what can you do?
They'll also be much too interested in the party that's happening on the rail to even give playing smart poker a thought.
Mom, I'm sorry.
For my first time playing in the WPT Invitational, what did I take away from it? Well, seeing as I'm 26 and this was my first charity tournament, I learned that apparently I'm not very charitable. I learned that an open bar is the fastest and easiest way to make a tournament simultaneously the most memorable played in a long time, yet entirely obsolete from memory. And I learned that charity tournaments attract a much better ratio than any ordinary tournament. Wait, what? You wanted me to talk about strategy? Like, with the girls?
Tony may not have found success at this season's Invitational, but our own Vince Van Patten ended day one 47th in chips before eventually going broke on day two. Vince's run is over, but we still have 5 players left in the hunt for this WPT title, so let's send it back to the booth for the call of the action.
But one thing I disagree with Tony about is I don't believe that actors have bigger egos than poker players.
I'm with you there.
I didn't know you could have a premium end. Yeah, everybody automatically puts me on bad cards. It's pretty interesting.
Almira Skripchenko is the chip leader, but Dan Heimiller picking up a lot of chips. And look at this, he picks up the weapons of past destruction. Pair of aces just like that.
Just doubled up the last hand and now picks up 2 aces the very next deal.
Makes it 80,000 to go. Davide out. Our chip leader Almira also folding, and now it's on Damon Schramm.
I'll go on.
He's only got 100,000 in total. He's in the blind now, so he's going to put it in with the king 10 of clubs. Dan quickly calls him, and you can see the expression on the lawyers and part-time model's face there. Dan Heimiller can hardly hide his glee here, because he's got a chance to bust a player right out of this tournament. Let's see if Damon can get lucky here.
Damon's parents that came out here from Minnesota to watch him. Can he get lucky? Gets one of the kings.
King.
Well, pretty good flop for him as it comes king 9-8.
10 or king. 10 or king.
To the turn we go.
Well, it's a 6. This gives him a straight draw. He now needs a king, a 10, or a 7 to win this pot. Otherwise, it'll be case closed for the lawyer.
Down to the river. No, another 6 on the board.
So that's going to do it for the likable lawyer from Minnesota, Damon Schramm.
Yeah, his mom and dad in the audience made the trip from Minnesota to see their son Damon play. That is a big effort for the lawyer and model.
Well, Vince, you'd have to say the model fell off the runway tonight, out in 5th place.
Chicken dinner, yeah.
Quick break in the action, but more to come, including an installment of 5 questions with last year's champ, Club WPT qualifier LaRon Washington. You're watching the WPT Invitational at the Commerce Casino. We'll be right back.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes, and even become a WPT champion, all for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I perceive the game of chess actually is like a model of a perfect world. You have 64 squares. You're the master of your own decisions. There are practically no circumstances which will make you make a mistake. And poker for me is how life is. Poker requires a lot of work on yourself and also taking a lot of risks, like in real life.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Action continues here at the WPT Invitational, where Dan Heimiller is the chip leader and Almira Skripchenko is close behind in second. Let's get back to the call of the game with Mike and Vince.
Well, I'd have to agree with Almira that poker images life itself. You've got your highs, you've got your lows, but you got to play the cards you're dealt.
All right, action on Dan Heimiller. He's going to raise with a pair of eights, makes it 120 to go. Davide folding.
Around to Almira. She looks down at ace-queen. These are the two big chip leaders that have hands here. Will the two chip leaders clash here?
Yep, the chess champ pondering this decision.
A re-raise.
Oh, she's going to re-raise.
She does come over the top. Let's see how much that's going to be. Oh, it is a healthy re-raise.
Good raise.
Up to 480,000.
George Ricknitzer, who plays a lot at the Commerce Casino, hasn't played a hand here tonight, folds.
Well, I think Dan knows she's going to be pot committed, meaning if he comes over the top, moves all in, she's going to call. So he also knows he's probably at best going to be in a race situation. But Heimiller going to fold here. Just wants to wait for a better spot to put his chips in there. Doesn't want to race for all the money.
I was counting how many chips I'd have left after we went all in because I have a little bit more.
Last season, Club WPT qualifier LaRon Washington went from small-town boxer to big-time WPT champ. Earlier this week, I sat down with LaRon to find out what it's like to live a dream. In this edition of 5 Questions. Describe the feeling of winning a WPT event.
Everything happened at once, and I was just so amazed and so excited to be able to come out here and be with the pros and celebrities. Then, you know, when I won the tournament,
LaRon Washington has done it!
It was just like an extra wow. It was icing on the cake.
What type of pressures come with being a WPT champ?
Learning how to change your game up. After everybody see you on TV, they think they know your tells and how you play, and so I try to use like reverse strategies and stuff like that. And just the pressure of being a WPT champion and trying to live up to it with all the other elites that won the bracelet.
So I have to ask you, pocket aces, good hand or curse?
I think it's a curse. Now, I mean, I got knocked out the World Championship last year. Of course, I went all in with pocket aces, and Devilfish called me with pocket jacks, and he rivered the jack. This year at the Invitational.
Look what happened to LaRon on the river. He had 2 aces, all the money in before the flop, 6 on the river.
Yeah. I never get down on myself. Whenever I know that I went in with the best hand, you know, regardless of the result, I'm already happy.
LaRon, there are people that look up to you as a boxer and now as a poker player, but who is your role model? Who do you admire?
Well, boxing first and foremost, I admire Floyd Mayweather. He's just so smart, he's intelligent. I don't think he'll ever be beat. Poker-wise, I admire Doyle Brunson. I just like his style of play. He's never too excited or nothing like that. And I had a chance to meet him last year at the Bellagio, so that was a dream come true of mine, and I felt like a little kid.
Describe the feeling of knocking someone out when you're boxing.
It's a huge adrenaline rush. Just feeling the power that you're putting into whatever punch you're throwing and connecting with someone. You can just feel it like bones breaking and just shattering, things like that. And when you see someone hit the canvas, you just get that feeling like you just accomplished something major. But you know, hey, we can all get knocked out in boxing and poker tournaments, so.
Well, guys, as you can see, LaRon Washington proves that with the right opportunity and a great attitude, you can make anything happen.
You know, Kimberly, you're right. What I love about Laurent's story is that he took the seat he won from ClubWPT.com and turned it into making his dream a reality. He not only became a WPT champion and won $100,000 here at the Invitational last season, but he went on to play at the WPT World Championship in Vegas and did it all by being a member of ClubWPT.com.
And the good news is that anyone can follow in his footsteps. By joining ClubWPT.com for only $19.95 a month, people can play all the poker they want for their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes, including a WPT tournament seat every month.
Well, Laurent is living proof that you can take that small monthly fee and turn it into a real life-changing opportunity.
It'd be great to see another Club WPT.com qualifier at a WPT final table.
I still feel Laurent's pain. He got knocked out with 2 aces against 2 sixes on the river. Ooh.
Okay, in this hand we have a couple folds. High Miller with ace-7 of clubs doesn't raise.
Well, he actually just called before the flop.
And Davide could tie now with Jack-9, no raise by him. Here's the flop. And it's a nice one for High Miller, hitting aces.
High Miller continuing to camouflage the fact he's got an ace in his hand by checking the flop.
Davide not going to bet behind him. He checks as well. And on the turn, High Miller hitting 3 of a kind, going to trap.
And he keeps trying to throw this guy rope, but the guy's not grabbing it.
No.
Now 7 comes off. High Miller with a full house here. Aces full of 7s.
I check.
Checks again.
Okay, Queen Eye is good.
What?
Queen Eye is good.
I have a little bit better than that.
Well, his opponent tells him Queen High is good.
Wow.
Well, it just shows you, folks, all trappers don't wear fur hats.
You could use one.
He checked so quickly on the turn. I was sure that you had trips.
Don't wise up the suckers.
So much for your legendary, thin value bet.
Almira with a little trash talk there.
Well, the chess player giving it to the poker pro.
We're coming back with more action in just a moment. If you want to get in on the action anytime, anywhere, download WPT Texas Hold'em on your mobile device today.
WPT Texas Hold'em. Sometimes the game's too good to leave behind.
This is my 360 camera. Not only do I see Dan Heimiller, but I see who's ever behind me. There's Cindy Violet. Jeff Madsen. Hello, Madsen. I see Duhamel. Hello, Mr. Duhamel. Mike Sexton. The toilet. Oh, my God. Shaka. There it is. The toilet. How many chips you got? I have 0. That's right. That's right. Are we drinking?
Oh, that is the very understated Mike Matusow. Always fun to have him around a tournament.
Well, you see how much fun everybody has at this event, including Mr. Matusow. Maybe he's applying for his next job.
He played this event, of course, got knocked out.
Right.
Apparently hit the bar and is having some fun with us. But we're down to 4 players here right now. Look at this, Almira Skripchenko. We're going to push chips in. Yeah, the local LA guy, George Folding.
Dan Heimiller picks up 2 queens.
What a hand for Heimiller. Former finalist at the WPT at Borgata, season 8.
Raised 200,000.
And he's going to bump it with his queens. 3:20 to go. Davide from Belgium going away. Almira was the champion of the world at 16 and under, the European champion in chess, and now she's playing poker.
She's been a 4-time European chess champion, be a French champion as well. And right now makes the good laydown with the Queen Jack there, and Dan Heimiller is now the chip leader.
Oh, it seemed close. Looked like you were thinking about it.
I don't know, it's like...
In the early levels of the WPT Invitational, most players opted for a $200 rebuy, knowing that new chips not only gave them renewed life on the felt, but that 100% of the proceeds went to a charity that helped folks gain a better life for themselves in the real world. Earlier tonight, Mark Laranger, president and CEO of the nonprofit organization Chrysalis, was presented with a $100,000 check donated on behalf of the WPT Commerce Casino and the players of the Invitational. Mark, we are so happy to be able to contribute $100,000 to Chrysalis. Tell us how Chrysalis plans on putting this money to use.
Well, Kimberly, Chrysalis is all about helping the homeless and those in poverty get back on the path to self-sufficiency through jobs. We offer a hand up, not a hand out. So the $100,000 will allow us to be able to provide everything that will be necessary to remove barriers to employment so our clients can get back to work.
Well, on behalf of the entire poker community, the WPT is so proud to be able to contribute to such a fabulous organization such as Chrysalis, and the work you do is is unbelievable. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks. We're honored to participate.
Action does continue here at Commerce, so let's get back down to Mike and Vince.
Well, it's so great that $100,000 was raised from this tournament for Chrysalis. Just wonderful to see charities benefiting from poker tournaments.
Back to the table here, Davide from Belgium folding his hand.
Raise.
And now the chess champ, Almira Skripchenko with the ace-9 of clubs.
She's going to raise it up, makes it $120,000 to go.
All right, now George Reknitzer on auto muck, folds his hand.
300,000 total.
But Dan Highmiller with pair of eights, a nice mid-pair, gonna raise.
That's the only player that can break her at the table. And when you get raised by somebody that's got more chips than you and you're looking down at an ace-9, it just doesn't look that big anymore. She's gonna throw it away. So Highmiller picking up a pot with a nice re-raise.
Yep, Dan Highmiller extends his chip lead. 4 players remain going after the WPT Invitational title. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
This event brings the top poker players from around the world to play with the celebrities in Hollywood.
I was very excited to come to the WPT Invitational because you get a chance to play against all the celebrity poker players. I actually had Sfandiari at my table, Barry Greenstein, I had Liv Bory, one of them is Mizrahi brothers.
People love to play at Commerce Casino because it is the best place to play in LA and all over the world.
Welcome back to the WPT Season 9, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where 4 players remain.
Well, the lady that was speaking there is Dinara Katsieva. She finished 6th in this event after she took a bad beat, but certainly got through a lot of tough players to make it to this final table.
Back to the felt, a couple folds around to Highmiller, who looks down at a queen deuce of clubs.
Well, he's in the small blind. He's going to raise it up here.
Makes it 130,000 to go.
And right behind him, Davide GACKT.
I go all in.
Who hasn't played a pot yet at this final table, moving all in with ace-9 right over the top of Dan Highmiller.
Davide playing tight so far. He's a World Series bracelet winner.
You don't think I would raise with a good hand?
And now he's aggressive, pushes Dan Highmiller out.
Now, Vince, I've seen monogram cuffs before. I've never seen a monogram sleeve before. He's got the hooded sweatshirt with his name on the sleeve. Well, the hooded sweatshirt became famous when Phil Locke won this exact tournament years ago.
Davide, the poker pro, out of Anvers, Belgium. Nicely done.
I went 6 months in LA to learn English. At this time, I didn't know anything about poker. I saw on television the World Poker Tour show when Derek Brunson beats Lee Watkinson in Heads Up.
Folks, that was a performance of the ages right there by Darren Elias.
And I said to myself, one day I would like to be there. And now, 8 years later, I'm here in the final table.
So there you go. Doyle Brunson creates another monster, and that is Davide. We're coming back as 4 players remain at the WPT Invitational.
I'm Michelle Banzer. We are the Royal Flush Girls, and you're watching the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to the WPT Invitational. 4 players remain going after this title here tonight.
There you see Dan Highmiller well out in front with over $2 million in chips. This is Dan's 2nd WPT final table. He's looking for his 1st WPT title.
Yeah, what a player. Used to be a cab driver in Vegas. Now he's playing in the big time. This time a pair of 7s, gonna raise with it. Makes it 120,000 to go.
Well, right behind him, Davide GACKT looks down at ace-queen. Big hand.
He's a World Series bracelet winner.
I go all in.
He's gonna push with this. All in. Almira goes away. George out.
So little to lose. So little to lose.
Dan's got over twice as many chips. I just can't see him laying this hand down here.
I guess I have to call. I call.
But he's going to call it.
Exactly right. You might not like it, but you have to call it. You got to hope he's got the overcards where you're in a race situation. If Dan Highmiller wins this race, he'll be the monster chip leader with 3 players left. If Davide wins it, he'll be the chip leader.
Hello.
Yeah, there's Davidi's friends rooting him on ringside. Davidi love to get lucky here and double up. Here comes the flop.
Well, an ace right on the flop. Davidi is taking the lead with 2 aces.
How do you like that? Oh, nice hit for the Belgian. A couple more cards to come.
And the king comes off on the turn. So Heimiller must catch a 7 on the river to win this spot.
Just a 2-outer. Can he do it? No, a queen of diamonds on the river. Heimiller sits back down.
So just as quick, Heimiller loses half his stack, and Davidi is now the chip leader with 4 players left.
Oh, to the delight of his friends, Davidi from Belgium, making it happen there.
We've reached the halfway point in our coverage of the WPT Invitational. So, Mike, what are your thoughts of the play we've seen thus far?
Well, Kimberly, what's intriguing to me is the high blind and ante structure right now. In other words, very high blinds in proportion to stack size. Davidi now has the chip lead thanks to that last hand with Dan Heimiller, which should help get him to the heads up. But these players are going to be forced to become even more aggressive. Definitely, Almira and Dan have shown that they can build momentum, as Almira did early in this match when she got lucky against Dinara, and Dan's run started after he knocked out Damon. If they continue this streak, I think we could see either one of those players go heads up against Davidi for the title.
And Vince, what do you make of our remaining players?
Kimberly, I'm very impressed by Dan Heimiller. Now, if you've noticed, he has been involved in well over 75% of the hands we have seen tonight. Also, just keep an eye on George Racknitzer, the local pro. You know what? I'm worried about him. There's a search party out for him. Hasn't played a hand, but one quick double up by George, and we could have a real fight on our hands, believe me.
Well, gentlemen, we shall see. But the one thing we do know is that only one of these 4 players will walk out of Commerce Casino as the next WPT champion. Please join us next time for WPT's continuing coverage of the WPT Invitational, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
At the WPT Invitational from the Commerce Casino in Southern California, we're close to crowning poker's newest star. Who's got what it takes to survive in Hollywood? We'll find out tonight only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
The WPT Invitational began as one big poker party. A field of 482 Hollywood celebrities and poker pros enjoyed themselves down on the green felt in this one-of-a-kind WPT tournament. In addition to the fun, this exclusive invitation-only event also had a heart, as an optional rebuy raised an impressive $100,000 for charity.
I'd like to thank the Commerce Casino and the WPT for this most generous donation. It'll go to help the 3,000 men and women that we help out of poverty every year find and retain employment. So thank you very much for this gift, and best of luck to the final table.
But once the final table came into sight, the fun turned to serious business. And now, of the original 482 players who started, we now only have 4 remaining. Let's turn now to our resident experts, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten, to get their take on where the fight for this title goes from here. Guys?
Well, Kimberly, one thing that is true for all WPT Invitational tournaments is fast play. The tournament structure is built to put pressure on the players to get their money in the middle, which can make for some big excitement, and you can't keep the stars here forever. And so far, that's held true, as we saw Grandmaster chess champion Almira Skripchenko get very lucky against our Canadian poker pro and fellow chess champion Dinara Katsuyeva, sending Dinara back to the Great White North. But as aggressive as the play was early on, it's going to be even more so now, as the blinds are very high in proportion to stack size, which means it's going to be a very volatile finish here. Players are going to go up and down or out the door. Davidi Katai has the chip lead as we resume play, but the pro player Dan Heimiller has the experience, and the chess player Almira Skripchenko has got some moves of her own. So I look to see either one of those players to go heads up against Davidi for the title.
Well, Kimberly, Mike is absolutely right. Davidi has the advantage. He holds the chip lead, And as we saw, he has momentum. He doubled through the pro Dan Heimiller, of course. And Davide is a very experienced player. He has a World Series bracelet under his belt, so I don't look to see him get rattled as the pressure builds. But I also like Dan Heimiller's game. Dan has played very aggressive throughout this tournament, and he's the only player here tonight to have made a WPT final table. That's going to help him. And one quick double up by Dan or any other player at the table, we can see a very formidable challenge to Davide's lead, believe me.
All right, gentlemen, it looks like sideline reporter and tournament director Matt Savage is ready to resume the action.
Let's shuffle up and deal.
Tonight's winner will take down a $100,000 first place prize, which includes a seat in the season-ending WPT World Championship in Las Vegas. So Mike and Vince, the cards are in the air. Let's get down to the action.
All right, well, the antes will start out at 10,000. Blinds are 30 and 60 at this point. And as you can see, the chip leader is Davide GACKT, the Belgian, with over 2.2 million.
Yep, as you can see, we've got Belgium, France, and 2 from the U.S. fighting it out for this title.
All right, action's going to go down to the local rounder, George Reknitzer.
Well, he's on the extreme short stack, less than 10 big blinds. Oh, and he's got the queen jack of spade, but just limps in, does not raise with this hand.
Dan Heimiller.
Dan looks down at the ace high. Dan's a pro player. Understands that when people limp in, most of the time they got those middle suited connectors. He's got the ace high. He's going to raise it up to 170,000.
Dan, a former taxi driver out of Vegas, puts the meter on here. Davide out. Now the chess champ, Almira.
She's a 4-time European chess champion. She folds. Back to George.
Will he be curious, George, and call this? Yes, he is curious, and he does call it.
Well, he does make the call, so we're going to see a flop here. Well, it's ace, king, jack.
Uh-oh. Look at this. It's jacks for George, and of course aces for Dan, but George he's putting in all his chips. He's gone all in.
Well, that could do it for George Reknitzer here. Dan Heimiller's got the 2 aces. Can't imagine he can lay this down. You're not going to put your opponent on a big ace. He'd have moved all in before the flop. Got a call here, but Dan Heimiller folds this hand. Vince, I am in shock that a pro player would fold aces the way the betting went before the flop in this hand. Unbelievable.
Dan giving too much credit to George. George taking down that pot.
Well, I'm shocked by that.
Stay with us. We're coming back with more action from the WPT Invitational in just a moment.
Shocked, I tell you.
If you want to get in on the action anytime, anywhere, download WPT Texas Hold'em for your mobile device today. WPT Texas Hold'em, sometimes the game's too good to leave behind.
The Celebrity Invitational is amazing.
Thank goodness I almost wore my blue dress tonight. Oh, it was so embarrassing.
It was exciting getting to see the red carpet and see the press that was there interviewing everybody that was walking the red carpet.
And I can't master women, so I figured why not poke her?
Shannon Elizabeth was there. She was cool. Don Cheadle, Randy Couture, and Shayna Moakler was there. She's a former Miss USA. I'm like, oh my God. And they look amazing too. It's like, wow, you actually look like that in real life.
Welcome back to the WPT, the beautiful Royal Flush girls enjoying our event.
Well, this is the most fun event on the World Poker Tour. The top players love playing with the Hollywood celebrities and vice versa. Just a great, great fun event that raised good money for charity.
I'm all in.
The chip leader Davide from Belgium has gone all in with a junk hand, just 7-5. Almira out.
Yeah, George Reknitzer in the small blind looks down at ace, queen of diamonds, and then certainly with his chip stack, you got to ship it here. He acts like he's got a migraine headache here, but I don't know why. This is an insta-call in my mind.
I can't believe it. He's going to fold the hand.
Well, I'm in shock.
Heimiller also going out.
Just amazes me. I can't believe a guy would fold ace-queen suited in this situation. You got to play this hand, especially when you don't have many chips and got a chance to get some.
Bad laydown.
Well, he just said bad laydown, and he is correct. He is tighter than my hamstrings, Mike.
I think bad's giving himself the benefit of the doubt.
All right, back to the felt we go. Couple folds, Dan and Davide, and now Almira. Oh, she says all in with just king 6. And look who wakes up with ace-queen again. It's George.
Oh, cool.
Well, this time he is going to call with it.
Yep, he's going to like it.
Almira not liking it here. Well, the 4-time European chess champion could be checkmated right here.
Ace in the window.
George has just a few more chips than she does. So if his ace-queen holds up, that'll do it for the lovely lady from France.
Yeah, maybe George knows what he's doing.
Well, flop comes 7-7-4 with 2 clubs. Great flop for George. He's got the best hand and the best draw. But remember, Almira outdrew her opponent early on at this final table when she hit a 2-outer on the turn to win it. Once again, she is up against it here. She is going to need big luck to win this pot to stay alive. Oh, the king of diamonds comes off. She has done it. She has taken the lead here. George must now catch an ace or a club to win this pot, or he's going to be down less than the small blind.
Down to the river we go. Can he catch his flush or an ace?
Nope. Queen of Hearts comes off. Unbelievable. Almira makes a miracle draw to stay alive in this tournament. Once again, lightning strikes for the French chess player.
Well, maybe George knows about playing ace-queen. It's just not his hand. This one backfires in a big way.
He got very unlucky this time. And how many times in poker, when you misplay one hand, does the next hand you play you get unlucky on? That's what happened to George here.
Look at him. He's like death warmed over right now. He's down to his last piddly 30,000 as we continue.
I'm all in.
Well, he's all in the small blind.
Action's going to Davide, our chip leader from Belgium. Davide out.
Raise.
And here's Almira.
She's got the ace-9.
Of course, George, disgusted, is in. She's raised to 150. And now Dan Heimiller, oh, he has a pair of 10s here.
Call.
But he just calls.
Just calls. I'm a little surprised at that. Oh, Vince, I think you got to ship it here with 2 10s.
He doesn't want to knock out the other action, wants to move up a little bit in prize money. But here we go.
Might have done the right thing as an ace comes off on the flop. Becomes ace,
like
king,
that.
6. And Dan's going to check. Almira moves all in with the top pair.
Heimiller. Gonna look at his hand again, and no, he's going to fold. So the local, the commerce player, the rounder from L.A., George Reknitzer, in a lot of trouble as he gets up.
Well, he's got to hit 2 runners, Vince. Combination of 2 5s and 4s or 2 running cards to make a straight. But as you said, he's out of chair. The jacket's going on. He knows it's probably bye-bye birdie for him.
Let's see on the turn.
Well, an ace comes off, so that's going to do it for the local George Reknitzer. He is going to be out in 4th place.
Yeah, it was George's first time ever WPT event. He's got to be proud. A good sport as he hugs Almira.
Well, he hugs her, but I predict he's going to go off and kick himself for not playing the ace-queen of diamonds early.
We're down to 3 players. This is getting exciting.
We still have a ways to go before we name the next WPT champion. And don't forget, we've got Tony Dunst and the Raw Deal. The Royal Flush Girls bringing out the heads-up cash. And my 5 questions with 2-time WPT champion Antonio Esfandiari.
Well, first of all, I love to play cards. I'm a big poker player. I've been playing for about 20 years, and one of these days I'll win a pot. I'm telling you, I was down to this the whole night. The whole night, it was just about that, which is kind of embarrassing to admit, but it's true. Last year, I lasted like 20 minutes. This year, I lasted like 4 hours. So we've got growth. We've got improvement.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Earlier this week, I sat down with 2-time WPT champion Antonio Esfandiari and had a candid conversation about the ups and downs of being a WPT champ. Here's what he had to say in this edition of 5 Questions. What part has Commerce Casino played in your poker career?
Significant, not just my career, but my life, because here, I think it was 7 years ago, although it feels like 82 years ago, I won the WPT main event, and that was a overnight life changer for me. You know, I wouldn't be where I am today in the poker world if it wasn't for that tournament.
What happened after that?
I think that after I won the tournament here, I just kind of got comfortable. I mean, I wanted to win, but I didn't have that serious drive to really win. I'd kind of screw around, I'd go out drinking the night before or whatever, and I just kind of I didn't give it my 100%. When I won here at Commerce 82 years ago, I really wanted to win. I wanted it so bad. And so I think that has a lot to do with it.
How did you handle winning big and then experiencing that dry spell? Was it depressing for you?
I wouldn't go as far as depressing, but it certainly wasn't fun. I don't want to say I became a laughingstock in poker, but you know, I had kind of lost some of that respect that I had as a poker player early on. You know, oh, it was, you know, one-time, one-hit wonder kind of a thing. And so I really wanted to prove everybody wrong, show them that I'm still around, I still know what I'm doing.
Magician takes down a WPT title, his second one.
So when I came back and won the Doe Brunson, it just kind of really felt good to be like, you know, I don't want to give the finger on camera, but that's kind of what it felt like.
You were the hot young player in season 2, and looking at the hot young players now, how are they different from you?
They are really in tune with the mathematics of the game. I mean, it's insane. I just could not believe the magnitude of the depth that they were taking this hand analysis at the table in front of, you know, some of the players that weren't so good. All they want to do is prove that they know what they're doing and that they're really good.
Do you think it takes some of the fun out of poker when you get that in depth?
I mean, they're here to make money, so I can't blame them for taking it to that level. But, you know, I think that live poker is more about just playing your opponent and just kind of getting a read. Sometimes you got to just hold your ego in and not let it be known that you're so good.
Shift the cheese!
You know,
Right.
It's kind of the art of the hustle.
Unfortunately, Antonio busted just short of the WPT Invitational final table in 12th place at the hands of Dan Heimiller. But it's obvious we'll see a lot more of Antonio in the future. The action continues here at Commerce, so let's get back to the game with Mike and Vince.
Well, Antonio Esfandiar, one of the great characters in the poker world, now a 2-time WPT champion.
Right now we have a three-way battle. Davide Katai is our chip leader with 2.6 million, and he has a 9-8 race. And he's raising it up.
Yeah, makes it 150,000 to go on the button.
But the chess champ, Almira, got a call with the king jack.
Yeah, she's in the small blind now. Dan Heimiller.
All in.
He's chosen a more aggressive play, the all-in bet here.
Now Davide with a situation. He's got a 9-8. It's about 380 more to call.
But he's still got Almira sitting on his left.
Certainly does.
So he's going to invite her into the pot if he just calls, and possibly she can move all in and shut him out of the pot.
The man from Belgium has called. Almira out.
Got a big hand, huh?
No. So they turn up the cards.
Yeah, and I folded king jack.
Oh, that Dan doesn't want to hear that.
He has the best hand right now with just the king high.
Yeah, he's got a chance of doubling up. Here we go, 9-8 versus king jack.
Well, an 8 right in the doors. It comes 8-4 deuce.
Unbelievable.
Davide has outflopped him. He's in front now with the 2 8s.
That is a thing of beauty for Davide. 8's in front. Turn card coming up. Well, it's a 10 of hearts now. That gives 4 hearts there for Dan.
Good card for Dan Heimiller. He can now catch a king, a jack, or a heart to win this pot. And the ace of hearts comes off. Dan Heimiller clapping. He made the best hand possible. Oh, my. The ace-king flush. Knows he was lucky he had 2 runners to win it after that flop.
Oh, the former taxi driver finds a wallet in the back seat.
Dan Heimiller back in the game. We do have to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have another installment of The Ones to Watch, where we check in with the 10 players we feel are the next generation of poker superstars. Also, Tony Dunst will be here to give his one-of-a-kind analysis in this week's Raw Deal. There's a lot in store, so stick around. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Commerce Casino and the final table of the WPT Invitational, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. This tournament is rich in poker history. Not only did Barry Greenstein and Freddie Deeb capture titles here, but it's where Phil Ivey became a star in the poker world with his charismatic come-from-behind win over Humberto Brenes. This season on the WPT, we've been taking a look at 10 young pros who we believe are the next generation of poker superstars. Whether or not any of them can break through to win a WPT title is still in doubt, but several did show up to play this event on day one. proving once again they are the ones to watch.
Oh yeah, that's the double fist pump.
Are you gonna let us play, or is it like a girl thing?
The rest of my table was like 45-year-olds. We're all terrible.
The chicken. 1, 2. WPT.
I just want to win one of these bitches.
What? It's party time.
There's hardly a poker tournament going on. This is more about a good cause with good people. That's what we're doing.
Also, I mean, it's just a fun time, you know what I mean? Like, playing poker is like the second thing going on.
Everyone's having a good time. It's a great event.
3 minutes till we have to take a shot. You said you were going to get the next round.
I remember it.
Probably.
Here we go, baby.
Get on that.
Some kids here just learning that alcohol exists, running around acting like fools. Just running around, screaming and stuff. You played that one even better than a little bit drunk. But look at how normal I look. So that's the fun part about this event. It's so.
Alright, so I look drunk. Be honest.
I'm a big fan of beer. Not playing poker. I'm back in Seattle, drinking with old college buddies. A lot of drinking.
Yeah, you got smoke. Yeah, McLean. Holy smoke! And a broken glass.
McLean Carr not only beat me, he slammed his glass down on the table and shattered it after beating me. So it was pretty impressive. So.
Broken glass. Forfeit.
I guess I have like some famous people, and I had no idea. I guess they're before my time, so.
People are having a good time though, not too focused on the game. I like it that way. It's a nice change of pace.
Trishelle, are you still in? Come here. Corroborate this story.
This is the most fun WPT event that they have all year.
So WPT Celebrity Invitational. A lot of love here.
It's time to party.
While our ones to watch did have a great time playing in this event, none of them made the money, so that means our leaderboard remains the same with Andrew Lichtenberger at the top. The next stop on the tour is the big money LAPC here at Commerce, so Andrew's standing could be in jeopardy if any of our ones to watch go deep in that event. Looks like the cards are back in the air down at the final table for the WPT Invitational, so let's get back to the action with Mike and Vince.
Well, Vince, the ones to watch do have an opportunity. If they can win out here in the World Poker Tour, who knows? They may be able to date a Hollywood star like Phil Ivey did when he won.
Well, you're right. Back to this battle, three-handed. Dan Highmiller first to act. The blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000. And right now, Dan, with the button, he has just a 6-4. What is he thinking here?
And he's thinking he just won the last spot. And so I guess he thinks momentum's on his side. He's going to try to raise it here with 6-4 offsuit.
Davide folds.
No one.
But look at this Almira going all in with just ace-6.
She's played very conservative so far all night long, but picked a great spot to move over the top and all in. Obviously, she must have a pretty good read on Dan Highmiller.
Stop facing like the hand.
Earlier at this final table, she said, I knew you had an ace in your hand when you were trying to camouflage it. Well, obviously, right there, she knew he didn't have anything in his hand.
All right, cards being dealt. Almira first to play. No, she's going to muck. And right now, Dan gonna push with Queen 5. Now, Davide has a King 6 of diamonds. Can he make this call? Possibly.
Okay, cool.
Wow. Davide called here with a King 6. Folks, it's a 770,000 all-in bet by Dan Highmiller. And I am surprised that the chip leader would jeopardize that many chips. However, he is out in front and has the best hand. But Vince, wow, to put in 770,000 in that spot.
Well, maybe just suspected it was just an over-raise.
All right, that's the hand I was hoping you'd throw away.
Wow, what a call by Davide. Let's see if the King High stands up.
They got a read on Dan. Last couple of hands, but here we go. Anything can happen on the flop.
A king comes right on the flop. So Dan Highmiller is going to have a lot of help to stay alive in this tournament. So Dan Highmiller is going to have to catch 2 runners, as we say, to win this pot. He is up against it right now.
Two runners. Need 2 runners.
That doesn't get it as the 6 comes off.
Yeah, that's kings and 6s for Davide, and that's going to do it for Dan Highmiller. The former taxi driver driving off the cliff here at the Commerce Casino.
Well, Vince, I got to tell you, I could have never called a $770,000 bet with a King 6 like Davide did there, but his timing's perfect. Dan Highmiller out in 3rd place.
Hugs around the table. They know they're going into a heads-up battle.
Out in third place. A bit of a roller coaster ride tonight. How was it?
It doesn't feel so hot right now. Last hand was a little difficult. I don't think I can remember any mistakes. Maybe the last one. I could have tossed it.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Yes! And out come the Royal Flush Girls, brought to you by prestigious models, delivering the cold hard cash on the table. Charlie Sheen, eat your heart out. $482 players started, down to these two. And there's the beautiful statue of Hoyt Corkins with a bad beat. We have Melissa, Jennifer, Michelle, and Sonisa. What an addition here on the World Poker Tour on Season 9.
With Dan Heimiller out in third place, we've reached the all-important heads-up action. Will it be Almira Skripchenko or Davide GACKT who takes the title? We'll be back with exciting heads-up action from Commerce Casino. Don't go away. We're ready for heads-up action here at the WPT Invitational, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. During the break, sideline reporter and respected tournament director Matt Savage had a chance to talk with Almira Skripchenko and Davide GACKT, and here's what they had to say.
Almira, you've come a long, long way to be heads up with your friend. What do you have in store for him? I mean, you're shorter stack, but yet you still are in it heads up. What do you think?
Just before the final table, we were joking and just saying, okay, see you in heads up. We don't even stay in the same hotel, so see you there. We'll try to dominate you. And then it suddenly all came true, and we have actually to fight against each other. And Davide is a very good player, an accomplished player. He has a World Series bracelet, and I'm more of an apprentice because we always analyze hands together, and he always gives me his analysis and his opinion. So it's probably like playing against your teacher, which is very difficult, but I will try to outmatch him.
It's been your dream to win a World Poker Tour event, and here you are one step away with a chip lead. What's your strategy going forward?
Yeah, now we are heads up, then we know each other very well, so I will try to stay focused and, you know, try to play on position, on the button, raise my button, and we will see.
Well, I'm confused. Is that Davide or is that Hank Azaria in Along Came Polly? They're the same person.
Well, Davide GACKT has about a 2-to-1 chip lead. He's got $3 million in chips. Almira Skripchenko starting out with $1,450,000 in chips.
A race.
Okay, with ace-6, Davide going to move the chips in. Makes it $210,000 to go.
Cool.
Almira with a nice hand, queen-10, is going to make the call.
Well, ace high, good hand playing heads-up poker. Davide knows it. He raised, but she's looking him up with the queen-10. And flop comes 9, 6 deuce, 2 clubs. She's going to check.
Yep. Davide gets a piece of that pair of sixes. Looks like he's going to make the continuation bet with the sixes, $150,000.
Well, not a big pot into a pot that's got $440,000 in it, but enough to get the job done.
Yep, Almira meekly goes away.
So Davide extends his chip lead. He has a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit, trying to add a WPT title to his resume.
Almira this time with a king-7. And the button not going to raise, just calling. And Davide likes that. When you have a nothing hand like that, to see a flop, he only has a 9 deuce. Here we go.
Now flop comes queen 9-4.
Davide hits 9s. Almira hits nothing. They both check. Turn card coming up.
Jack of diamonds comes off.
Davide first to act. Checks his 9s once again.
Oh, look at this. She is going to bluff at this pot with just a king high. Bets $140,000. And Davide lays his 9s down.
Yes, Almira has some game there. Betting when she doesn't hit.
Well, I think Davide should have bet on the flop there. Find out where he's at. Probably would have won that pot rather than lost it, but Give her credit for making a nice move on the turn to pick up the pot.
Well, this is a World Series winner, Davide. Very tough player from Belgium. Can he manhandle Almira? This time he's going to try to do just that. He has raised, and Almira can't take the heat.
Well, Almira Skripchenko has a whole house full of chess trophies. I do think poker and chess have some similarities, Vince, because in chess, you're constantly thinking about moves way down the road, and in poker, you should be thinking about not only what you're going to do on this street, but what you're going to do on the next one, and the next one, and the next one.
Don't go too advanced on me there, Mike. All right, I'm just trying to keep up.
I'm trying to act like a smart chess player now, Vince, please.
All right. Davide way out in front with 3.2 million, but Almira now with a pair of sevens. Her turn to strike. She's moved it up to 190,000. Davide looks down at a king, 5 of hearts.
Well, we know the success he had with king 6 of diamonds against Dan Highmiller. When Highmiller moved all in, they called him.
I go all in.
Wow, he goes all in, and a quick call by Almira.
Well, she is in great shape. About a 2-to-1 favorite as the cards lie to double up here and take the chip lead.
Oh, they shake hands, two friends, the master and the apprentice.
Well, Vince, I thought he got lucky when he, in my view, made a mistake by calling Dan Highmiller with a king 6. Here he's moved all in with a king 5. It could come back to bite him, especially as a 7 comes on the flop. She's hit the slot machine, 3 sevens.
Jack of hearts.
Oh, what a thing of beauty for Almira.
Jack of hearts.
He's going to need 2 runners to make a straight or a flush to win this hand.
Come on.
And that's going to wrap it up. Almira's going to take down a good one.
Almira has doubled up, and she has taken the lead. One woman in the history of the World Poker Tour has taken a title. It was Van Wyn when she won this tournament a few years back. Almira trying to become the second woman to win this same event.
There's more to come, including commentary on tonight's play and the raw deal with Tony Dunst. Stick around. We'll be right back with the WPT Invitational, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
From the Commerce Casino for the World Poker Tour Celebrity Invitational. Let's shuffle up and deal!
The tournament here is the WPT Invitational. It's the most unique tournament in the world. It's more like a cocktail party where a poker game breaks out.
Hey, Don, did you like that?
Nice hand, Noah!
Poker Tour, day 2, baby! I just put a bounty on him.
You have to be invited. There's no entry fee. And Commerce Casino puts up $200,000 with all of the rebuy money going to charity. Commerce Casino is close to Hollywood. That's why we get so many celebrities year-round playing at our property. It is one giant party, and the Invitational is its biggest party of the year.
Welcome back to the WPT Invitational, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. This event started as a fantastic poker party filled with Hollywood celebrities, WPT champs, and 12 lucky ClubWPT.com qualifiers. I had a chance to talk with some of them about their experience here at the WPT Invitational, and here's what they had to say.
You know, you play online and you watch it on TV. It's a whole different ball game when you're really in it with these guys. It's just been a really, really awesome experience.
I can't thank WPT enough for this experience, just to be able to play with the pros and then to meet all the Hollywood people too. It's been phenomenal, and everyone has just been so nice at every table, just everywhere.
It's like a dream come true. I mean, it's not often you're able to live out one of your dreams, and this is one of them. I really enjoyed my stay here, and I really enjoy the club. I learned a lot, and I'm just looking to improve my game.
You know, there's nothing better than seeing people have a good time and living their dreams, and that's exactly what ClubWPT.com has given these club members. For $19.95 a month, VIP members can play an unlimited number of tournaments for their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes each month, including seats to WPT events. Sign up today and see how much fun it is to play poker. Like they say at ClubWPT.com, you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Looks like the action has started back here at Commerce. Let's get to the call of the game with Mike and Vince.
All right, heads up for the title. Up for grabs. The blinds are going up to 50 and 100,000.
And for the first time in this match, Almira Skripchenko is our chip leader.
All right, she has a 6-5. Davide has raised. She's called. He's got queen deuce. Flop comes up. 9 deuce 3. Davide hitting deuces.
But she's leading out and betting with a gut shot straight draw.
She's going to bet 220.
And he calls her with bottom pair. This guy's got some gamble to him, you got to say that. Now a queen comes off.
Gives him 2 pair. Chess champ slows down. She checks.
Now potential flush on the board now, so he checks. Leery that she could have been on a flush draw.
Down to the river we go. Almira now hitting a pair of 5s. Could get into a little trouble, but she's going to check.
So he's going to put a heavy bet out there of 400,000.
Cool.
Oh boy, she's called.
Well, I don't know why she's calling here exactly. If he had 2 deuces or 2 threes, he'd probably check there. He could have a flush, he could have a straight. All she had was 2 5s. So very peculiarly, in my mind, why she would pay that off.
Well, she paid off the master. Davide, a World Series champ, takes down that pot. Back to the next one. Almira this time with a 7-5.
Raise.
You know what? You got to appreciate her aggressiveness. She's going to raise. Makes this 240,000. And Davide can't take the heat. He folds the hand. A couple years ago, the 2009 World Series No Limit Hold'em game, $2,000 buy-in. She did make a final table, so she's got some credits.
Well, Davide's made 3 World Series of Poker final tables, including winning a bracelet at one of them.
Well, this time he's got an 8-7, and he's just going to call it. And Almira not going to raise with a 9-10. Here we go to the flop.
Yeah, flop comes queen 9-5.
Almira picking up 9s, but going to check. And Davide with a inside straight draw. That's about it. He's going to bet 100,000.
Yep, he's got the gut shot draw, just trying to pick up the pot right here. But she calls him with the 2 9s. Oh, the 6 comes off the dream card for Davide. He has made the straight. Right now, it's the best hand possible.
The chess champ checks. And the man from Brussels sticking out a bet with the straight, 240,000. Oh, she's going to call. It looks like, yep.
Well, she's drawing dead here. No card she can catch to win this pot. All she can do is catch one to get herself in more trouble.
He's checking back to say, do I really have this? River card.
When the 9 comes up, a nightmare card for Almira, because to her it looks like probably the best card she can get, and as it is, it may be the worst because she was drawing dead.
Wow, she checks it. A double-fisted 640,000 going out there.
The flash lady, I call. I have a 9.
And she does make the call.
Straight.
And she's going to hate it. Oh, that's like taking the queen out on the chessboard. And right there, we got a new chip leader. Davide has come back. He has taken the new chip lead.
Now, we've just seen Almira lose several hands in this heads-up battle. Tony Dunst has been on top of the action and is ready to weigh in on how he thinks she should be playing at this point. In this edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
It's heads-up play, and you're facing a more experienced player. The stacks are so shallow that they barely allow room for maneuverability. So what's left? Well, it may be better to just shove pre-flop. I'm Tony Dunst, known as Bond18 online. Let's break it down. The structure at this stage is effective stacks so shallow that there's a much greater amount of luck involved. This minimizes Davide's edge by allowing, suspiciously attractive for a chess player Almira Skripchenko, the chance of staying away from post-flop decisions. Simply put, if she shoves pre-flop, the decision rests on Davide, and she doesn't lose any chips unnecessarily in a bad post-flop decision. But that's not what she does.
Raise.
Things begin unraveling for Almira here, when she calls Davide's raise in the big blind with 5-6 suited.
Cool.
It's not that calling 5-6 suited out of the big blind is generally unreasonable, it's that stacks at this point are so shallow that it will be very difficult to turn a profit when in all likelihood, Almira is going to have to check fold to a bet on most textures and will almost never flop a pair that will give her confidence in her position.
Flop comes up, 9, deuce 3.
She's leading out and betting with a gut shot straight draw.
I'm also not a fan of this flop lead. What exactly is it supposed to represent and scare off? To compound things, I feel the river call is a definite mistake.
Almira hitting a pair of 5s, but she's going to check.
He's going to put a heavy bet out there of 400,000.
Oh boy, she's called.
Really, it's almost impossible for Davide to have a bluff because it makes almost no sense for him to float the flop with nothing, then check back the turn when Elmira shows weakness. If Davide happens to have a hand with weak showdown values such as ace high, a deuce, or a 3, he probably won't bet this river because there's nothing for him to get value from. So here's the lesson. If you're fortunate enough to get heads up for a WPT title, but feel that your opponent is likely stronger than you, the safest thing you can do is keep most of the decisions pre-flop, especially when stacks are short. In fact, the majority of professionals will play a heads-up stack of 15 big blinds or less as a pre-flop push or fold decision anyway. Although it may feel like you're gambling with a shot at the title, the math will often show you're doing the correct thing. And in the long run, playing correct will have you playing to win.
We'll see if Elmira can turn it around or if Davide will go all the way. When the final table of the WPT Invitational here at Commerce Casino continues, stick around.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes, and even become a WPT champion, all for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're down to heads-up play. But before we get back to the action, let's take a look at some of the success that women have had out here at the final tables on the World Poker Tour. There you see Mimi Tran. There's high-stakes cash game player Jennifer Harmon.
Actress Trishelle Canatella made the final table. What an effort.
There's Vanessa Rousseau. She came to the final table this season at the 5 Diamond Classic with the big chip lead, ended up finishing third. JJ Liu was runner-up at the Bay 101 tournament. There you see Kathy Liebert, who's made 6 final tables on the World Poker Tour.
There's our lone champion, Van Wyn, took a WPT title down.
Well, a lot of women have had great success out here on the World Poker Tour at final tables.
The heads-up battle continues, and tonight we may have another woman that takes down a WPT title, Elmira Skripchenko, in a tight battle here. She's got about 1.5 million up against Davide GACKT, who has close to 3 million. Blinds are up to 60 and 120.
Well, Van Wyn won this exact tournament like Elmira is trying to do.
Cool.
Here she's got the 10-8 of spade, limps in on the button.
All in.
And Davide with a king-9, gonna put the pressure on, says all in.
Just shuts her out of taking a flop by moving all in.
Nicely done by the 31-year-old poker pro, Davide GACKT. He and Elmira are good friends.
Well, you know she'd like to switch to chess right now. That's not the game we're playing tonight. It's poker.
This time, Davide looks down at a queen, 3 of hearts.
I go all in.
Then he says all in.
Wow.
Cool.
She's called him with the ace high. And Vince, if she wins this pot, she'll be the new chip leader in this heads-up battle.
Yeah, she's as cool as ice, makes a nice call with ace deuce. And she's a favorite now, at least to double up and become the new chip leader again.
Well, in my view, Davide's been very aggressive tonight. Made gambling plays with king 6, king 5, and here he's moved all in with the queen 3. Let's see if he can get lucky. As the cards lie, she's about a 2-to-1 favorite to win this pot.
Oh, I see an ace right there. That's great for Elmira. She hits her aces, and Davide hits a pair of 3s.
Well, Davide's going to have to catch a queen or a 3 or 2 running cards to make a straight or a flush. Otherwise, she's going to double up and be the chip leader. Oh, a queen comes off on the turn. He's taking the lead. Unbelievable. She now must catch an ace, a jack, or a deuce.
What a sickening turn card for Elmira.
It's just like her queen and 2 rooks jumped off the board.
Now she needs to suck out. River card coming up. A title at hand.
Well, a king, that's going to do it. The Belgian is going to take this title. So Vince's aggressive play with those marginal hands has paid off for the Belgian. He captures this WPT title.
We have a champion of the WPT Invitational, Davide GACKT. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The master takes down his apprentice.
Well, it's like a dream. First of all, we're invited to play very important tournaments, which has a very good field, and then overall I made it to the final. And even if I've lost, I've learned a very important lesson, so never to give up. And I will be back.
And here's the champion of the WPT Invitational from Belgium, Davide GACKT.
So there you have it. Davide GACKT lifts his glass in the traditional WPT champion's toast as as we celebrate the conclusion of one of poker's biggest parties, the WPT Invitational here at Commerce Casino. GACKT has made his way up here from the arena. Right now, I'm joined by WPT's newest champion. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Great to see you up here. I know this has been a dream of yours for a long time, watching the WPT on television in Belgium. Tell me about your experience.
Yeah, I'm really happy about the win. I was really won the World Poker Tour bracelet, and yeah, that was fantastic. Yeah.
And you won 100K tonight. How do you plan on spending the money?
To be honest, I'm more happy about the bracelet than about the money. You know, in poker, you always disappoint except the title. Yeah.
Well, I know for most poker players, it's all about the title, not the money. So I'm expecting a lot out of you at the championship.
Thank you.
Job well done. Congratulations to the WPT Invitational champion, GACKT from Belgium. Join us next time in Los Angeles for the LAPC. From Commerce Casino in Los Angeles, I'm Kimberly Lansing. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the rest of the WPT team, thanks for watching. Good night.
Rolling.
You want to send me home already?
I was going to ask you the same thing.
So much for your legendary, It's invaluable.
Bad lay down.
Excessively more drunk than normal.
This is why I love the game.
Oh, that's something you don't see from guys that bust each other.
I'm all in.
Shocked, I tell you.
GACKT, congratulations.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Los Angeles, the most successful player in the history of the WPT faces stiff competition in the fight to win a $1.6 million first place prize. The final table of the LA Poker Classic starts now, only on the World Poker Tour.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
In the 9 years that the WPT has covered the LA Poker Classic, one fact stands out. Only exceptional poker players win the LAPC. The roster of past winners is an honor roll of the game's biggest names. Names like Ivey and Hansen, Mizrachi and Esfandiari. Over the past 9 years, the LAPC has established itself as one of the most coveted titles in the game. This season, 681 of poker's best players came to the Commerce Casino to see who would survive some of the most intense action we've seen all season. As with any tournament, there is one thing on players' minds as they take their seats on day one: table draw.
You know, the table draw is like the key to success. If you get a good table, I mean, that's all you hope for.
One player full of optimism as she searched the room for her seat was Maria Ho. But reality set in as she found her table and saw who was on her left.
I wish I wasn't here.
Thankfully, a good misread saved the day.
Yes! Guess what? I'm not here.
Maria made her way to her new table, one that didn't have three-time WPT champion Carlos Mortensen to her left. Even as the field topped 650 players, there were few soft spots as big-name pros filled table after table. After a big bet on the river by Eric Lindgren, Jason Kuhn made a tough call, only to find his hand crushed by Eric's flopped straight. He flashed a 5 for a rivered 3 of a kind and mucked.
It's just like you're never bluffing in there, aren't you? It is hard to bluff straights.
That's why I try so often.
Yeah.
Day one ended with over 500 players still in the field. Hedge fund manager Mike Baxter was the chip leader with over $125,000. Internet marketing entrepreneur Gregory Brooks in 4th, Jason Mercier in 5th, and Festa Alwago runner-up Michael Benvenuti finished with $98,000, good for 8th place. With registration open until noon on day 2, late arrivals pushed the field to 681 entrants, creating the largest prize pool of season 9 and guaranteeing that one of these players would become the latest WPT Poker-made millionaire. One of the first casualties of the day was Season 8 Player of the Year Faraz Jaka, who called Amit Makisha's 4-bet shove with pocket fours. Amit's ace-queen took the lead on the flop and held up, sending Faraz to the rail.
That's wrong. I'm shocked, actually.
Another early casualty was former LAPC champ and recent Season 9 5-diamond winner, Antonio Esfandiari. As the day continued, it was another former LAPC champ, Michael Mizrachi, who made seemingly easy work accumulating chips, as did 3-time WPT champ Carlos Mortensen. Their strong showing vaulted the two superstars into the top 10 chip stacks of Day 2, a day that saw 238 players survive, with Joe De Niro as the huge chip leader. The top of the leaderboard was filled with heavyweights as Alan Cunningham in 9th place joined Carlos Mortensen in 7th and Michael Mizrachi in 5th place.
I'm enjoying the WPT rush, and hopefully Day 3 is going to be better than Day 2. It's been a while.
On Day 3 of the LA Poker Classic, play wouldn't end until the money was reached. That meant to get to the magic number of 63 players, we would have to lose 75% of the field. Young pro Darren Elias got involved in a huge pot after going all in on the flop in a hand with film star Jennifer Tilly. Jennifer called with King-Queen of Hearts. No heart on the turn and the river gave him the massive pot and left Jennifer on the short stack. After which Darryl helped thin the field, knocking out Soy Win and Jennifer Tilly in quick fashion. On the opposite end of the spectrum, after a strong Day 1, Greg Brooks found himself on the short stack and all in for his last 17K. His hand held up, and he was quickly all in and doubling up again against Season 9 Beau Rivage finalist Shannon Shore. When play got down to 64 players, online pro Amir Lahavit was all in pre-flop with his tournament life and the shame of being the bubble boy on the line. Michael DeVita was put to a tough decision, but managed to keep the atmosphere on the light side.
Anybody ever tell you you look like Homer Simpson?
Nope, didn't hear that one.
Amir had the last laugh as he caught an ace on the river to survive, and the day continued. After 2 hours of hand-for-hand play, the bubble was burst when 2-time WPT champion Hoyt Corkins busted out just short of the money. With Hoyt out in 64th place, the other 63 players exhaled and celebrated that each player had a minimum of $22,000 and we're all still alive for the $1 million play.
Party on the bubble. I think it may be the first party bubble ever in the history of poker.
Poker pro Jason DeWitt finished the day as chip leader, the only player to break the 1 million chip mark. Darryl Fish continued his rush to end in 8th place. Another successful day for Carlos put him in 10th, and after being on the short stack earlier in the day, Greg Brooks chipped up to $480,000, good for 12th place. With every player starting Day 4 guaranteed at least $22,000, the battle for the almost $1.7 million first place prize began in earnest. As fate would have it, another LAPC title was not in the cards for the grinder and busted in 48th place. The one player making the most noise on Day 4 was former WPT champion Vivek Rajkumar. It looked like Vivek was playing every hand and tangled repeatedly with one of the chip leaders, James C-Roll Carroll. In one hand, James and Vivek got it all in pre-flop, and Vivek doubled up when James did not improve. The day saw the exit of many great players, including Joe Hashim in 33rd, Tim West in 21st, and coming off his final table appearance at the WPT Invitational, Dan Heimiller in 20th. Vivek continued to dominate on Day 4 and finished at the top of the leaderboard with over $3 million in chips. Carlos Mortensen continued his good run with a 6th place finish. On Day 5, the last day before the WPT final table, the remaining 18 players settled in for what could be a long day of poker. Things got off to a quick start when Carlos Mortensen busted the short stack Kathy Lieber in 18th place. The biggest hand of the day and tournament happened with 12 players remaining. Carlos Mortensen raised from under the gun to $95,000. Shannon Shore re-raised from the small blind to $275,000, and James Carroll moved all in from the big blind. Carlos moved all in over the top, and Shannon quickly called the all in. Carlos had the other players covered, but his pair of queens was way behind going to the flop. To the shock of everyone in the room, the flop came out with 3 spades, giving Carlos a chance to knock out both players. A spade on the turn gave Carlos the flush and sent 2 disappointed players home early. At the same time this hand was developing, the other table had its own drama, as young pro Jesse Yaganuma's all-in was called by Brunson 10 member Steve Gross. Jesse's ace-9 was dominated by Steve's ace-10. No help on the board eliminated Jesse, and he finished in a three-way tie for 10th place, along with James Carroll and a shell-shocked Shannon Shore.
It doesn't sting as bad right now. It'll set in. Like, definitely not happy. 10th doesn't pay the bills.
The final 9 players combined to one table, where Day 3 chip leader Jason DeWitt was the first victim, followed by two-time WPT finalist Alan Cunningham in 8th place.
It was a pretty good one, all the way up until the last hand. 5 good days, but one bad second.
The unfortunate TD Bubble Boy honor went to David Bakes Baker after his pocket kings lost to Vivek Rajkumar's ace-10 after Vivek hit an ace on the flop. And with that, the final 6 of the LA Poker Classic was set. Leading the way were 3-time WPT champion Carlos Mortensen and Season 7 Borgata Poker Open champion Vivek Rajkumar, who were neck and neck in chips.
Joining them were 2 young online stars, Daryl Fish and Steve Gross.
Plus Amir Lahavit, who roared back from being all in on the bubble on Day 4. And Greg Brooks, who had a great comeback to make his first final table in the very first WPT event he's played.
As you can see, these 6 players have been through the fire to reach this final table. Of the final 6, however, the big story is clearly Carlos Mortensen. For more on that, let's turn to Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, can you put into perspective Carlos's accomplishments here on the WPT and in the poker world?
Well, Kimberly, if anybody doesn't have Carlos Mortensen on their truly great players list, they're just simply not well informed. Carlos is already the all-time money winner in the history of the WPT. He's also tied for first place with Gus Hansen in most wins on the World Poker Tour with 3. He's the only player in history that won the main event at the World Series of Poker and the main event on the World Poker Tour.
And his return on investment for entering WPT events is almost $100,000 per event that he enters.
Whoever's in second place is a distant second. Simply put, Carlos Mortensen is a true superstar in the poker world.
He is indeed. But Vince, the talk around the poker world is how talented this final table would be even without Carlos Mortensen. He has his work cut out for him, no?
Absolutely, Kimberly. We also have Vivek Rajkumar. And if you remember a couple years ago at Borgata, he took a WPT title down. He won that event. He's an excellent young player. The rest of the field, very tough, well-respected professionals. They're all going after this title, especially Vivek, who wants to become a 2-time WPT champion. It's going to be very exciting.
Can Carlos or Vivek add another title to their poker resume, or will a new champion emerge to take this title and the $1.6 million that goes with it? Stick around. The final table of the LAPC begins right after this.
In Season 7, I won the Borgata Open in Atlantic City.
Come on. Nice ball.
He does go all in, and he's quickly called by Vivek, and the young 22-year-old has stubbed his toe, it looks like, Vance. He could go out in 5th place right now. Here comes the flop. Oh, a 10 comes on the flop. Vivek has taken the lead. Slap him there.
This is so exciting. This is so exciting.
Winning this tournament would mean a lot. It would mean that, you know, I wasn't just an idiot luck box in the first one, although I did suck out a lot to get there and here. But, I mean, it does give me validation that it is possible to win a couple of WPT titles, as hard as it may seem.
We are back here at the World Poker Tour, and that was Vivek Rajkumar. And he's changed a bit. He's gone from the Beatles haircut to the Urkel look, but he's still a great player.
Well, also at this final table are 2 young pros you might not recognize, but they're well known in the online poker world. That's Daryl Fish and Steve Gross. But the biggest name at this final table is with sideline reporter Matt Savage, who's working double duty tonight as tournament director.
I'm here with Carlos Mortensen. He's a leading money winner on the World Poker Tour, looking for his 4th World Poker Tour title, something that's never been done before. What kind of pressure do you feel going into tonight?
Don't feel much pressure, if I tell you the truth. I feel like I'm going to come back again.
You're kind of the old guard. A lot of young players here at the final table tonight. What's it going to take for you to win?
Luck. I'm gonna need luck, of course, and don't play bad. You know, don't make any mistakes. Try to play my best.
All right, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, let's see it.
Well, there you see the chip leaders, Vivek Rajkumar out in front, right on his heels, 3-time WPT champ Carlos Mortensen. And on a short stack right now, Steve Gross with $1.2 million.
All right, the winner's going to take home close to $1.7 million.
Tournament director Matt Savage getting them underway, so here we go.
And on the very first hand, look at this. Vivek Rajkumar picks up the ladies' pair of queens. Andy's a 5,000, blinds 25 and 50. and he is going to raise it up. Makes it 125,000 to go. Darryl Fish goes out.
Oh, and look at this. Greg Brooks has picked up 2 aces.
Oh, boy, the weapons of mass destruction on the very first hand.
Incredible on deal number 1. He is going to 3-bet it. Makes it 315,000 to go.
Amir Lahavit going away. Now Steve Gross, the online poker professional.
Wow, he's on the short stack, but look at this. He's got 2 10s.
3 wired pairs like this. Unbelievable.
Now, he knows Vivek's just the chip leader. Might raise with any 2 cards, but certainly you have to respect Greg Brooks for re-raising on the first deal. You're just not going to do it without a hand. But he's coming over the top of both of them. And Vince, he's put in about half his stack there, over 650,000.
Carlos out. This is a complete logjam.
All in.
Vivek goes all in with the ladies.
I'm in shock over that.
And now back to the man that has the real hand.
Well, Greg Brooks went to Wake Forest as a communication major, minored in entrepreneurship, started his first business at 19, then actually played as a pro player for about 4 years, took some time off to go back to the business world.
All in.
He says all in. Steve Gross now might be pot committed. We'll see.
Well, Steve's only got 600,000 left. Remember, blinds are 25 and 50,000, so he's got 12 big blinds left.
Boy. This is sick.
Now, Vince, I'm sure Steve feels like his hand is beat right now, which it is. But still, if you want to give yourself the best chance to win, sometimes you got to gamble. He's getting over 5-to-1 odds. If he got lucky and won this pot, he could be a serious force in this tournament. Otherwise, he's going to be on a severe short stack with just 12 big blinds. But still, you hate to go out on the first hand, especially if you know you're beat.
Does he want to gamble? He could be priced in.
My fault.
Well, he's laid his hand down.
Wow. So now they're going to turn up the cards.
So here we go. Aces versus queens.
And look at Vivek. Completely disappointed. He can't believe his queens are in second position.
I've done this before. I've done this before.
Well, we saw him crack the 2 aces at Mark Safe when he won his first title. He had 2 10s that end. Here he's got 2 queens.
I should have made it a little smaller. I wasn't planning on folding.
Greg, I'm just going to warn you, I've done this before.
I don't care.
It's not going to scare Greg Brooks.
Vince, ironically, Greg Brooks' online name is Aces versus Queens. And here we have it right here. His WPT dreams of a title on the line. Oh, flop comes 10-9 deuce. Steve Gross is going to be sick right now.
To the barf bag you go.
Unbelievable. He would have flopped 3 10s to take the lead.
Here's the turn card. 5 on the turn. No help for Vivek.
So sick.
Well, Vivek is going to have to catch a queen on the river to eliminate Greg Brooks from this tournament. Doesn't happen as the jack comes off. And just that quick, Greg Brooks has over 5.2 million in chips at this final table. And what a force he could be from here.
He's 23 years old, out of Wyckoff, New Jersey. His first WPT event, and he has crushed them on the very first hand.
Well, what drama here on hand number 1, no doubt about it. Incredible.
We're off to a fast start here at the Commerce Casino. Coming up, part 1 of my 2-part sit-down with the one and only Phil Ivey in this week's edition of 5 Questions. Plus, Tony Dunst will break it all down in the raw deal when the WPT's continuing coverage of the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, returns right after this.
We're excited about having the Royal Flush Girls playing with 7 of our local players in a home game. We ran a contest to get these players entered to play with them, and all 7 of the players are real excited to sit down with a couple of the girls and play for a couple hours.
All right.
I think these guys will give up their money for these girls.
Oh, it all comes together. I should have raised it. Huh?
Right on the river.
Ooh! It's exciting.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where the Royal Flush Girls, brought to you by prestigious models, are crushing the competition here at the Commerce Casino.
Well, there's always plenty of action at the tables here at the world's largest poker casino, but tonight, the hottest action is at our final table, so let's go down to the felt.
As you can see right now, the chip leader is Carlos Mortensen, 3-time WPT champion. He's got about 5.3 in chips.
Well, Vince, just a moment ago, Vivek was the chip leader. He's now sitting in 4th chip position after taking that beat with the 2 queens against the 2 aces. And it's a hand I think he could have got away from had he taken a little bit more time to think
All
about
right,
it.
to the hand we go, a couple folds, and now it's around to Vivek, who has a pair of 5s.
They just got burned on the 2 queens. Let's see what happens with the speed limit, Ann.
He's going to make it 125,000 to go into Darren Fish.
Well, Darren, tough young pro, has a 7-deuce offsuit. Vince, it looks like he's getting out raising chips.
Don't do it, Darren. Don't do it.
Well, I know these young players like to be bold and aggressive, Vince, but when you're sitting in 5th chip position out of 6 players, I don't like re-raising with a 7-deuce offsuit and burning up my chips.
Makes it 305. Mir Lahavit, who operates a poker training site, looks down at ace-queen.
Well, he's got a tough decision here. He knows Vivek's obviously capable of raising with any 2 cards. He's now going to know that Darren Fish is also capable of raising with any 2 cards, because you can't have a worse hand than the one he re-raised with.
Well, he has re-raised, makes it 705,000. Vivek now going to muck his 5s.
Now, Vince, give Amir credit for knowing his opponents here. Comes over the top of 2 raisers with an ace-queen and takes down the pot.
Darren Fish saying, what the heck am I doing with a 7-deuce, trying to get fancy? I am the fish at the table.
My live results thus far have not been spectacular, to say the least. I went to my birthday dinner. I was sitting there with like 5 guys who all have had some major score in live poker. It was Jeff Madsen, McLean Carr, Amit Makija, and Randall Flowers. And it was kind of disappointing, you know, because I feel like I'm definitely good enough, and there's no reason I shouldn't have. But, you know, things happen. Things take time sometimes. Now I finally can sit with them at dinner again without being embarrassed. Yeah.
I think he will take a little needle for raising there with the 7-deuce from those guys, but young guys like that kind of play.
Back to the table, we do a couple folds. And now Vivek Rajkumar.
Well, Vivek's picked up a big hand here. He's got ace-king on the button. Going to raise it to 125,000.
Into Darren Fish, who has an unimpressive queen 7.
Well, we saw Darren 3-bet him a minute ago with a 7-deuce offsuit. And it looks like he's going to 3-bet him again with this marginal hand.
Oh, brave young guy.
Try and try again. That's his motto, but it's not going to work here, I don't think.
Greg going away.
Vivek's got ace-king.
All in.
He's moving all in.
Yep.
Fun game. Nice hand.
And the fish is going to swim away very quickly after that all-in bet by Vivek.
Well, Darren trying to make something happen there, but in the end, sometimes you've got to have patience in poker, and right now, it looks like Darren is lacking it.
Stay with us. We're coming back with more action on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes, and even become a WPT champion, all for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Michelle Banzer. I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls for the World Poker Tour. Nobody ever expects that I'm a computer nerd. I like programming quite a bit. C++, C#, PHP, Java, JavaScript. Fun, exciting. It's been fun here at the Commerce Casino. We've gotten to do cool things. We played in the low limit room here at Commerce. I think I did pretty well. We actually visited the spa, and that was nice. That's my favorite. I've had a great time here so far. It's been great.
Welcome back to the LA Poker Classic. And the girls showing off this great casino, the Commerce Casino. And I love the spa, too. It has a great steam room, and then they have a cold plunge, Mike, that I love to take after I take a tough beat. All right, you're speechless. All right, back to the table we go. A couple folds.
And Steve Gross on the short stack. Only has about 500,000 left. Moving all in here with the king 10 of clubs on the button.
Carlos is folded, and look at this. Vivek with ace-jack says call. We got a showdown.
And Vivek, a very happy-go-lucky guy, smiling here.
He's favored to knock out Steve Gross. Steve is a fine professional, but this could be his last legs right here.
Oh, no. Comes king right on the flop.
10. Somebody call for a 10.
Well, Vivek needs an ace to give him the lead. A 10 would obviously give him a straight and the best hand, but right now he needs an ace or a 10. Doesn't happen as the deuce comes off on the turn. And Steve Gross with a great chance to double up here if he can dodge an ace or a 10 on the river. Well, the king comes off. Steve has made 3 kings to stay alive.
Oh, boy, he goes to his sycophants. I need friends. Gets big hugs, back at the table, and Steve Gross is back in this game.
Good hand, Steve.
Thank you. In 2009, I won Card Player's Online Player of the Year. And winnings alone for online tournaments, something like 5 million or so. I've had some mild success playing live, but I've never had the huge score that we're looking for today.
Marlboro man, 25 years old, making it happen.
Well, pretty impressive amount of money he's won playing online poker, that's for sure. Over 5 million, as he said.
All right, Greg Brooks now, the 23-year-old from Wyckoff, New Jersey. He just has a 9-6, but he's getting hungry to play a pot. He has raised it to 110. Amir going out. Steve Gross also folding.
Now, over to Carlos Mortensen. And he picks up ace-jack here.
He's been very quiet so far tonight. And now he's just going to call.
Probably out of respect for the fact Greg is the one player at the table that has him covered in chip count.
Well, Vivek with king-queen also calling, so we have three-way action.
And all these guys got plenty of chips. Now flop comes 7, deuce, deuce. No help to anybody.
Vivek checks.
And here's Greg with the worst hand, obviously, but got a very good flop to make a continuation bet with.
Well, he's going to do so. 260.
Well, Carlos just not buying it.
Vivek out.
He just feels like his ace-jack might be the best hand. That's why he's a 3-time WPT champ, because he's got great feel for the game. Now a 10 comes off. Gives Greg a gut shot straight draw, but really has nothing here.
Now will Greg have the guts to pull the trigger again with a nothing hand? Yes, he does. 560,000 he is bet.
Unbelievable. This 23-year-old firing into the 3-time WPT champ Carlos Mortensen with no hand.
Putting the pressure on the Matador.
I'm telling you, folks, you got ace high, you thought you might have had the best hand on the flop, you call, the guy fires again. Your problem is, what if he fires a big bet on the river? What am I going to do with the ace high? In case I call here. You have to admire Carlos's poker instincts, but tough to play with just an ace high. Well, Carlos lays it down. Give Greg Brooks a lot of credit for firing another shell into the great Carlos Mortensen.
You talk about poker heart, that is Greg Brooks right now. Who is this guy?
Plenty more action still to come, plus my interview with the greatest player in poker, Phil Ivey. In this week's edition of 5 Questions, when the WPT's coverage of the LAPC, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues right after this.
You're regarded as the best poker player in the world. Who's the second best?
Don't just use your phone to call. Use it to raise.
Download the World Poker Tour Texas Hold'em game to your mobile device today and get in on the action. Welcome back to the LA Poker Classic. We're at the Commerce Casino. I'm Vince Van Patten alongside Hall of Famer Mike Sexton.
Well, Vance, we've got a great game going on tonight, but while we've got a break in the action, let's take a moment to tell everyone about the great games that they can play at home on ClubWPT.com.
Well, you're right, Mike. We've been talking about it all season long. ClubWPT.com. It's getting very, very popular. People love it. You can play in as many poker tournaments as you want all month long and possibly win up to $100,000 in cash and prizes each month. Pretty exciting.
And there are no buy-ins ever.
No.
You just pay a monthly membership fee of $19.95, and you get unlimited poker as well as a slew of VIP member benefits.
It truly is like one of the best things in poker. So if you want to check it out, ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Okay, let's get back to the table.
Blinds are up to 30 and 60,000. The action has been folded around to Greg Brooks.
23-year-old entrepreneur picks up 2 4s. He's going to raise it here. Makes it $135,000 to go.
Into Amir from Western Florida, folding. Steve Gross also going out.
Around to Carlos Mortensen in the big blind. He's got the king-7 of spade.
How much you have?
How much is that? 130.
No, how much you start?
I'm glad that we're still playing the game. I have 6.15.
I just want to see how much you're going to have left.
Oh, jousting back.
Well, Carlos going to make the call here. So the 2 chip leaders going at it. Oh, and the flop comes queen 4 deuce with 2 spades. The chip leader has flopped 3 4s.
I check.
Carlos has checked.
Carlos Mortensen has a spade flush draw. This could spell big trouble for the Matador.
Greg with huge hand. 3 of a kind.
Possible fireworks in the making here.
Greg not going to play it sneaky. He has bet it $185,000 and just calling is Carlos.
One guy's got a hand, one guy's got a draw. Let's see what happens.
Carlos doesn't get the spade at 8 of hearts on the turn, and he checks again. Greg Brooks, methodical, powerful, impressive, bets again, $485,000. The Spaniard with the 4 flush. Oh, man, he is going to do it right now. He's checked raise.
Those are $100,000 chips, folks, so he's bet $1 million here.
Little does he know that this man, Greg Brooks, has a real hand.
You're never getting away from 3-4s here in this situation with that board. The question is, how do you play it if you're Greg? Do you re-raise right now? Or you just make a call and let the aggressive Carlos just go ahead and hang himself on the river?
You remember that painting, American Gothic? It looks a little like this man right here with a pitchfork and his wife and the country and the farm. Okay.
He's just calling here.
Carlos is praying for a spade. Didn't get it. 10 of hearts on the river.
Whatever Carlos puts in there, he can wave goodbye to. Greg going nowhere. Carlos checks. He's essentially waving the flag here. Just saying, I'm not going to lose any more chips in this pot.
Greg Brooks. Love that river card. He's going to put more chips. 1.6 out there. And 3-time WPT champion Carlos Mortensen just completely disappointed with this, the way it went, and he finally has to mark the hand. Greg Brooks taking down another pot. He extends his chip lead.
Greg Brooks played as a pro player for about 4 years. Took some time off to go back to the business world. He's come back, and he is dabbing it right now.
This week, I was fortunate to sit with the legendary Phil Ivey for a very special 2-part edition of 5 Questions. Part 2 will air in the next episode. Right now, here's part 1 in this week's edition of 5 Questions.
You're regarded as the best poker player in the world. Who's the second best?
That's a trick question. There's a lot of really good poker players right now. I mean, I can't really say who the second best poker player is. There's just so many tough players. Patrik, Gus, Doyle Brunson, of course. Even to rank me as the best, I know I'm a really good player, and people feel that way. But I just kind of like, I don't really ever really think about that.
It took you 8 final table appearances to finally capture your first WPT title. How did it feel to take it down here at Commerce?
You know, once you start making these final tables and you don't win, you start to feel negative and get a little dejected sometimes. You start thinking, wow, man, am I ever going to win? And it took me 8 times to win. But, I like winning, as most players do. So it was nice to, get that one out the way.
Outside of poker, what other projects have you been working on?
I'm pretty sure I'm going to do a Phil Ivey Poker Academy school. I was just kind of joking around with a friend of mine about doing it. He said he thinks it's a great idea. And I didn't really think that I could teach poker. I didn't think I'd really be too good at it. So one day I just kind of tried it. I was playing online and, just put a little camera behind me. I was just discussing the hands and how I was thinking. And it actually turned out to be pretty good.
What are some of the mistakes poker players make at the table?
In a tournament, wow, players make so many mistakes. I would say they get frustrated and they end up putting all their chips in the spot. They play for 3-4 days and they have these monster blow-ups and they end up making really, really bad decisions. It's just like they're happy to get to the 3rd or 4th day and then they just kind of give it away. You just need to be patient, I think, especially down towards the end.
You have a lot of respect for poker's history and your predecessors. Where do you see yourself fitting into that equation?
Well, I have a long way to go, hopefully, before I'm poker history, so I'm still very motivated. I love to play, so hopefully in time, I'll have all the records and, history will speak for itself.
Well, there you see Greg Brooks trying to win his first WPT title right here at the LA Poker Classic, just like Phil Ivey did.
He's well out in front, 7.4 million. Greg Brooks. Just an amazing effort here tonight. Down to the money pit we go. Amir Lahavit going away. Steve Gross also out.
Oh, now Carlos has picked up a big hand. He's got 2 queens this time.
Oh, Olay. He makes it 150,000 to go. Vivek Rajkumar going to take a break.
Well, Daryl Fish looks down at Queen 10 of spade. We've seen him 3-bet a couple times a night with garbage hands. He got punished both times for it. He's going to get punished here if he tries it again, that's for sure.
boy, swim, fishy. Swim when you can.
Come on.
Oh, he's going all in.
Well, he's gone in all over the top.
Greg out, and of course Carlos has to call with the queens. And the fish is in a lot of trouble.
That's unfortunate.
He is on the hook, and he is squirming.
Well, this is the third time he's tried this play. This time, at least he's got some kind of hand. He knows Carlos doesn't have to have anywhere near 2 queens to raise on the button in that spot. Unfortunately for him, he's in dire straits here. But a 10 comes right on the flop. So at least he's alive to win the pot. Must catch a 10 to do it.
Yeah, the fish has possibilities here as he looks up to the heavens.
Well, an ace comes off on the turn. The fish on the hook in a big way. Can he squirm off? Gonna have to catch a 10 to do it. 6 comes off on the river, so that's gonna do it for Darrell Fish. Every time he tried to make a move, he got slapped on the wrist. This time, he got booted out of here. So Darrell Fish out tonight in 6th place.
Yeah, he'll take home $235,000. He gave it back to Carlos, the Matador. And now he's talking to our sideline reporter, Matt Savage.
Steve Fish, you never really got anything going tonight.
No, it was kind of slow. Tried to look for some spots to re-raise and pick it up pre-flop, and apparently ran into some hands. Moved it in, you know, tried to get a re-steal on Carlos because I assume he's going to be raising a lot there, and he happened to have a hand that had me in pretty bad shape, so no regrets really. You know, I did my best, and that's all you can do really. So
$235,000. We're going to see you at some more World Poker Tour events.
Yeah, you just might. Yeah.
Congratulations.
And with that, Darrell Fish is out in 6th place. When we return, Tony Dunst will tell us how it all went wrong or just didn't go right for Darrell in this week's edition of The Raw Deal when the WPT's continuing coverage of the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, returns in just a moment. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Before the break, we saw Darrell Fish try to push a player off a hand for the 3rd time and fail. Was he playing a little too wild or just in the wrong place at the wrong time? For a detailed breakdown, let's turn it over to Tony Dunst in this week's edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
Let's take a look back at the brief television career of Darrell Fish. Poor Darrell. He's such a nice boy in real life, and he's just made his first WPT final table, and now many people watching will likely think he foolishly donked off his chips in 3 hands. The thing about poker is that we can run bad in more ways than one, some more readily apparent than others. Oh, Darrell, let's break you down. I think the 7-deuce hand is a pretty attractive spot for a bluff, since it's doubtful anyone behind Darrell is going to be going nuts within the first few hands of the final table, and Vivek is going to be raising that spot a ton. Darrell likely believes that Vivek will attack the big blind of the least experienced player at the table, Amir Lehevat, with a pretty wide range of hands from the cutoff. Darrell is in position and can re-raise without anyone behind him having a stack that's easy to move in with. So he takes a shot at bluffing Vivek out, but unfortunately gets caught when Amir wakes up with a big hand. I'm not digging the Queen-7 bluff. Vivek is aware that Darrell likes to 3-bet plenty, and across the table, Steve Gross is currently sitting on just $510,000 in chips. This means he is likely to double up or go out in the very near future. There's a $70,000 real money jump between 5th and 6th, and Vivek knows that Darrell is not in the position to be calling off his stack in a marginal situation while Steve is still so short. This puts someone with a lot more chips and an aggressive playing style like Vivek in a great spot to put the pressure back on Darrell with a 4-bet, whether he has the hand or not.
All in. One game. Nice hand.
By the time his elimination hand rolls around, Darrell is down to only 20 big blinds and takes a shot moving in over the top of Carlos Mortensen.
Come on. I call.
I think the Queen-10 suited shove over a smart, aggressive player like Carlos is sensible, and most of the time, I assume I'll suck out when called with that hand anyway. I mean, Queen-10 suited? That's almost Jack-10 suited in sucking out potential. I think saying Darrell foolishly bluffed off his stack is kind of results-oriented, but it's true that he didn't have to take those risks. Oh well, Darrell. Perhaps next time. At least no one can say you don't have guts.
Well, we know young guns like to stay aggressive, but in poker, if you get called every time you bluff, you're bluffing too much, and if you never get called, you're not bluffing enough. As I said earlier, sometimes you've got to have patience in poker, and obviously, Darrell lacked it tonight.
All right, back to the felt we go. Greg Brooks now with a pair of 8s.
Well, he has showed he's not afraid to play, that's for sure. Here he's got a hand.
Brooks has made it 135, but Amir right behind him with an ace-8.
Now, the ace-8's just a marginal hand here. But when you're seeing the guy sitting on your right continue to raise time and time again, so you know how aggressive a guy's playing, and sometimes you do just come over the top with a weak ace in that spot.
And that's what Amir has done. Makes it 325,000 to go. Folded around back on Greg Brooks. And he has called it with the eights.
Well, it's ace-jack 3.
And this is beautiful for Amir. He hits his aces. And it's on Greg. He's going to check.
Well, you re-raise with an ace-8, you flop an ace. Certainly you're going to fire at the pot, but no. Amir checks it, very puzzled by that check. And now an 8 comes off. This gives Greg 3 8s, and his opponent has aces and 8s.
Just a disaster there for Amir.
Well, this is trouble with a capital T for Amir here. I think he was slow playing his aces on the flop. Now he's got aces and 8s, and he is going to be heading toward whitewater very shortly.
Well, Greg Brooks looking over at him like death warmed over. Methodical, robotic Greg Brooks. Hitting the proper card on 4th Street. And he's going to make his bet. 560,000 with a 3 of a kind. Amir probably thinks he's out in front.
Well, I'm shocked that Amir didn't raise it here, Vince. I mean, my goodness, he didn't bet with 2 aces on the flop. He doesn't raise with aces and 8s on the turn. Now a 3 comes off. So if you've got aces and 8s, that 3 is not really going to scare you. You're not going to think a pre-flop raiser has a 3 in his hand.
No. And there's Amir sitting duck. Greg Brooks taking his time with his full house. He's trying to figure out exactly how much he can extract from Amir. 1.7 and change.
I call.
Oh boy, Amir has made the call.
8's full. Yeah, it's full.
Well, certainly you're going to make the call with aces and 8s here. Almost surprised he didn't raise it all in there, but Greg Brooks winning a nice pot there.
Greg's parents sporting the patriotic look, rooting on their son. And that is absolute devastation for Amir. He is stinging right there. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action from the WPT.
Welcome back to LA and the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to the LA Poker Classic with the Royal Flush Girls. They're at every WPT event, along with Kimberly Lansing, Mike Sexton, and myself.
There you see the Season 9 Player of the Year standings. Legends of Poker champion Andy Frankenberger still in the lead, but with 4 events remaining, the race is far from over.
And as you can see, Greg Brooks is our chip leader.
Yep, this 23-year-old from Wyckoff, New Jersey, well out in front right now with a great opportunity to take down his first WPT title, but it's not going to be easy. These are some tough players sitting in front of him.
Okay, we have a couple folds around Steve Gross on the short stack. He's got Jack 10 of spades. Is he going to fire? Yes, he is. He's gone all in.
Well, he's moved all in on the button. Carlos goes out.
Only one to beat is Vivek, and he's going to make the call with ace high, and Vivek's out in front of his hand. Ouch. We got ace 3 up against Jack 10.
Can Steve survive yet again?
Here comes the flop.
Well, the flop comes king, king 9. Now, this gives Steve a straight draw, so he could take the lead with a 10 or a jack. He'll make the nuts if a queen comes off.
Yep, he's getting some outs as his dad roots him on. Steve Gross. Oh, he gets a spade there. He's 4 flushing.
Come on, dude. You're the.
So Steve can now win the pot with a queen, a jack, a 10, or a spade. Must have one of those cards, but he's got a lot of outs. 4 clubs on the river. So that's going to do it for Steve Gross, the 25-year-old from Marlboro, New Jersey, out tonight in 5th place.
Yeah. Marlboro Kid has to say goodnight, picks up 304,000, and we are down to 4 players at the LAPC.
And with that, we've reached the halfway point in our coverage of the LA Poker Classic. Mike, what do you make of what we've seen so far?
Kimberly, we've seen phenomenal poker tonight.
We've seen 2 bets, 3 bets, 4 bets, check raises with no hands, fighting for pots, float plays. We've seen the works here tonight, but so far, the class of the table has been 23-year-old Greg Brooks in his first ever WPT final table. He doubled up through Vivek Rajkumar with aces versus queens in a huge hand early on at this final table, and he has not looked back since. He's been pushing this table around, including the great Carlos Mortensen, who Greg has simply outplayed on occasion. Greg is dabbing it right now, and in my mind, he's definitely the man to beat.
And Vince, how do you see this playing out?
Well, Kimberly, Greg Brooks has been a monster here tonight. He is Mr. American Gothic. He has been pulling out the pitchfork and jamming his opponents.
I have 8's full. 8's full.
As we saw him doing a huge hand with Amir Lahavit. Now, Greg has the chip lead, but don't forget, it was 3-time WPT champ Carlos Mortensen who knocked out the young online pro Darren Fish, and WPT champ Vivek Rajkumar, who busted the online legend Steve Gross. Now, if Greg Brooks can capture this title tonight, well, hats off to him. Anything can happen, but this has the makings of a great finish, believe me.
Thank you, gentlemen. One of these players will become a WPT Poker Made millionaire and capture a WPT title right here at the Commerce Casino. Please join us next time for the WPT's continuing coverage of the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Los Angeles tonight, one player will win over $1.6 million and join Phil Ivey, Antonio Esfandiari, and Michael the Grinder Mizrachi as champion of one of the world's elite tournaments. The conclusion of the LA Poker Classic starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
It is the extreme miracle.
Unbelievable.
681 players entered the LA Poker Classic, generating the largest prize pool of Season 9, over $6.5 million. And as with any tournament held at the Commerce Casino, the field was stacked with the biggest names in poker. 4 are left, but only one of them can win the title and take home over $1.6 million. Carlos the Matador Mortensen, already the most successful player in WPT history, is in the hunt for an unprecedented 4th title. WPT champ Vivek Rajkumar is going for his 2nd title and over $3.3 million in career WPT earnings. But so far at this final table, it has been young Gregory Brooks in his first WPT event ever, who has dominated the action. Right now, let's turn it over to Mike and Vince to get us up to speed.
Well, Kimberly, Greg Brooks is the monster at the table. He's 23 years old. He has been pushing this table around ever since he doubled up through Vivek Rajkumar with aces versus queens right at the start of the final. Now, since then, he has been playing fearless poker. He's been doing it to the likes of the great Carlos Mortensen, getting the Matador to lay down hands, believe it or not. But can he come from out of nowhere to take down the $1.6 million and the title? I think he can. He has impressed me here tonight.
And Mike, what can Carlos and Vivek do to get back in this game?
Well, Greg has been playing good and running good here tonight, no doubt. But ironically, it was Carlos that knocked out Darryl Fish early on, and Vivek who busted online legend Steve Gross. Now, if Carlos can double up one time through Greg Brooks, well, hold on, because Carlos Mortensen does not get this close to a WPT title and go home empty-handed.
All it takes is a double up. All right, thanks, guys. Let's get back down to the felt.
Okay, as you can see, Gregory Brooks, first time ever at a WPT tournament. He's our chip leader with over $9 million in chips. Our own sideline reporter, Matt Savage, is also the LAPC tournament director, so we'll be seeing a lot of him tonight.
So here we go.
And he's at 10,000 blinds of 40 and 80. Greg folding, and now Amir, the former electrical engineer. He's got a king-queen with the button.
He's certainly going to raise on the button with this hand. Amir does that.
Yeah, makes it 175,000. Carlos out. But look at this. Vivek with the queens, the ladies. What a time to get them.
Vivek slow playing the queens. I'm not normally a big fan of this, because if an ace or king comes up, it might freeze you, but it doesn't. As Jack High comes up, So Vivek checks again. Amir's got the gut shot straight draw with the 2 overcards. Gonna make the continuation bet here.
It looks like 235,000.
I can't imagine Vivek won't just set him all in here with the overpair. And that's what he's doing.
Always gonna put the pressure on Amir.
Well, I think I'm pot committed.
You heard it, folks. He thinks he's pot committed, and he's gonna put his chips in.
Well, Amir majored in electrical engineering from the University of Texas. He's been running a poker training site the last 3 years. And right now, he's got to run a luck site as well if he wants to stay alive here. Needs to catch a king or a 10.
Here comes the turn.
Doesn't happen as the 4 comes off. So the electrical engineer could get short-circuited out here in 4th place unless he gets very lucky on the river and catches a king or a 10.
Well, Vivek's parents on the rails, sweating their boy. Down to the river we go. Can Amir get lucky? Burn and turn. It's not good for Amir. It's a 3 of diamonds.
So that's going to do it for Amir Lahabit. The 35-year-old from Weston, Florida, is going to be out in 4th place.
Good game. Thank you.
Yeah. $421,000 richer. Never got it rolling today, but he's one happy guy. Now he's talking to our sideline reporter, Matt Savage.
Talk about your experience a little bit.
It was a great experience. I mean, it's a very big cash for me, and I've been good the whole tournament up until, you know, the final table. So it's been great.
Congratulations, Amir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Amir is out in 4th place. The remaining 3 will continue the fight for the title as WPT's coverage of the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues right after this.
Yum.
Oh my God, he's scared me.
Scared the hell out of everybody.
Oh, look what the cat dragged in.
Wow, life is good. Look at this. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
Oh, Helmuth popping up everywhere, Mike.
Well, he pops up everywhere but the winner's circle out here on the World Poker Tour, and he's trying to get there.
Oh, boy. The Royal Flush Girls, brought to you by prestigious models. They're at every WPT event, along with Kimberly Lansing, Mike Sexton, and myself. All right, to the table we go. Vivek Rajkumar, WPT champion. He's first to act. He's got a queen 3.
Good enough for him to raise it. Makes it 200,000 to go.
Into Greg Brooks. He is a queen 4. Our chip leader at this point. Very aggressive player. In a small blind. And he's gonna make it 6-10, Mike.
He just has tremendous radar for reading Vivek when he's got a weak hand.
Carlos out, and Vivek.
Look, when you get re-raised and you're looking down at a queen 3, you just got to give it up. Greg Brooks taking down the pot and increasing his chip stack.
I'm sitting here with Eric Lindgren. Let's get right into it. Your buddy Carlos Mortensen has a lot of pressure, I would say, tonight.
He's just so focused, and he loves poker so much, and he wants to be the best, and that's what he's trying to do out there tonight.
You know, I've talked to a lot of people out there in the business who try to assess his game, and no one really can.
Right.
What's his strategy?
He's just awesome at reading people.
Mhm.
He just knows what you're going to do, so he can relate that and figure out what you have a lot better than others can. So it's a little bit mathematical, but he reads people so well.
All right, well, thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you.
Let's get back to the game.
Well, Carlos Mortensen going for his 4th WPT title tonight. Gus Hansen won 3 WPT titles in his next 4 attempts at trying to capture that 4th. He failed. Can Carlos win 4 in 5 attempts? We shall see.
Well, it's on Carlos Mortensen. The Spaniard this time with a queen 4 of diamonds and the button.
And the sunglasses.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh, snap, son.
And he's going to raise, making it $250,000. Vivek out. And now our chip leader is going to peek down at a mid-pair of 7s.
He's got the kind of hand that normally you just come right over the top of a guy that raises on the button in a 3-handed game.
Yeah, apply the pressure.
We've seen him raise with hands way worse than this so far tonight.
I feel like you should be riding a bicycle somewhere, motorcycle, like a Harley.
Well, he probably doesn't know it, but that's Carlos's hobby, is riding motorcycles.
The glass has kind of softened Greg up. He does not raise, and a flop comes up at king 10-4. Carlos gets a little piece of that pair of 4s, but that's about it. Greg is going to check his sevens.
Carlos is going to bet bottom pair here.
Yep, 350,000 with just fours.
Well, here's the problem when you don't re-raise with a mid pair. When overcards come out there and you checking your opponent bets, what do you do now with 2 sevens?
You're right. Greg started laughing, let his guard down a little bit, didn't re-raise, and he's gotten himself into a lot of trouble.
Well, he lays it down.
Well, that could be the first mistake there for Greg Brooks. He slows down and has to pay for it.
Well, certainly. It's the first time he's lacked aggression here at this final table, and it cost him.
3 players going after close to $1.7 million in LA. Who will take down this title?
Plenty of more action when we return. Plus, Tony Dunst will break it all down in this week's edition of The Raw Deal. And part 2 of my interview with a man, actually the legend, Phil Ivey. All this when the WPT's continuing coverage of the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, returns right after this.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Commerce Casino is one of my favorite casinos in the world.
Commerce Casino is the world's largest poker casino. We have over 243 tables, and we spread any limit, anytime.
I'm all in.
Commerce Casino also offers a 200-room hotel, so the players can play tournament poker in the afternoon and live action at night.
I love the LAPC because they're great at the Commerce Casino. The good thing is, even if you bust out, you can go downstairs and play in the cash game, so it's a win-win situation all around.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. And there is movie actress Jennifer Tilly, who played this tournament. Is one heck of a player.
She is the Oscar-nominated lady. Didn't make it to this final table, but here's the 3 guys left out of 681 entries in this tournament. It's the largest prize pool of the season on the World Poker Tour. And right now, Greg Brooks well out in front in terms of chip count.
And it's on him. He's got the button. He's got ace, deuce. And he's picking up raising chips. Going to make it 210,000 to go. Into 3-time WPT champion Carlos Mortensen with a queen jack.
Carlos already the all-time money winner in the history of the World Poker Tour, seeming intent on taking this guy down at some point. Will this be the time he makes the call?
And Vivek will not play his 6-3.
And here comes the flop. Well, flop is ace, jack 3. Carlos has flopped second pair. Greg has flopped top pair. Carlos checks.
Pair of aces there for Greg Brooks. Will he make the continuation bet? No, he's going to check.
Wow. Going to camouflage the fact he's got an ace in his hand. Now a 10 comes off. Now this gives Carlos second pair and a straight draw. Because his opponent checked on the flop, he thinks the jacks are the best hand right now, so he's going to bet. But notice he just bet 85,000 into a pot that has over $500,000 in it. So Carlos trying to find out where he's at, but not jeopardizing much money to do so.
And Greg gonna okie dokie call him with aces. Nice pot building up. Down to the river we go.
Well, a deuce comes off. Now this gives Greg aces up.
Oh, but he's got the Spaniard on the fish line.
Well, Carlos going to make another feeler bet of 85,000. This time into the pot that's got 700,000 in it. Well, because it's such a small bet, Greg very aware that he's got the best hand right now with aces and deuces.
Gonna try to milk the Spaniard. He's popping it back up, makes it 800,000 in total.
And now Carlos should realize all he can beat is a stone bluff here. There's 2 possible straights out there. He could have been slow playing a bigger hand all along. But Carlos goes with his gut. He calls with marginal hands if he thinks he's got the best hand. Here he's just misjudged his opponent.
Super.
He makes the call, and it's going to cost him.
Oh, and Carlos deeply disappointed. He fell into the quicksand, and he just can't get out.
Well, Vince, even the best of the best misread their opponents on occasion.
Yes, they do, and that's going to extend Greg Brooks' chip stack. He is just rolling over these guys. He's got them guessing.
I've played a lot of live cash hours. In those games, I like to be very cheery and friendly and social and inviting. But in tournaments, it's a much more cutthroat environment, so I have no problem just sitting there staring at someone for a couple minutes, seeing if they melt down, because they're allowed to do that to me. So, fair game.
Fair game. You could say that again. Close to becoming a WPT champion.
Well, these are two tough hombres. He's got to get by to take that trophy and that cash home, but right now, he is doing a good job of it, no doubt about it.
Action going to Carlos, who's got to be heated up a little bit. A little bit of tilt factor, perhaps, and this time he makes it 200,000 with a king-jack.
Well, can't blame him for raising on the button with this hand. Vivek, however, with king-queen in the small blind, is going to make the call.
Greg Brooks is going to peek down at a 6-4 of clubs. He's already in the big blind. Going to cost him a little bit more to speculate, and he will do just that.
And he can afford to make this call, getting a good price to do so. So here we go, three-way action. Now flop comes Jack 5-3.
Uh-oh.
Carlos is taking the lead with two jacks. Vivek is going to check the king-queen, but notice Greg Brooks's hand. He's got the open-end straight draw and the flush draw. This is the biggest drawing hand that you can flop, and he is going to bet 380,000.
Now Carlos has a problem because he's got top pair with a big kicker. He's going to get aggressive. He moves it up to 800,000 to go. Vivek's out.
Well, you can't blame Carlos. Just not going to put his opponent on ace-king, ace-queen, any of those kind of hands, so thinks his two jacks are going to be the best hand.
All in.
Wow.
Cool. Well, Greg Brooks has gone all in. Carlos quickly calls him.
Sure does.
Just believes his two jacks are the best hand. Indeed, they are right now. But notice that mathematically, Greg is the favorite to win this pot because he has such a big drawing hand. He needs a club, a deuce, or a 7, and he's got two cards to catch either one of those things.
He does that. He'll be knocking out the dream of three-time WPT champion Carlos Mortensen of becoming a 4-time record-breaking WPT champion. Will the young man from Wyckoff, New Jersey do just that? Here comes the turn.
Well, the board pairs fives. Carlos's tournament life on the line here. He's got to have the two jacks stand up if he wants to capture his 4th WPT title tonight.
It is coming down to this card.
Oh, it's a 10 of clubs. Oh! So that's going to do it for the Matador. And Vince, you'd have to say that the bull at this table, which is Greg Brooks, just gored the Matador right out of here.
Well, the Spaniard stabs himself with the sword. He'll take home over 640,000 for his 3rd place finish. And right now, he's down talking to Matt Savage.
What's going through your mind right now?
Well, it's the things like that can happen, right? So you need a little bit of luck to win. Maybe a lot of luck. Unfortunately for me, tonight wasn't my day.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Mike.
And with that, 3rd place finisher Carlos Mortensen won't get his record 4th WPT title, but that does make him the first person in WPT history to earn over $6 million. Quite an accomplishment. That brings us to Heads Up Action. Will it be Vivek Rajkumar or Gregory Brooks who takes the title? Well, we'll be right back with WPT's coverage from the Commerce Casino, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, right after this.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to Heads Up Play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Yeah! And out come the beautiful Royal Flush Girls, brought to you by prestigious models Melody, Melissa, Michelle, and Cernisa. Bringing out the cold hard cash on the cold table.
Well, Vince, we finally got a smile out of both of these players. Looking at all that cash, why not? The runner-up's taking home over 900,000. The winner over 1.6 million.
Well, that's great. We've got Vivek, who's a WPT champion, only 25 years old, going up against 23-year-old Gregory Brooks.
Well, Vince, even though we had the 3-time WPT champion, the all-time money winner at this final table, once again, youth has prevailed. The two youngest guys at the table playing for this title. We've seen some sterling poker here tonight, no question about it, and this heads-up battle figures to be very exciting.
We are moments away from Heads Up Action, where Vivek Rajkumar and Gregory Brooks will battle for a WPT title and $1.6 million. During the break, sideline reporter and respected tournament director Matt Savage caught up with both players, and here's what they had to say.
You got Vivek in front of you. Any plans for him?
Vivek has played for these stakes before. He does have live experience. He's been here, won that, so I assume nervousness won't be a factor for him. So it'll be a fun, tough match. I'm looking forward to it.
He's never been in this spot before. You've won a World Poker Tour title. How are you going to use that to your advantage?
I'm going to play, calm and collected. He's been doing the same. I mean, I don't think there's much of a difference between the both of us in that arena, but, I am calm and collected, and I'm just playing for the win now.
So exciting.
So exciting.
All right, baby, thanks.
Well, it's so exciting because the last time he was in this spot, he sucked out against Mark Safe to win a monster.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Exciting. This is so exciting.
Well, Vinny, up to this point, certainly everything is going great for the youngster Gregory Brooks. Has nearly a 3-1 chip lead over Vivek Rajkumar, but recognize that if Vivek doubles up one time, he'll be in chips.
Yeah.
They're going to have a slight lead, in fact.
Lines are still 40 and 80,000. $10,000 ante. Here we go. The heads-up battle beginning. And the action goes to Vivek, who's got the button. He's got King 9, and he's going to raise. Makes it 210,000 to go. Into Greg Brooks, who has a Jack Deuce of Hearts.
Well, he has stayed ever aggressive so far at this final table against Vivek. Been sitting behind him all night, coming over the top of him, 3-betting him. Seemingly every single time, he's caught Vivek with a very marginal hand, and doing it again here with just a Jack Deuce. But Vivek is going to make the call this time and at least see a flop. Here comes that flop, 8-7-5. Gives Vivek a gut shot straight draw. No help, obviously, to Greg Brooks, but as you can see, he's reaching for chips. He's going to make that continuation bet.
Yeah, he certainly is. Looks like 740 going to the middle of the pot. Vivek now with the inside straight draw. He's going to stick around.
Vivek going to call with the gut shot straight draw. So big pot brewing here. Now a deuce comes off. This actually gives Greg the best hand now with 2 deuces. But when you bet on a flop like that and your opponent calls, you're not proud of deuces. He's going to check them.
Will Vivek take a stab? No, he checks as well. Down to the river we go.
And now another deuce comes off. So 3 deuces for Greg. And notice the poker face did not flinch when that 3rd deuce came off.
Talk about a hand turning into something.
I'm all in.
Whoa.
Well, he's gone all in here.
All in?
He's just hoping Vivek has a big pair. But Vivek has nothing, so he lays his hand down.
Well, if he had a big pair, he'd be betting it earlier, though. So I think that was miscalculated. Overbet that. And right there, he's going to take the pot, but I think he left a little something on the table.
Before the break, we saw the dramatic elimination of 3-time WPT champ Carlos Mortensen. Here to speak about the interestingly played hand prior to Carlos's downfall is our own Tony Dunst in this week's edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
Although no man has won more WPTs than Carlos Mortensen, he finds himself in trouble tonight against the cunning Gregory Brooks. Take the hand before Carlos's bust out. Did the 3-time champ call down too wide? Let's break it down. Everything begins pretty normal when 3-handed pre-flop. Greg will be opening a huge range of hands on the button, so Carlos deciding to call Queen-Jack out of the small isn't unreasonable. Everyone flops a pair, but Greg disguises the strength of his hand by checking back. Carlos knows this is strange because most button raisers will take the opportunity to bluff a flop like Ace-Jack-3 Rainbow. The strangeness leads Carlos to the low variance option of leading the 10 turn with a blocking bet of about 1/6 pot. Blocking bets are usually used by medium strength hands trying to get to showdown cheaply, but the problem with using them here is that Greg is smart enough to know what they are. Once Greg calls the turn, Carlos elects for the same option on the deuce river that changes nothing. At this point, Greg raises to what is essentially full pot. I love Greg's sizing, and here's why. Greg's bet is big enough to look like it might not want to call, but not so big that it makes it impossible for Carlos to hero something like second pair. Carlos is no doubt in an awkward spot on the river. On one hand, it doesn't look like Greg should really be bluffing because any part of his range that's just air would likely continuation bet the flop. On the other hand, Carlos might think that Greg shouldn't have any big hands here because he would have had to slow play the flop, then just call the tiny bet when the turn brought draw out instead of getting more money in the pot. The deuce on the river only changes things for an exceptionally narrow range of hands.
Super.
And this time, it just so happens that Greg has one of them. So did Carlos call down too wide? Yeah, I think so, since there's probably not enough bluffs in Greg's range to justify the call, but folding here is easier said than done.
Well, even the best get picked off first base on occasion.
Rare to see the Matador mumble to himself, but he did it just there.
And the whole dynamics of this match would change if Vivek could double up one time. I can assure you. He'll have confidence, he'll have pep in his step, and the other guy will take a big hit for the first time.
All right, well, the action going to Greg Brooks. Everything going right for him tonight so far this time. He has a king 10 of spades. Gonna raise to 230. Vivek, though, with a legit pair of eights, gonna re-raise. Makes it 720,000.
Well, Greg's gonna make the call and see a flop here.
So another big pot, Mike.
Well, indeed it is. Both players fighting for seemingly every pot.
Well, the flop comes up, Queen, Jack, 7. Action on Vivek. He's going to check his pair of eights. Greg with a flush draw and a straight draw, Mike.
The last time he had the flush draw and the straight draw, he eliminated Carlos Mortensen from this tournament.
That's right.
Could the same thing happen here to Vivek?
Well, Greg is going to bet 540.
Now, this is the problem when you check 2 eights. You don't know what to do when your opponent bets when there's 2 overcards out there. Vivek is going to make the call.
Check.
Checks in the dark.
Not a fan of this play.
5 of diamonds on the turn. Helps neither player.
You know, for the most part, Vince, if you're going to check and call somebody, you're far better off betting to start with. Now, Vivek checked and called on the flop. He's checked in the dark on the turn.
All in.
And an all-in bet by Greg Brooks here. And this is going to put Vivek to the test of his life. His tournament life is on the line. His hopes for capturing a second WPT title are on the line as well.
Greg Brooks has applied all the pressure. Tough to make this call for Vivek.
Well, let me tell you something. Your 2 eights, as we call them, snowmen in the trade, have just melted down to virtually nothing here when your opponent moves all in. Your tournament life on the line. 2 overcards out there. What do you do here with 2 eights?
All right, I call.
Whoa!
Wow, he has made the call. And he is out in front with the 2 eights, but what a bold call it was. But he's far from being out of the woods. Notice that Greg can win this pot with an ace, a king, a 10, a 9, or any spade.
Vivek Rajkumar with his buddy Darren Fish. Can Vivek do it here? Yes, he's done it at 4 hearts. Brooks did not hit. Vivek's going to take down this one.
Well, I'll tell you, not many players would make that call with 2 eights in that spot for your tournament life. Vivek Rajkumar did it.
Well, the tough call pays off for Vivek. We have a horse race here at the Commerce Casino tonight.
We'll be right back with more poker action, plus my interview with Phil Ivey in this week's edition of 5 Questions when the World Poker Tour's continuing coverage of the LA Poker Classic returns. How much harder is it to make money now than it used to be? Welcome back to the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. I'm sitting here with Eric Costa, our Club WPT qualifier. Congratulations on sitting here at Commerce, a place where a lot of players would love to be sitting in a 10K event. How did we make that happen?
I played a satellite online and I won it. I beat 1,848 people.
All of you guys out there, if you want to find yourself at one of these events, go on to ClubWPT.com and win your seat.
I tell all my friends, I think it's the best one around.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. I'm Vince Van Patten alongside Mike Sexton. And right there you saw ClubWPT.com qualifier Eric Costa talking about his experience at the LAPC.
Well, that's right, Vince. Eric won his seat online at ClubWPT.com. He came in from Rhode Island with an opportunity to win over $1 million.
Very exciting. He's obviously a great player. You know, you can win your share of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes each month on the site.
For just $19.95 a month, you can play all the tournaments you want and take advantage of all the benefits that club membership offers.
Really is one of the best things in poker, no doubt about it. So if you want to check it out, ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. All right, back to this battle. Vivek Rajkumar, WPT champion, has ace-king. He's going to raise, makes it 250 to go. Into the cash game player, Greg Brooks.
Well, we've seen Greg come over the top and 3-bet with feather hands against Vivek. This time he opts to just call with the 10-7 of spade and see a flop.
Okay, first 3 cards.
And the flop has come jack, 4 deuce, all spades. This could spell big, big trouble for Vivek here. His opponent has flopped a flush, and he's got the king high flush draw.
Brooks is going to come out and bet 375.
Well, when you're a pre-flop raiser and the guy leads out on the flop and bets into you, you're always scratching your head saying, why is he betting out? He knows I'm going to bet if he checks. This doesn't make sense. Vivek makes the call.
Usually the sign of a weaker hand.
And now a king comes off to spell bigger trouble for Vivek. He now has top pair with top kicker and the king high flush draw. If Greg leads out here, Vivek could well put himself all in.
And look at this. Greg is going to bet 950. And now it's on young Vivek, 24 years old. Will he come back over the top? No, just going to call.
That may save him some money here. If he doesn't hit a spade, well, over $3 million in the pot right now. 6 of clubs, a non-eventful card comes off on the river.
So Vivek not hitting his flush. Of course, Greg had his flush from the flop.
Well, this bet size is going to be healthy. Well, that's about 2.4 million he set out there.
Oh,
Not much.
it's almost impossible to get away from kings with an ace kicker.
I don't say I can get away from this hand either.
4, 5. 4, 5 million.
I call.
Well, Vivek has made the call. A little reluctantly, but you can't blame him. I don't know anybody could get away from that hand in that spot.
No, not at all.
So Greg Book's going to take down a pot that has over $8 million in it. And once again, he has a substantial chip lead.
Everything going the way for Greg Brooks, the entrepreneur from New Jersey. Can it continue?
Last week, I had the privilege to sit down with the elusive Mr. Phil Ivey for a candid conversation. You know, when you get the opportunity to talk to this poker legend, sometimes 5 isn't enough. So we asked him a few more in this week's edition of 5 Questions.
Are there perks to being a famous poker player, or do you sometimes wish we would all go away?
No, I mean, I'm very fortunate to be in the position that I am, and very lucky that poker has come this far. So the fact that I have fans and they, ask me for autographs and things like that, that's pretty cool. I'm naturally a private person, so you might see me ducking around a corner or whatever to avoid situations, especially if I get eliminated from a tournament.
How much harder is it to make money now than it used to be?
Well, now the players are tougher. People are getting better. They're playing on the internet. They get to play more hands, and they get to improve faster because of it. So the players are tougher, especially in tournaments. But you have more players to choose from now. So I think there's still a lot of good opportunities to make money in poker. I'm just waiting for that play all day.
You mentioned these younger players up and coming. Who do you have your eye on?
I don't know who they are, if you want to know the truth. I don't really pay attention to who's doing good until they get to a level where they can play against me, and then I kind of find out their story.
Let's talk about how you handle the ups and downs of poker and the swings and...
Well, the important thing in handling the ups and downs in poker is really just bankroll management. You really don't want to play over your head. I'm kind of a bad example because when I started playing poker, I kind of just played as high as I could all the time. But now I know after my experience and watching a lot of friends of mine and other players go broke and be in really bad situations, that it's very important to manage your bankroll and play within your limits and, kind of know where you stand. You got to take your ego out of the equation.
What makes you happy?
What makes me happy? Spending time with my family, spending time with my mother. We just came back from Paris. Going to the movies, going to nice dinners, chilling out with my friends, playing golf. Those things make me happy. Playing poker makes me happy. Enjoying life.
Yeah.
We'll be right back with more exciting heads-up poker action from the Commerce Casino, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. want to get in on the action anytime, anywhere, download WPT Texas Hold'em on your mobile device today. WPT Texas Hold'em, sometimes the game's too good to leave behind. This season on the WPT, we decided to turn our focus to 10 young pros who we believe are the next generation of poker superstars. And it's all in a segment we call Ones to Watch.
Well, yeah, that's the double fist pump.
Are you gonna let us play, or is it like a girl thing?
The rest of my table was like 45-year-olds. We're all terrible.
Check it. 1, 2, WPT.
I just want to win one of these bitches.
One you gotta respect.
This is embarrassing. No cameras, please.
My plan is Mr. Polar Bear's gonna take care of all the decisions. I don't gotta do anything myself.
It's good to be back. I didn't think I was gonna get here. Just got off an 11-hour flight.
I feel like I'm running good already because I misread my own C card. Playing well, I'm staying positive, confident, and playing my best.
Matt Savage here with Jason Mercier.
Jason Mercier, easily one of the best players in the world.
He's obviously a phenomenal player.
Saw you in the cash game at about 4 a.m. this morning. How'd that go?
I lost. It was not fun.
Well, in the last 2 weeks, I've played 3 sessions over 30 hours. It obviously drained me. I'm still recovering. I was late for this interview.
Jason Mercier, you're one of our chip leaders after day 1 of LAPC.
It's very grueling. I am getting a little tired of being on the road so much, but right now I feel like it's something I gotta do, and maybe when I'm a little bit older, I'll be able to slow down.
Yeah, it's the last Ones to Watch. I'm very excited about that. I outlasted Mercier, so pretty cool.
Lauren playing, you can tell that she just wants to be really good, and I think she's gonna get there because she's got that drive.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, Lauren playing, she brings a different dimension to the poker table because she has the cute little innocent girl look on her face, but really, she's from the school of aggressive bets. And Lauren Kling likes to get saucy and mix it up and really put people to the test.
This is my 5th WPT, and I've cashed in 3 out of 5. It's pretty cool.
Yo, you gotta respect.
Congratulations to Lauren Kling. With her cash here at the LAPC, she moves into first place in our Ones to Watch standings.
There you see the Player of the Year standings. Andy Frankenberger still in the lead. Beau Rivage finalist Shannon Shores joined the race with his 10th place finish here at the LAPC.
But right now it's down to these two guys going after big money here tonight. Blinds are going up to 60 and 120 with a $20,000 ante. Action on Greg Brooks, the cash game player with just a 3 deuce. Gonna raise it. He doesn't care what he has. Makes it 300,000 to go. And Vivek has called with queen deuce of hearts.
Well, flop comes 6, 5 deuce. Vivek out in front because he has the bigger kicker right now, but Greg Brooks has the pair and the straight draw.
And they both check. Turn card coming up.
And a 4 comes off.
Oh, boy.
How good is Greg Brooks running? Flopping flushes, making straights.
Well, he's got the straight this time. Now what will Vivek do? Intelligently, he checks. And here comes the bet. Looks like 450,000 with Greg Brooks' straight.
Well, can Vivek get away from this hand? Remember, his opponent didn't bet on the flop, so you're not going to put him on a 6 or a 5. Would he really bet 2 4s in that spot? You might think he just got a 7 in his hand. Maybe he's got a straight draw.
Well, he's getting very invested, and a 10 of diamonds helps neither player on the river. Vivek checking again. This could become very costly. Now Greg, with a huge hand here, has to think about what is the right amount I can take from my friend Vivek. You don't want to blow him out of the water. You don't want to underbet. This is an art in itself, and look at that. I think that's an overbet, 1.8 million.
It's a large bet, more than what's in the pot. And sometimes overbets trap your opponents, but not this time with Vivek. Just too much, and just you wonder, Vince, had he bet a smaller amount like you suggested, chances are he might have got paid off.
Well, I don't wonder. We know he would have been paid off, but 2 players remain going for this title in LA. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
I'm Melissa Grace, and you're watching the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to the LA Poker Classic. I'm Vince Van Patten alongside Mike Sexton, a Hall of Famer.
You know, right now, Gregory Brooks has got a little over a 4-1 chip lead over Vivek Rajkumar. I don't look for Vivek to go out like a dying swan. I look for him to swing his sword like a Viking when he goes down. He'll be moving in, trying to win a big pot here, get back in the thick of things.
Vivek going after his second WPT title. Action on Greg.
Well, that's incredibly. Whether he started with the best hand or not, Greg Brooks has virtually made the best hand every hand in this heads-up battle so far.
Well, Greg Brooks makes it 325,000 with an 8-7.
He picks up the suit of connectors, the Jack-10 of hearts, and makes the call. Now flop comes 7-3 deuce. And again, Greg has outflopped him as he flops top pair.
Yeah, Vivek checks. Greg with a pair of sevens. Top pair. Things just going his way. This time he's going to bet 400,000. Nothing happening for Vivek.
And because the guy raised pre-flop, he's just not going to put him on much of that flop. But Vivek has nothing himself, just a jack and a 10.
I go all in.
Whoa, he's going all in with jack high. Vince, I'm not sure Greg is going to get away from this hand. He's got the chips to make the call. He's got top pair. He knows the only way he can have the worst hands if his opponent was slow playing a big pair to start with. That could be the case, though.
Well, this would be a solid call by Greg. He'd be well out in front and a big favorite to win his first WPT title. He's making the call.
Well, he's made the call with the 2-7. Vivek is going to have some help to win this pot. 2 runners to make a straight, 2 hearts to make a flush, or a jack or a 10.
Greg Brooks got Vivek pinned.
Well, as the cards lie, as you can see, Greg about a 72% favorite to win this pot and take this title.
Vivek's chances of becoming a 2-time WPT champ on the ropes right now. Needs to get lucky with 2 cards to come.
Well, you're right, Vince. Got to talk to the poker gods right now if you're Vivek Rajkumar, or you're going to have to wait on that second WPT title.
Here it comes.
Well, a deuce comes up, so we are down to the river. Vivek must catch a jack or a 10. Nothing else will do for him.
Can he pull off the upset special? Here it comes. He needs a jack or a 10.
It's an ace. That is going to do it. The 23-year-old from Wyckoff, New Jersey has done it, Vince. He started in 4th chip position. He has taken down the title, and deservedly so.
23-year-old Gregory Brooks is our champion. He has upset this field of 681.
Well,
spectacular.
Good sport. Vivek going over to congratulate him. This kid played great poker all night long. Well deserved this title.
So Greg kissing his mother and father. He is close to $1.7 million richer. Congratulations. What a night.
Vivek, not a win, but over 900,000. What's your thoughts on the whole week?
I mean, the whole week has been amazing. I've run so good to get here. I feel blessed that I got second. Heads up was a little bit painful. I didn't have many hands that connected. He seemed to be playing pretty well, you know, connecting with flop. So, I mean, I think it was tough heads up, but I got really lucky to get here so far.
A lot of amazing fans and friends here watching you guys.
Lots and lots of friends. Thanks, buddy. Thank you.
And here's to the champion of the LA Poker Classic. From Wyckoff, New Jersey, Greg Brooks. And until next time, may all your cards be live and your pots be monsters.
And there you go. Gregory Brooks raises his glass in the traditional WPT Champions toast as we celebrate the conclusion of the LA Poker Classic here at the Commerce Casino. Gregory made his way up here from the tournament floor. Right now, I am joined by WPT's newest champion.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Nice work. I mean, you really ran all over that table. You doubled up early through Vivek with your pocket aces. And from then on, you really just took that chip lead and used it to your advantage.
Yeah, I was very fortuitous to get aces versus queens against Vivek, of course, but my strategy throughout the entire tournament was really to play aggressively, sort of whether or not my chips allowed me to, but I was lucky enough to have a bunch of chips, and then I was able to play a lot of hands, and no one else really seemed like they wanted to take the reins, so I decided that I would continue to do so.
Playing well. Nice job.
Great, thank you so much.
Congratulations to the Los Angeles Poker Classic champion, Gregory Brooks. From Los Angeles, this is Kimberly Lansing. From Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the rest of the WPT team, thanks for watching, and good night.
Yum.
Oh my God, you scared me.
Scared the hell out of everybody.
I've done this before.
I don't care.
Don't feel much pressure, if I tell you the truth.
Uh-oh.
Oh, snap. I should have made it a little smaller. I wasn't planning on folding.
That's unfortunate.
This is my 5th WPT, and I've cashed in 3 out of 5. It's pretty cool.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
City in the world, an international field of young pros put their national pride on the line to win the prestigious Grand Prix de Paris and the coveted WPT Champions Cup, and it's only on the World Poker Tour.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
The Aviation Club in France is one of the original charter members of the World Poker Tour, but the elegance and exclusivity that mark this historic venue stand in contrast to the explosive finals the WPT has witnessed here over the years.
This, folks, is unbelievable. It's an ace-7 against 2 aces. George the Greek has come back and defeated 2 aces here.
Yeah! Oh, it's a queen. Tony G is outdrawing the American.
I'm gonna rip you apart so hard, and you're gonna suffer so much. Man, you will never want to play poker again with me, ever.
A karate chop by surrender. He is our champion. And it's a 10. Christian Gummerig has done it.
Now in our 10th season, the faces may have changed, but the passion remains, as 5 days ago, a field from around the globe arrived in Paris, ready to prove they have what it takes to win the Champions Cup. Since season 1, the Aviation Club de France has been and continues to be one of the WPT's premier destinations for poker. Located on the Champs-Élysées, just down the avenue from the Arc de Triomphe, the club attracts the best and the brightest among poker's elite.
We are here at the Aviation Club, and this is the exact room that Mike and I used to call the final table, was right here, but no longer. But what we do have now is this fantastic trophy, and all the champions of the World Poker Tour, their names are on this, engraved.
We welcome all the players. We appreciate their support on the World Poker Tour. And players, bon chance to all of you in making it to the final table. And now, let's shuffle up and deal.
As play got underway, American pros such as Season 9 ones to watch, Joseph Chung, WPT finalist Michael Benvenuti, and Matthew Waxman took their seats, hoping to take advantage of a field featuring plenty of online qualifiers and satellite seat winners. Keeping in mind that European players have dominated the WPT events in Paris, with no player outside of the continent having won and having had their name etched on the Champions Cup.
I've seen some interesting plays for sure, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of tough players here too, so can't get off my guard too much.
Our own Mike Sexton found himself seated at one of the tougher tables that featured WPT champion and Season 4 Paris runner-up Juha Helppi, Season 9 Amityville runner-up Franck Pepe, and former WPT finalist Ludovic Lequet. Mike got involved in a big pot early in the day with Jerome Briand. With a pair of deuces on the flop, Jerome fired out with a bet that was called by Mike Sexton. A jack on the turn induced another bet by Jerome and was instantly called by Mike. A 4 of hearts on the river got Jerome to fire a third barrel for $11,000 in chips. Mike called and was happy to see his two-pair best Jerome's ace high and scooped a nice pot.
Really, it's a tough table. I'm not just saying that. These guys play aggressive, they play fast, and it's tough. But I'm thrilled to be here, got a shot, and just want to get through day one in decent shape and come back again and see what happens.
Despite the best efforts of the American pros, when play ended for the day, it was the European players who made the biggest impact. Finnish player Mikko Sundell was atop of the chip counts with 203,800. French players Jean-Noël Thorel and Frédéric Magen were in third and fourth place. Season 5 Grand Prix de Paris runner-up Yanni Santula was in fifth place with over 135,000. While the day saw the exit of 70 of the 140 registered entrants, the American players did find some success as Season 9 Bay 101 runner-up Stephen Kelly ended in 22nd place and Mike Sexton in 23rd. With registration split into 2 days, 172 new players entered the Aviation Club on Day 1B, bringing the total number of registered players to a record-breaking 312. Day 1B hopefuls included good friends and fellow Season 9 ones to watch, Phil Collins and Jason Mercier, who after traveling across the Atlantic found themselves seated at the same table. But it didn't last very long as Phil was able to free up his schedule for some sightseeing early into Day 1. After getting aces in his first hand, he lost a huge pot after he flopped the set and his opponent turned a straight. He was quickly all in with a pair of eights versus ace-jack of diamonds of Russian player Max Lykov. A jack on the turn sent Phil to the rail to enjoy Paris with his friend Matthew Waxman, who had the day off after surviving Day 1A. Phil suffered another bad beat shortly after. One player feeling optimistic was the always charismatic Jean-Robert Belland.
Here in France, the guys just love to gamble. You know, back home, people kind of knit it up. They want to play properly. They want to play by the book. The table that I have, I feel like there's probably two really, really good players at my table, but there's so many players that are here just having fun, having a blast, and happy to get the money in.
But the day didn't turn out as planned for Jean-Robert.
Extra disappointed right now just because this was such a great tournament. I played very, very well, and sometimes it doesn't matter how well you play, you just need the cards to hold up.
The one player you could not miss in the tournament room was WPT champion Guillaume Darcourt. Guillaume's shocking pink hair, coupled with his ever-increasing chip stack, caught the notice of all the players in the room. At the end of the day, it was Guillaume at the top of the chip counts with over 198,000. American pro Joe Ebanks in second with 142,000. Season 8 Bay 101 champion McLean Carr in third with 133,000. And WPT finalist Sean Kunix in sixth place with over 115,000. The combined survivors from days 1A and 1B would unite in 12 hours to battle it out on Day 2. At the start of Day 2, 167 players filed into the Aviation Club. With registration closed, the tournament staff announced a total prize pool of over 2.2 million euros, with first place taking home over 500,000. And the honor of having their name added to the Champions Cup, which had gotten the notice of all the players in the field, including Champions Club member Olivia Bousquet.
I like that. Yeah, that's awesome.
The new seating assignments put Mike Sexton right next to Season 3 Grand Prix de Paris winner Surinder Sunar.
Nothing bad's happened yet. Other than I got the former champion of this tournament on my left.
I called you.
Yeah, well, you know exactly how to play.
Mike got into trouble soon after when his pocket aces ran into his opponent's flopped flush. Mike's quick Day 2 exit was quite the surprise to raw deal analyst Tony Dunst, who was still in the hunt.
Mike Sexton busted?
McLean Carr and Day 1A chip leader Mikko Sundell also found themselves at the same table, but were able to stay out of each other's way and chip up.
Whenever I have a lot of chips, though, I always feel good about my chances, at that moment at least, so I'm feeling good right now.
Along with Mikko, fellow Finns remaining in the field included poker pros Juha Helppi and Yanni Santula, both players with the rare distinction of finishing in second place at this tournament in Season 4 and Season 5. Mikko Sundell's rising chip stack gave hopes that he might be the first Finn to finish first. As the row of flush girls looked on, Matthew Waxman and French pro Hugo Lemaire, seated next to each other, got into a huge hand. Matt went all in on the river with his mate straight, sending Hugo into the tank. After an agonizing moment, Hugo laid down his flop set of jacks and avoided elimination. Day 2 would mark the end of the line for players such as Juha Helppi, Tony Dunst, and Season 10 Legends of Poker finalist Jeff Vertes. Strong showings by the American and French players highlighted what was sure to be an exciting finish to this prestigious tournament. The day ended with just 61 players remaining, who would return on day 3 to play into the money. We've got a lot of surprises in store for you this year, including a new segment called WPT on the Road, a look back at some historic victories in the WPT Champions Cup moment, a fresh batch of players to follow and ones to watch, and best of all, we're expanding our coverage of the playdown and final table action to 3 full hours in order to bring you even more of the best poker on television. Preparations for the final table are being made here at the Aviation Club in France, but we still have more coverage of early tournament action here in Paris, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, so stick around. Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris, where we're in the midst of seeing how tonight's players made their way to the final table. As the day started, the hopefuls in the Grand Prix de Paris were still 25 players away from the money. In a tale of 2 players, McLean Carr began at the top in 6th chip position, while French pro Hugo Lemaire was near the bottom in 49th place. These 2 players quickly headed in opposite directions. But while Hugo doubled up immediately and began to climb in the chip counts, WPT champ McLean Carr couldn't get it going and went from 6th place to busting just short of the money. Tensions ran high with 38 players remaining and the bubble about to burst. Russian player Yevgeny Zastev led out on an all-diamond flop for $24,000. French player Christophe Lesage re-raised to $51,000, and French pro Rebecca Guerin went all in. Yevgeny quickly reshoved, putting Christophe to a decision. Christophe folded, and the remaining players turned up their hands. Rebecca turned over a 10-high flop flush, while Yevgeny turned over a flop straight flush. The room let out a gasp after seeing Rebecca's misfortune. That hand left Rebecca with only $1,000 in chips. She was all in shortly after and knocked out, becoming the unfortunate bubble girl. The remaining 36 players were guaranteed at least 11,100 euros and were still in the hunt to have their name etched on the WPT Champions Cup. With the players in the money, bust-outs began in earnest as the field rapidly shrank in size. Fellow Americans Sean Kunix and Byron Coverman battled after Sean went all in for his last $80,000 with Ace-Jack, and was called by Byron's Ace-King. Sean caught a miracle jack on the flop and was in good shape to double up. His celebration was short-lived as a queen on the river counterfeited his hand, sending Byron the pot and Sean to the rail.
It was fun.
Play ended for the day after WPT Amityville finalist Nezreen Quarterly knocked out Christophe Lesage in 19th place. As players bagged up their chips, American Matthew Waxman was in first place with over $1.1 million, followed closely in second by Finn Miko Sundell. Nezreen was in fourth place with $839,000, with Byron Kaverman in fifth. The final 18 would return for day 4 to play down to the final 6. After 3 days of intense poker, 18 survivors gathered around the last 2 tables to see which 6 players would make the televised final table.
Good morning.
Early on, things looked bleak for WPT champ Guillaume Darcourt as he lost half his stack when his pocket kings ran into the pocket aces of Andras Kovacs. Soon after, Guillaume got into another huge hand with fellow Frenchman Hugo Lemaire. Guillaume called an all-in bet with a jack-high flush draw, but was way behind Hugo's king-high flush draw. An 8 of diamonds on the river sent Hugo the pot and denied Guillaume his shot at a second WPT title. the other table, former WPT finalist Joe Cassidy went all in pre-flop for his last $126,000. After some deliberation, Miko Sundell made the call and had Joe dominated. No help on the board sent Joe home and dimmed the American hopes for a first ever WPT Pairs champion even further. Now, only Matthew Waxman and Byron Coverman were in the running to be the first to hold that honor. As the final 10 players were combined to one table, Byron Coverman knocked out Season 9 WPT Amityville finalist Nazreen Quarterly to increase his chip stack. With 7 players left but only 6 seats at the TV table, Matthew Waxman moved all in pre-flop with pocket queens and was instantly called by local player Frederick Majan holding ace-jack offsuit. Jack on the flop gave Frederick a glimmer of hope, and a miracle jack on the river saved him from the dreaded 7th place finish.
I need to double up, buddy.
That unfortunate honor went to Dori Yakub, who failed to improve with his queen-jack against Hugo Lemaire's pocket fives. With Dori's elimination, the final 6 were set.
Good luck, guys.
Along with the 2 Americans, Matthew Waxman and Byron Coverman, there were 2 Frenchmen hoping to be the first French player to win this event since David Benjamin won it back in Season 2.
That is going to do it. David has won this title.
The Finn, Miko Sundell, who hoped to end the streak of second-place finishes for the Finns. And rounding out the final 6 on the short stack was Swedish pro Martin Jacobson. Jacobson was the runner-up at the Season 8 WPT Venice event and had a long history of second-place finishes throughout his career. He, along with the other 5 players, had their sights on the Champions Cup and over €500,000 that comes with being the champion of the Grand Prix de Paris. As our final 6, all at their first televised WPT final, are settling into their seats, let's turn to Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and our own Vince Van Patten. Guys, thoughts on tonight's table here in Paris?
Well, Kimberly, we've got a terrific international lineup of young, talented players at this final table tonight. In fact, 5 out of 6 of these guys are 26 years of age or younger. We've never had an American win this WPT title in France, but tonight we've got 2 Americans at this final table. Chip leader Byron Coverman from Ohio and Matt Waxman from Florida. And Vance, I give these 2 guys a great shot to win tonight.
Well, they are going to be tough. But Kimberly, it is good to be back in Paris. It really is. Land of Napoleon, Marie Antoinette, and lots of men that wear red pants for some reason. But it is fun. And I'll tell you something, it is a tough field. We have the 2 Americans. We're very proud of them. But it's going to be tough here tonight because you have a young Swede, a former cook. He is Martin Jacobson. He will be tough. Then along with him, we have a Finnish player, a part-time professional student, and a poker player, Miko Sundell. But rounding out the field, of course, we have to have 2 Frenchmen. And they will be brutal. They are the crowd's favorite. They will be tough tonight. They'll be trying to make their own reign of terror on this table tonight. So, Kimberly, butter up your croissant. Let's get this going.
You mean croissants? I've had about 20 this week. Oh, and Vince, by the way, I thought you were going to wear your beret tonight.
Ah, the beret, yes, yes. Heads up, actually. We wear berets, yes.
I'll let you off this time. All right, down on the floor, the player starting the night 5th in chips, Matthew Waxman, has some thoughts on tonight's competition.
We're all really close, so anything could happen. A lot of great players. Everyone's pretty competent in tournament play, so it's anyone's game. There's gonna be a lot of gambling going on.
Preparations are all but complete for the final table of the Grand Prix de Paris. Shuffle Up and Deal begins right after this.
As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive inside access to the WPT and can play for your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes, including WPT seats. Check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Paris, France, and the Aviation Club de France, where we're just moments away from the start of the final table of the Grand Prix de Paris. We started 5 days ago. We've had 5 days of intense play. We're now down to our final 6 players. And Vince, as you know, we've had some great final tables in Paris in the past. Tonight should be no exception.
It's going to be good, Mike. Okay, the antes are starting at 3,000. Blinds 10 and 20.
Well, there you see our chip leader, Byron Coverman from Ohio. Got over $2 million in chips. 5 out of those 6 players are young pros under the age of 26 years old. 1 amateur at the table. Nice diverse group here. 2 Americans, 2 Frenchmen.
All right, first to act, the Frenchman, Frederic. He's out, along with Hugo goes away. And then the American Byron, our chip leader, also folding.
Okay, Martin Jacobson out as well, so it's a battle of the blinds here. Between Finnish pro Mikko Sundell, who's got a 9-6 offsuit and gonna raise it with his hand.
Into Matthew Waxman from Florida. Matthew with an ace-3 of spades.
Matt's a 26-year-old pro out of Parkland, Florida. Also an entrepreneur. He's gonna cap his cards. A signal he's gonna play the pot. The question is he just gonna call or is he gonna re-raise? He's just gonna call. So we're gonna see a flop here.
Matthew likes to say that he's the most honest poker player in the world.
Well, quite a statement.
Yeah.
Well, flop comes Queen Jack 7, 2 diamonds, no help to either player.
And the Finn was absolutely nothing. He's the first to act. Says he likes to skydive in his pastime. And it looks like he's doing a little diving in here, Mike, with a continuation bet, plunging away, 68 grand. Mr. Honesty looks over to his right at the Finn. Didn't hit much there. He's got one of those like 50s Bob's Big Boy style haircuts, doesn't he there, Mike?
Oh, look at this, Vince. Those plaques you see, those little rectangle things are 100,000 euro chips. And he is going to raise it with no hand and no draw.
Not very honest there. I love it.
Just incredible on hand number 1 here. One guy bets with nothing and Matt Waxman raises him with nothing.
Pull the ripcord. I'm out of there. Can't take the heat. And our American gonna take down our first pot.
And Vince, even though Matt's starting tonight in 5th chip position, I give him a great shot to win tonight because he's the most experienced player at the table. He's been under the pressure of final tables before. He's come out on top. I like his chances.
Well, I would have to agree with you. And what poise by the young American to make that kind of move. Just picking on guys here at the Aviation Club de France as we're just getting started.
Well, that's why I like his chances, because he makes moves like that to take down pots.
All right, Frederic Margin, our Frenchman, out. And now Hugo Lemaire, he's from these parts right here in Paris. Very young guy, has a pair of deuces. And he is going to raise it up to 45,000 to go. Byron Caverman out of Ohio folds. Martin Jacobson now with an ace-9 of diamonds on the button.
Wow, gonna let it go.
Surprising. Into the Finn, Mikko.
Looks down at the Queen Jack.
Cool.
Well, she had that hand last time when it came Queen Jack 7. But
oh, you gotta love this guy. Loves the action. He's gonna play. And Matthew Waxman now, our little thief there.
Got ace-7 of clubs. He's getting a great price to make this call in a 3-way pot, so I can't see him going anywhere.
The intensity is palpable here at the Aviation Club de France. It's very hot here. No air conditioning, I might add.
And he does make the call.
Yes.
So here we go, 3-way action here. 3 tough young pros, 1 from France, 1 from Finland, 1 from America.
And here comes the flop. Oh boy, 3 of a kind for Hugo, just like that.
But Matt Waxman has flopped the nut flush draw. We could see a lot of fireworks here in Paris right now.
Mikko is checked. Matthew now with the big flush draw. What will he do? He checks as well.
Over to the young French pro who's flopped a set. He's got 3 deuces. Certainly he's gonna bet.
Yeah, he's sticking out a bet. Looks like 65,000.
Not a big bet into a pot that's got over 150,000 in it.
Mikko flies away. Now the Floridian with a huge opportunity here.
A huge opportunity to possibly go broke if he's not careful.
That's true.
Most players would check raise in this situation with the nut flush draw. But Matt's going to take the conservative approach and just call.
Well, I was going to see if he can just pull off one of these clubs and get lucky. Or not, we will see. But he gets the club.
King of clubs comes off. Matt has the best hand possible, the ace-high flush. Action's on him. He's going to check.
Just setting the trap for the Frenchman.
Three of a kind.
Wow.
He's going to check trips.
Good slowdown.
Well, that's incredible. And now another club comes off. So this not a good card for Matt.
Oh, that could slow down his action. Now, what will he do?
Well, he has the best hand possible. The ace-high flush. He's going to check it. And right behind him, the young Frenchman checks his set.
You call?
No.
You call river?
Probably not.
All right.
Matt Waxman going to win this pot.
You should have said yes. You would have tilted me.
Well, just incredible. The Frenchman lost no more money on that hand than he did.
Flopped his head, though.
No, you didn't.
Show the card.
Prove it.
Okay, show the card.
You did not flop a set.
See?
Oh, my God. You sicko.
Oh. So the guy that calls himself the most honest man in poker, getting off to a great start here in Paris.
It's very international field. You got 2 Europeans, Martin and Miko, 2 Frenchmen, and 2 Americans. So it's actually a nice little balance there. And obviously, the Americans are the favorite. No Americans ever won this tournament.
He has done it. He is our champion.
Now I have to win. It would be amazing to be the first American to win this tournament. Yes, that would be a huge accomplishment.
Well, no American has ever won a WPT event here in Paris, but I happened to win the biggest event prior to the World Poker Tour back in 2000 when I won the Euro Finals of Poker here. But still, we've had a couple guys come close. Eric Lingren, Alan Cunningham, Alan Gehring all came close, but no American has won a WPT event here in Paris. Could it happen tonight?
Well, our American Byron Kaverman right now has that opportunity. He's from Ohio. He's got a 9-7 of spades, and he's going to raise to 48,000. To Martin Jacobson, who's from Stockholm, Sweden. He goes away.
Over to the Finnish pro, Mikko Sundell.
He's in the big blind. He's got Queen 4 of hearts. This guy loves to gamble. And now also, he would be the first Finn to ever win if he should win in Paris. So something to brag about and shoot for. And now he has called this.
We've had a couple Finnish guys come second in this tournament. They haven't won either. All right, here comes the flop. 6-6-3.
Absolutely nothing to either one of these human beings. And Mikko is going to check. Byron, who used to play soccer in college.
He's had a great year already. Actually won over $500,000 playing poker this year so far.
Hits nothing on that flop. Does he have the goal to bet?
It's the kind of textured flop that you're going to make a continuation bet on, and that's what he's doing.
Yep, $52,000 into the Finn. Mikko, only 25 years old.
Look at this, Vince. He has nothing. No hand, no draw. Yet he is going to check raise here.
No, come on.
That's incredible poker we're seeing in Paris here tonight, folks.
Very daring move back into Byron's face.
Made it 143,000 to go.
Skydive with this guy. He'd hit the propeller. This is out of control.
Oh, boy. You better have your reserve shoot on when you play this guy, I'll tell you. Now, Byron has nothing here.
Oh, boy.
Yet he has not mucked this hand yet.
Breaking out in a rash.
Maybe suspecting some larceny by the Finn. And he's going to have to give it up. Great play by the Finnish pro there to take down that pot. Check raising with air.
Absolutely no emotion by the Finn. Could he be the first Finn to ever win this event? We will see. 6 players remain.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. You're watching the final table of the Grand Prix de Paris, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. We started this tournament with 312 entries, and 63 of those players got in by winning a satellite.
That's right, and if you don't know what a satellite is a smaller buy-in tournament, and if you win that, you get into a big WPT tournament. I have to say, one of the greatest places to play a satellite would be on our Season 10 sponsor, ClubWPT.com.
But ClubWPT.com is so much more than that. It's a fun, safe, legal place to play online poker. And for just $19.95 a month, you can become a VIP member, which means you can play all the tournaments you want
and enjoy VIP benefits as well. And as Vince said, you can also win seats out here on the World Poker Tour where you could be playing for millions of dollars.
That is true. And like we say, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed on clubwpt.com.
Well, there you see the chip counts. 5 of these guys virtually tied for the lead here at this table. Only one short stack there, Martin Jacobson, the Swedish pro, but everybody else got about equal chips.
All right, back to the action. The American folds, and now the Swede. Martin won't play. Mikko Sundell from Finland.
He looks down at the ace-deuce offsuit. That's good enough for him to raise it. Makes it 50,000 to go.
Matthew Waxman, look at this. Picks up 2 kings, the Cowboys. With the button. Mr. Bob's big boy in control here as he caps his cards.
Yeah, you know he's going to 3-bet this.
To be in Paris, playing for millions, picking up kings on the Champs-Élysées. What a life.
And he is going to raise it. Makes it 118,000 to go.
And now Frederic on his left, peeks down at his cards. Ooh la la, won't play that. Hugo, the other Frenchman, won't play.
Back around to Mikko. This is a pretty easy laydown, I think. You raise with the ace high, but when you get re-raised, you just don't want to come into a pot with an ace and a baby card, especially if they're offsuit.
He's from Finland. He jumps out of planes. He doesn't care. He gambles.
Oh, boy.
He's called this, Mike.
Well, he's called it. I don't like to play because he's out of position. Doesn't have a hand, but we've seen him win pots without hand so far.
All you got to do is flop. Here we go.
He is an action man.
Boy, you're right.
Come King 10-4 with 2 clubs.
There's 3 of a kind there for Matt Waxman with the kings. Nothing hitting for the Finn, and he has checked it.
Matt is loving it here. He's flopped the best hand possible. Well, Matt obviously has to bet this hand. In case your opponent's got ace-queen or ace-jack, something like that. You can't give him a free card to beat you here, so he is going to bet. He's just going to hope this Finnish pro makes some kind of move at this pot.
Yeah, he's bet 120,000.
You can just hear Matt saying to himself, please raise me, raise me, raise me. Oh, no. The Finnish guy releases his hand.
He's going to escape from that pit.
And with that pot, Matt Waxman, the 26-year-old pro out of Florida, takes the chip lead at this final table.
Says he's the most honest poker player in the world. I just don't get it. You gotta, I don't know. A lot of sneaky plays by that honest guy, but well done. All right, back to the action. Action's on Matthew.
And got the 8-deuce offsuit going to fold here.
He says he learned how to play poker during study hall in high school. Matthew did. It paid off.
Shows you what kids are learning these days.
All right, a lot of folds around to Martin Jacobson.
Well, Martin hadn't played a hand yet, and here he's got an 8-3, and he's going to limp in the small blind. And Mikko with the jack-deuce of diamonds, happy to see a free flop here.
With just a jack-deuce. So the battle of the blinds, and we are flopping.
It's come ace, queen, 7, 2 diamonds.
Nothing hitting for the man from Sweden, but look at this.
He is reaching for chips, and Vince, we are seeing everybody fighting for pots here so far.
Yeah, 24 grand with nothing.
Well, Mikko's got the flush draw. The question is, do you just call here or do you raise it? Take the conservative approach and just call.
Yep, gonna play it sneaky. Here we go with the turn card.
10 of clubs. That'll help to either player, other than the fact it gives Mikko a gut shot straight draw.
Martin's hand just keeps getting worse and worse, and he checks.
And it's gone check, check. Mikko happy to draw free to the flush and the straight. And now a queen comes off, so the board pairs queens.
Action again on the man with no hand from Stockholm. Does he have the guts to bet? Seems like he's getting some chips out, Mike.
Oh, just incredible. Take your hat off to this young Swede. He is trying to win this pot.
57 grand.
Now look at this. Mikko has nothing here. He's got a jack high. He missed his draw, but he's not missing out on grabbing some chips.
And he can't call here, folks. He's got to come over the top of the plate. He's doing it.
He's doing it.
Just an incredible play by the Swede and a more incredible play by the Finn.
You're right. You're right. Guys with absolutely nothing are taking control of the hand. Mikko Sundell is going to win the hand.
Well, Vince, I'm already become a fan of this Mikko Sundell. I can tell you that. This guy's come to play.
He has guts and poise, and he is doing well right now.
Well, we're always trying some new things out here in the WPT, and in Season 10, it's no exception.
That's right. We're going to do On the Road, and that's what it's like to travel the tour behind the scenes on the World Poker Tour. Check it out.
World Poker Tour at the Aviation Club de France at the Grand Prix de Paris. The very huge explosion of the Aviation Club de France was for sure when we get the chance of having the first ever WPT event here. I'm very proud of that, actually.
Aviation Club de France, as they like to say, is really spectacular. It has a great look to it, old world charm, James Bond-like. Right here is the bar area, and it's terrific. You can get anything you want. It'll just take you a long time to get it. This is the room that Mike and I will be in today. We're usually in the same room. We're right next door. These are a couple players that lost that get stuff to.
Well, the Aviation Club de Paris, as we call it, you know, is one of my favorite places in the world to play poker, maybe because I've had great success there. And I was the first American to win the $10,000 buy-in Euro Finals of Poker back in 2000. You know, as a poker player, you know, you're always very fond of the places you won at. You know, so to me, the Aviation Club and Foxwoods are two of the places I've had the most success at personally. So I love those places. If you got broke in a certain place, you hate the place.
First of all, I'm going to show you like the 5 last winner of the WPT.
Okay.
And I hope to see next year your picture on it.
I make no promises. I got to the Aviation Club. I met up with one of their representatives. We took a tour of the building.
The club is not only like a poker club, but it's also like a real gaming club. So you have very nice room where you can play blackjack, you can play 3-card poker, carabin stud poker, and punto banco. It was only gentlemen in that place, and
no women were allowed at that time?
No women at that time, and it was like very private, and people, the gentlemen has to wear a tie. So we have a lot of like young poker player, and we cannot expect them to come and play a big tournament and wearing tie during 12 hours playing. So.
No, that would be ridiculous to expect of a young person. I think I'm the only young American poker player who likes the idea of a dress code. This is, I think, one of the only poker rooms I've ever been in where I walk around like this and I don't feel like an absolute freak.
So we're going to have more and more World Poker Tour in France, and I think it's a great thing. Poker in France will continue to grow, so I think there is a bright future.
Well, Mike, I tell you, I really love Tony Dunst, but if you want to make him really mad, don't just knock him out of the tournament, take away his GQ magazine. That'll upset him.
Well, we're going to be seeing a lot more of Tony and others on the On the Road segment all season long.
You know it. We're coming back with more action from the WPT in just a moment. Stay with us.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
The winner of tonight's Grand Prix de Paris will vault into a tie for first place in the WPT Player of the Year race. But with over 20 qualifying events during Season 10, the latest standings will continually be updated on WPT.com as well as right here on the WPT broadcast. All right, right now, let's get back to the action here in Paris with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you can see the leaderboard. Matt Waxman from the U.S. out in front with over $2 million in chips. Can an American take down the WPT title here in Paris for the first time?
6 players remain, going out at over €500,000. First place prize. Action's on Hugo. He's got a Queen-5. He won't play that. Byron Caverman from Ohio, though, with an Ace-9. Will raise. Makes it 48,000 to go. Into the former Cook. Martin, he goes away.
Yeah, over to Mikko Sundell.
the Finnish pro, he's going out. Matt Waxman, our chip leader, out as well. So around to the big blind. Just the lone amateur player at the table, Frédéric Majin from France. He looks at the Jack-8 of spade. Looks like he wants to play. He's going to make the call. This guy's amazing, Vince. He got in this tournament on a satellite, and yet he's gone to work every day at 7 in the morning before the tournament started, and then he comes in and plays the tournament, and he's made it to the final table. Even worked today of the final table.
That is great. Well, nothing worked with that flop. He has checked it, hits nothing, but neither did Byron. But Byron looks aggressive. Will make the continuation, bet 61,000.
And look at this, Vince. Now the Frenchman's got no hand and no draw, as we say. He is floating here. He is calling here, I suppose, to try to take this pot away from his opponent later. It's the only reason you'd make this call. 6 of diamonds comes off. Let's see what he's going to do. And he is doing that. Oh, wow. He floated on the flop to try to steal this pot on the turn, and that's what he's doing. Incredible. Folks, this is the kind of play you see top pros make. You just don't see amateur guys that go to work every day that play in these WPT events make these kind of plays.
105,000 there by the bluffer, and Byron can't take the heat. He's got to fold the hand. Brilliantly done by the amateur Frenchman.
Frédéric playing his first ever WPT event, and wow, is he performing well. 5 tough young pros at this table and 1 amateur, but Vince, they all know how to play. They are all making moves, fighting for pots here. That's what you like to see in a poker final.
I got started playing poker after watching it on TV back in the days where they used to show WPT episodes.
I started playing poker because I was watching the WPT show in France, and I just tried to play it and went well, so I played it.
I learned with my parents and brother watching WPT on Canal+.
Et c'est peut-être parce qu'il a cet esprit-là qu'il appelle les belles cartes. Quelle finale! Wow! Quelle finale!
I look at it, I like it, and I play a few rounds during 1 week. I win a lot of money. I had a very great night, and I enjoy it, and I came back.
Well, Mike, think about the lives we ruined.
Oh, so many guys learn how to play poker watching the World Poker Tour over here in Europe. Incredible.
And now they are playing for €500,000. That's about 700,000 in U.S. Action right back on the Frenchman. He folds his hand. Hugo also going away. And Byron Caverman now with a King-9. Studied psychology in college. He's raised to 48,000. Now the former cook, Martin Jacobson, picks up an ace-jack. He's on the short stack.
He might well opt to go with this hand, Vince.
All in.
And he's done it. He's gone all in here.
How much you play?
Started with 1.6.
1.6?
Yeah.
Well, look at this. The Finn has picked up a real hand, pair of jacks.
Well, incredible. He's made the call. He doesn't re-raise, because just in case, Byron had a monster hand here in this spot and would come back over the top of him. He might lay the jacks down, but as it is, Byron has nothing, gets out of the way.
So does Matthew.
What do you had? Had you ace?
Nah.
Down.
Had a king blocker. So
And we have a showdown here between the cook and the Finn.
So Martin Jacobson, who has finished second before in a WPT event, he did that in Venice. But if he wants to stay alive tonight here, he's going to have to get very lucky.
Good. Good.
Now flop comes 8-6-3. No help at all for the Swedish pro.
Ace of hearts.
One time.
Oh, and the cook is begging for an ace of hearts. He needs luck. Didn't get it there. 10 of diamonds.
So we're down to the river card. The 24-year-old Swede needs to catch an ace on the river to stay alive. Otherwise, he'll be out in 6th place.
Can he get the dream card? We will see. What's it going to be?
Well, it's a king. So that's going to do it for the young Swede. Martin Jacobson going to be out in 6th place.
The former cook has to say goodnight. He picks up about 110,000 U.S. Not too bad. And we're down to 5.
So with that pot, Mikko Sundell taking the chip lead here. He's been very impressive so far tonight.
We've seen him check raise with no hand on the river. We've seen him bet with no hand on the river to win these pots. Really playing well so far.
Well, I'm very impressed by Matthew Waxman. He says he's the most honest guy in poker. I don't believe him anymore. This guy only does his bluff. He shoves his chips around. He is very tough.
All these players playing great tonight.
The question is, Vince, can the Finn finish the job?
We will see. He's the chip leader. It's down to 2 Americans, 2 Frenchmen, and the Finn, who has the chip lead. Who will take down this title and the 500,000 euros that go with it? Back to you, Kimberly.
Well, the Finn could finish the job, but I still think it's anyone's title to take. Thanks, guys. Join us next time as WPT's coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris continues. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
On the Champs-Elysees, over €500,000 are up for grabs as continuing coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris starts now only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Welcome back to the Aviation Club in France for WPT's coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris. We're midway through the final table of our first European Tour stop of Season 10, and we turn now to our own Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, Vince, what do you make of what we've seen so far at this final table?
Well, Kimberly, right now, the guy from Finland is out in front. Mikko Sundell, he's got about 2.4 million in chips.
He's already knocked out the other Scandinavian at the final table, Swedish pro Martin Jacobson, who went out in 6th place. Now Mikko is hoping to be the first Finn to capture the title here in Paris. Finnish pros Juha Helppi and Jani Santula both finished in 2nd place here in past WPT events at the Aviation Club.
We've got 2 Americans and 2 French at this table also. And Vince, even though the Americans haven't done a lot so far, I still like their chances to win this tournament.
Well, it's pretty impressive. The Americans hanging around here in Paris. One American, Byron Carverman, has been biding his time, but the other American, Matthew Waxman, has been mixing it up here. Now, he is the self-proclaimed most honest man in poker. You know, he might be in real life, but not at the poker table. This guy loves to bluff, and he is tough. You can't count out the Americans, Mike. But the 2 Frenchmen and the Finn, anything can happen in the land of crepes. We will see. Back to you, Kimberly.
You're making me hungry. All right, thanks, guys. Over €500,000, the WPT Champions Cup, and national pride all on the line. So let's get back to the game.
Current chip leader is Mikko Sundell from Finland, but everybody else has got at least 1.3 million in chips, so certainly the title is up for grabs.
And he's at 5,000 blinds, of 15 and 30,000. First to act is Mikko. Likes to skydive in his pastime. And this time he's got a pair of 3s and it's going to raise. Makes it 70,000 to go.
Well, Matt Waxman out. Round to the French amateur player, Frederic Margin, he's out as well. But the other Frenchman, Hugo Lemaire, young tough pro, has picked up 2 queens.
He's going to try to punish his man. He has raised to 205,000 to go. The American from Ohio, Byron Carverman, goes away.
Well, we know Mikko doesn't like to throw hands away, and certainly looks like he's going to make this call in hopes to hit a 3 where he could bust the young Frenchman.
You know, here's the flop.
Now flop comes Jack 9 deuce.
No help to the Finn, who has just a pair of 3s.
Look at this. Hugo is going to check the 2 queens, but the Finn not falling into that trap. He checks right behind him. Now the 4 spade comes off. This gives Mikko a flush draw.
Pretty bad one, but the overpair of Hugo is going to bet 220,000.
Call.
Wow. He's going for the investment, makes the call.
Well, Mikko is calling here because his opponent didn't bet on the flop. He's putting him on something like ace king or ace queen maybe, where he thinks the 3s are the best hand. Now the board pairs jacks.
Not helping the Finn, and the Frenchman again looks like he's getting chips out to bet.
Well, those plaques you see are 100,000 each. So there you see the bet, 350,000.
Substantial bet.
Well, essentially, all you can beat is a bluff here with 2 threes. But the way the hand was played, the Finn may fall in this trap, thinking his opponent's got something like ace, king, ace, queen, and he has made the call, and it's going to cost him.
Yes, sirree.
And with that pot, Hugo Lemaire, the young French pro, has taken the chip lead.
As a French player, I feel confident that's how you should feel when you start a final table. I've been looking for a final table of a major event for a long time. I've been close to it many times, but it's my first final table for a major event, and it would mean a lot to win this.
That is Hugo Lemaire, only 24 years old.
Well, we're going to try to duplicate the feat of the guy you're looking at right there, David Benjamin, the lone French player to take down this WPT title in Paris.
This is Hugo's hometown club right here in Paris, the Aviation Club. And he has got a shot here tonight.
Well, all the French players tell me this guy is a tough young pro player, no doubt about it.
All right, back to the action. Frederick folding his hand. Hugo with a Motown hand, Jackson 5s, goes away. Byron from Ohio not going to play.
Around to the battle of the blinds here, and Miko Sundell has picked up ace-king, a premium hand here.
And he's going to make it 75,000 to go. With a quality hand, now Matthew Waxman from Florida says he's the most honest man in poker. And he's got a seductive little 6-5 of clubs.
One of those hands you like to see flops with. The suited connectors.
He's also got one of like 50s big boy haircuts. Bob's Big Boy, remember?
He looks like Opie to me, the Andy Griffith Show.
Something like that.
Opie grown up a little. Meantime, he's going to call.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a flop here.
Finn against the American.
Oh, and it's come 9-7-4.
Amazing.
The dream flop for Matt Waxman here as he's flopped a flush with a straight flush draw.
And he's not even looking down. He's just looking at his man, the Finn.
Well, Miko's got the king of clubs here. So he's got the ace-king with the king of clubs, and he's going to make a continuation bet.
He is begging for punishment. He bets 85,000. It's the American who with the flush.
Everyone's going to bet in that spot with the ace-king and the king of clubs with that flop.
Oh, yeah.
Little does he know his opponent's got a flush already. But he's going to find it out pretty soon, I think. We saw Matt Waxman slow play the nut flush earlier at this final table. It cost him some chips. Not slow playing it here. Comes right over the top. Makes it 210,000 to go.
How much you started?
This is over 1.7.
Okay.
Both players started with virtually an equal amount of chips. So if Miko makes a move here, we could see by far the biggest pot of the night.
680.
Oh, wow. He has stepped in it. He is re-raising Matthew. He's going up to 680,000.
I think Matt's going to ship it right here.
All in.
And that's what he's done. He has gone all in, and Miko has made the call. Miko in dire straits right now. Must catch a club that's not the 3 of clubs or the 8 of clubs, because that would give Matt a straight flush.
Well, you know, the bravery of Miko throughout this contest has been amazing. He's an impeccable poker player, but this time might have overstepped his boundaries. This is the biggest pot of the tournament so far. Here comes 4th Street.
7 of diamonds on the turn.
Does not help Miko.
We are down to the river. Miko Sundell must catch a club that's not the 3 of clubs or the 8 of clubs.
Otherwise, the American will become the new chip leader, and Miko will be crushed.
It's a 3 of
He's
diamonds.
done it.
So Matt Waxman is going to win the biggest pot of the night so far here in Paris.
This is 1.4.
And he is the dominating chip leader right now.
1.8559.
A huge double up by American Matt Waxman, and of course Miko hanging on by a thread. The game has now changed. Coming up, Tony Dunst with a new edition of The Raw Deal and a special edition of Ones to Watch when the WPT's coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris continues.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
welcome back to the World Poker Tour, where we just saw American Matt Waxman make a huge double up through Mikko Sundell, who's left hanging on by a thread. I think it's a good bet to say that Mikko's going to be going all in any minute now. Let's get down to the table.
So just like that, the Finn, who was the chip leader a moment ago, now on the verge of being eliminated in 5th place.
Well, he played fast, didn't get lucky. He's probably going to regret that one.
Well, in my view, he overplayed the last 2 hands, the 2 threes and the ace-king, and it cost him all his chips.
Well, he's down to 32,000 euros, something like that. But the action first goes to the Frenchman, Hugo Lemaire. He flies away. Now Byron Kaverman from Ohio started out as our chip leader here tonight. He's got ace-jack of hearts.
Makes it 60,000 to go. Mikko, who hasn't even got the size of the big blind, going to make the call here.
Yeah.
Get king 6 of diamonds. I don't blame him for getting it all in here.
Matthew out. Frederick Majin, who's in the big blind, looks like he's going to call with a 7-3.
Well, not going to cost him much. Getting a good price here, as we say, to make the call, so he does so.
Yeah. So there's a little side pot, but they just want to knock out the Finn. And here's the flop, 5-5-8. Doesn't help Mikko. Right now, Byron out in front still with his ace high. And the American's gonna bet, and Frederick goes out. So it's 2-way action, and Mikko Sundell, the skydiver, not looking good right here.
Now needs to catch a king or a 6, 2 running diamonds or 2 running cards to make a straight. Otherwise, the former chip leader is gonna be out in 5th place.
Mikko would love to hit a miracle and stick around. Not there.
Well, the jack comes off. That eliminates the 6, the diamond, and the straight card.
Yeah, Byron
so we are
hitting
down to
jacks.
the river. Mikko Sundell must catch a king on the river. Otherwise, he'll be our 5th place finisher.
River card will be.
Well, it's a deuce of clubs. So that's going to do it for the Finn and Vince. He came to this final table tonight as our chip leader and quickly goes out in 5th place.
Well, he plays fast, he played well, but he's got to be disappointed the way he went out. He'll take home 133,000 euros. That's about 170,000 US. That's a big accomplishment, but we're down to 4.
All right, so with the Finn, Mikko Sundell out in 5th place. We're getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. In Season 10, the WPT is following a cross-section of poker players we feel have what it takes to become the next breakout superstars in poker. And while we've rolled into Paris for our first European televised event of Season 10, back in Los Angeles, we spent some time with Ones to Watch Maria Ho to see what life is like for this professional player away from the felt.
I love to grind, sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a Ones to Watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
Ones to Watch. My poker playing lifestyle has kind of found a way to intersect with the LA lifestyle. I didn't realize it would lead to all of these different opportunities.
Maria Ho, she's a beautiful girl and happens to be pretty good at poker.
There are a few girls in poker with her talent, so it's smart of her to market that. And, you know, she's in a way making a business out of her career.
The whole entertainment thing, just something that I stumbled upon, you know, as far as, you know, Amazing Race goes and any of that other mainstream stuff goes. I'm kind of, you know, in a place where it's nice to get to experience these things, but, you know, I'm just open to whatever comes my way.
When someone like Maria Ho transcends into mainstream media, it's good for everyone in poker because she's only going to bring more people and more interest. It's a win-win situation for us all. It's like more power to her.
I've never been on network television show, so good for her.
Not only is Maria a good poker player, but she can sing as well, so she's definitely a force to be reckoned with.
I have no idea about her singing. She's a singer?
When I was standing on the line, you pushed me right off that wall, and after all this time. Something like singing, I feel like I would definitely give up poker for, just because that's been a passion of mine for so long, and I just never really had the opportunity to do that.
I think the most important thing in deciding what you do with your life is absolutely just being as passionate as possible about what it is. Like in a person like Maria's instance, I think it's really important to follow your heart.
I don't want to turn my back on poker because it's got me here, but life is too short to kind of not try everything when you have the opportunity to do that.
Well, that is the very exciting Maria Ho. She is fun to be around. And there are the standings for the ones to watch. And by the way, none of the players on the ones to watch made Paris. They didn't come over to Paris, so that's the way it goes.
We won't be watching them here in Paris, but we will be watching them the rest of the season on the World Poker Tour.
All right, back to four-way action here at the final table at the Aviation Club. Hugo Lemaire, first to play. He's got ace-8, and he's going to raise 65,000. He makes it. Byron Coverman out.
Over to Matt Waxman. Tough pro out of Florida. Looks down at the Jack-9 of diamonds.
Four-handed poker in Paris.
Yeah. You like to see a flop with this kind of hand. See what Matt's going to do. Well, maybe he doesn't want to see a flop because he is 3-betting here, re-raising with the Jack-9.
175 now. Frederic behind him. Gets out of their way. Back on Hugo.
We talk about power poker. This is what we're talking about. 3-betting with hands like this.
Well, Hugo's going to make the call.
So we're going to see a flop here. The flop comes queen 10 deuce with 2 spades. So Matt has flopped an open end straight draw.
Hugo hitting nothing there.
How much pressure can you take here when the man 3-bet you now leads out and bets on the flop?
Yep, a bet's 130,000 into the young man who, this is his club. This is his hometown club, the Aviation Club. He wants to show off for his friends, take down the big money, and he's going to re-raise with just ace high.
It's just incredible how many real poker plays we've seen at this final table. And folks, when I talk about a real poker play, I'm talking about making a raise or betting a hand with no hand and no draw.
But you can't push around big boy. He's calling this.
Well, he's called with the open end straight draw. And I can assure you, Hugo does not like that. 6 of spade on the turn. Neither player going to be happy to see that card because neither have a spade in their hand.
No, and look at this. They both look at each other a little desperate. Which more desperate man will have the gall to bet?
Look at this. Matt Waxman with just the jack high is going to bet 275,000 here. Now, to me, this is like a defensive bet. And there you see the quizzical look of Hugo Lemaire, wondering why the guy's bet now.
Wow.
I raised him on the flop. Why is he leading out in the turn? But his problem is he has nothing here.
And he looks puzzled. And the Frenchman is going to say, Fini, he's out of there.
So Matt Waxman taking down yet another big pot to extend his chip lead. The American having a big time in Paris right now.
And how Matthew Waxman from Florida shining right now.
These lights are not helping.
And of course, there are the Royal Flush Girls also shining beautifully.
The heat situation.
You know, Matt complained a little bit how hot the lights are. It is very hot in Paris here tonight, folks. Let me tell you something. That room these players are in, it is extremely hot. You're going to have to be extremely mentally tough to survive this final table, not only as a poker player, but to survive the heat.
All right, back to the action. Frederic has folded. Hugo has raised with the pair of 9s to 65,000. Byron, with just king 5, is going to get tricky here, it looks like, with a re-raise.
Well, I just saw his fellow American
Yeah.
get re-raised and then bet to win the pot. So he's going to try to 3-bet to win it right here with just a king 6 offsuit.
Oh, but Matthew behind them picks up ace queen. Pretty solid, but it's been raised and re-raised.
He's got nothing invested in this pot. And as you said, it's been raised and re-raised. Many players would just muck the ace queen here. Why get involved? But that's not the style of Matt Waxman. He likes to get involved. He's going to 4-bet it here with just the ace queen.
Hugo says, Fini, I've had enough. And Byron also going to fold his hand. So everything going right for the American. Matthew Waxman from Parkland, Florida. He is our chip leader, taking down another pot.
Hello.
Bonjour. People ask me like what I think of their poker game. I might just tell them it's not that great. I need the ace, right? The ace.
Yeah, but
What they used to come up.
no good days.
I don't mean anything mean by it.
Don't do that.
I don't care. I'm very honest, and if anyone asks me a question, I'll always tell them the truth. I would have called. I would have called it. I told him I would have called it. Almost to a fault sometimes. I could be lying though.
Well, I sure wouldn't lie to her, would you?
No, maybe he tells the truth everywhere, but at the poker table, this guy is a bluffer, he's a liar, and that's why he's so good. Back to the game we go. First to act is going to be Hugo. He's picked up a nice ace-10. Very strong hand in a four-handed poker game.
Certainly everybody going to raise with that hand. Hugo does so.
Makes it 65,000. Now Byron quickly folds a pair of threes.
Oh, and Matt Waxman picking up 2 jacks. Another big hand for him.
Yes, it is.
He's earned so many of his pots here tonight, though. Check raising with air, betting with jack highs. But here he's got the real deal, the 2 jacks, and he's going to 3-bet it to 170,000.
Frederick.
He's the amateur French player that's gone to work every day this week. Still here with 4 players left. Incredible.
He folds his hand, and Hugo needs to see this flop. He is called. Ace-10 up against a pair of jacks. Oh, wow. 3 tens, just like that, Mike.
Well, this is just what Hugo's looking for. And Matt's going to check his 2 jacks.
Hugo with an opportunity. You know what? He's going to dig the hole, put the branches, the twigs over it, wait for the sucker to fall in.
Well, the sucker now has 2 jacks and an open-end straight draw, as you call him. He'd have to think he's got the best hand right here after his opponent checks on the flop, so he's getting out some betting chips. And you're right, Vince. He could fall into a big trap right here.
Well, he's bet 155,000. Is this Paparini time?
He just calls with the 3 tens. I am puzzled by that.
Now that's the time you got to come back over the top.
In case your opponent's got a jack, you'd be afraid a straight card would come off, maybe.
Maybe he'll hit a full house.
And there it is. The king comes off.
Oh, man.
So 4 cards straight on the board, and Matt Waxman, who's in dire straits on the flop, now has the best hand with the straight.
Complete debacle there for the Frenchman.
You know, sometimes, Vince, you can slow play yourself into oblivion, and that's what the Frenchman's done here. Didn't bet the flop, didn't raise on the turn. He no longer has the best hand. The question is he going to pay off this bet?
Well, Waxman has bet 280,000.
Well, frustration on the Frenchman right now. You can see that. He's saying, you got to be kidding me. I slowed this, played this hand. This guy's got a jack in his hand, and I've now gotten beat.
You try so hard to trap a guy, and sometimes that trap just backfires. But it's a curiosity call.
Yep, gonna make the call with the 3 tens. And just doesn't want to let the hand go. Just feeling woozy right now.
Yeah, don't want to show it either. Matt Waxman is a one-man wrecking crew. Just rolling down the Champs-Elysees here tonight, Mike.
He's the Eiffel Tower of this game, Vince. No doubt about that. Matt Waxman taking down yet another pot to yet increase his chip lead. And that pot put a stinging blow on the young Frenchman.
Coming up, no holds barred commentary on tonight's play with Tony Dunst and The Raw Deal, plus a new segment for season 10 on the road that gives you behind the scenes access to the World Poker Tour and this week's Champions Cup moment as the Grand Prix de Paris continues right after this.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. Brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Well, I can tell you, if you're a poker player, at some point in your life, you got to come to the Aviation Club de France and play some poker. Best location of any poker room in the world, that's for sure. Smack dab in the middle of the Champs-Elysees.
Well, it reeks of class and fun. It just makes you want to play poker. And right now, four-handed action.
Yeah, 2 Americans, 2 Frenchmen fighting it out for this title. But right now, Matt Waxman with the big chip lead. He's got nearly $6 million. Nobody else has $2 million.
Incredible. Back to the table we go.
Now, no American has ever won this WPT title here in Paris. Only one Frenchman has, David Benjamin. One of these guys looking to add their name to the WPT Champions Cup.
Hugo has folded, and now Byron Caberman. He has been whittled down here tonight.
Well, nothing's gone right for him so far, but looks like this hand might go right for him. As he picks up the ace-king, he's going to raise it. Makes it 80,000 to go.
Into Matthew Waxman, who also has a quality hand, ace-queen.
Well, the last time he picked up ace-queen, it was raised and re-raised to him, and he 4-bet on top of it and took the pot down. So I feel certain he's going to 3-bet here. with this hand. If he 4-bets with it, surely he's going to 3-bet with it, and he does. 205,000.
Frederick, the Frenchman, the amateur player who's played very solid, tight tonight, goes away, back on Byron.
Yeah, with his chip stack, I think he just got to ship it here.
All in.
He's going to do so. Now, will he get the call by Matthew?
I call.
Yes, yes, he does.
Well, he's called, and Byron in great shape to double up here, to get a much-needed double up, I might add.
Yeah, do some damage against our chip leader, Matthew. You got to love it when your ace-king is up against ace-queen. Byron, he went to college, studied psychology in college, a fine soccer player. Hasn't had much luck here tonight. Let's see if this hand will bring him some. So far, so good.
Well, a king right on the flop as it's
Chop
come
it
king
up.
4 deuce. Well, Matt hollering chop it up, meaning he'd like to see 2 more clubs come out there, but
I
no.
want the whole thing.
A queen comes
Sorry,
off.
bro.
Meaning if another queen comes off, this would be a savagely brutal beat.
Yes, it
Brutal.
would.
For Byron, but still a big favorite.
River card, it's a 6 of hearts. Byron's hand's going to hold up.
So that's the boost that Byron Carverman was looking for. He's been a pro for 6 years. Had a great year already. Actually won over $500,000 playing poker this year so far.
He's played 9 WPT events, his first cash.
Taking a look at the Player of the Year race early on, it's Legends of Poker champ Will the Thrill Fiala currently in the lead, but tonight's winner in Paris jumps into a tie for first as this race continues. In the meantime, let's get back to the call of the game with Mike and Vince.
Well, 4 players remain, and Matthew Waxman is still the chip leader with about 5.1. Action going to Hugo. He's going to fold his hand. Byron Carverman now with an ace-6.
And he's on the button with the ace high, gonna raise it up.
Makes it 80,000 to go. Matthew out. Frederick Magin, look at that.
And he has got 2 queens.
Beautiful hand, not gonna re-raise.
Slow playing them.
Yep, trying to trap.
Let's see how it works out for him.
Oh, maybe he's smart because he hits 3 queens on the flop just like that.
Well, it's come king, queen, jack.
He's checking again. And Byron checking behind him.
Byron trying to catch that 10 to give him a straight. Doesn't happen as the king comes off. Full house for the Frenchman.
Just queens full. He's going to check again. Let's see if Byron will bite. No. Good resistance.
Not falling any traps here so far. He's got the kind of hand you don't mind checking it down with, an ace high.
River card, irrelevant. 5 of clubs. He's still not going to bet.
Now this guy is the slow play king of the world.
Love him.
Ace. No
Now
good.
Byron says yes. The Frenchman says no good as he turns up a full house here.
So no, it's not.
Oh,
No,
boy.
it's not good.
Frederick Magin with queens
if I
full.
bet you fold.
Well, maybe better keep that day job, Vince.
Well, he has a tight perception at the table. If you're going to check, a lot of guys aren't going to bet your hands, so it backfires for the Frenchman, even though he takes down that pot.
Well, Vince, we've had a great time all week long here in Paris, but now it's time for the viewers to get a glimpse of what happens behind the scenes on the World Poker Tour with this segment of On the Road.
Okay, I'm outside of the Aviation Club. No more cards for me. No more smoking inside. I've had it. What I like to do in Paris is see the sights. Today I'm going to Montmartre. It is so beautiful there. It's about a 5-mile jog. It's uphill, it's downhill. I'll be having espresso with the French people. They love me here. I'm going to put on the bandana and get out of here. Join me. All right, going by the Arc de Triomphe. Pretty good so far, huh?
People might not know it about him, you know. He's the most vain guy in the world. I think that's why we get along so good together, because I'm not the Hollywood well-built guy and the good-looking guy like Vince is, so I'm no competition for him there.
This is the Opera House. Ah, makes you want to sing. but I won't.
Vince is my favorite. We hang out quite a lot. We have the same birthday, so guy is maintaining, isn't he?
First time that I met Vince Van Patten was on a poker cruise. Somehow I found myself against Vince doing a lap around the entire top deck of the boat in under a certain number of seconds. You want him around. That's who Vince is to me. But you don't want to gamble with him. Don't do it.
Oh my, it's fantastic. Oh, how do you beat this? It makes me want to drink that water, but you can't do that. There's a lot of pigeons in there and things like that, so.
Vince, he lives life by, how do you say it? The seat of his pants?
Hello, Lamont. All right, that's it. So that was the run. I feel absolutely exhausted, but it's fantastic. All the beautiful monuments of Paris. This is it. You can't beat this in a card game. You can't get this feeling unless you're winning a lot of money.
Oh, Vince, I got to tell you, you must think you're the Rocky of Paris or something, but you were moving a little slow up those steps.
Oh, boy, I've seen glaciers move faster than me. Why didn't you tell me, anyone? But it was uphill.
Well, you might not have been moving too fast, but I'll tell you, the action here in Paris is fast and furious. 4 players left. We'll be right back with more on the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to the Grand Prix de Paris, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. This is the second tournament in the historic 10th season of the WPT. The name and the winning hand of whoever takes down tonight's title will be added to the WPT Champions Cup. If you dream of playing in a WPT event or even just want to hone your game, check out ClubWPT.com. Ask any pro and they'll tell you the best way to improve your game is to play as much as possible. At Club WPT, for only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member. This means you get great VIP benefits and you can play in as many tournaments as you want. Plus, you can even win a seat into a WPT live tournament. So check it out for yourself on ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. All right, it looks like the final table action is ready to start back up. So I'll hand it over to Mike and Vince to check the standings and get back to the game.
Well, current chip leader is Matt Waxman out of Florida, sitting with over $5.2 million in chips. Byron Carriman in second place now, so the 2 Americans out in front with 4 players left.
The winner is going to take home 500,000 euros. That's approximately about 700,000 US. Huge payday here for someone in Paris. All right, Matthew first to act. He's got a king-9, going to get aggressive with it. Makes it 85,000 to go.
Now the amateur French player at the table going out, and now the young pro French player out as well.
Around to the other American, Byron, and look at this. He's got a nice ace-jack.
He just calls with it, though. Does not 3-bet with it. Wants to camouflage the strength of his hand a little bit, I guess.
Let's see if that works. Oh, he hits a jack just like that. Byron out in front with jacks, but he's going to check.
Byron's got top pair, top kicker, and checks. Matt Waxman with the gut shot straight draw, checks right behind him. Now a 9 comes off, so Byron still well out in front with the 2 jacks.
Matthew with a pair of 9s now as well.
Again, Byron checks top pair and top kicker.
I guess he figures Matthew plays so fast, but this time he slows down and he's checking. Oh, gee.
Talk about running good. It comes 9-9. He's made 3 9s to make the best hand here.
Byron just fell into this, and now he's doing the wrong thing.
Well, he was going to check raise on the flop. Maybe check raise on the turn.
Sure.
Now he's going to lead out on the river, and now he's beat.
155 going into the Matt Kitty. And you get some extra chips in there if you're Matthew with your 3 of a kind.
I think you do. When it's checked on the flop,
Yep.
checked on the turn, you make running 9s to make trips.
He makes it 355 to go.
And now poor Byron. What do you do here?
Can you possibly give this up and just say, well played?
Or you can beat it as a bluff, essentially, but he's going to make the call.
King 9.
He's not going to like it as his opponent turns up 3 9s.
Oh, boy. And the one American Matthew lambasting his friend. That has got to hurt. This is no game for the soft.
Season 10 has seen the introduction of the WPT Champions Cup, a perpetual trophy that enshrines the victory of every WPT champion. And all season long, we'll celebrate those winners with a short look back called the Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky?
Perhaps the greatest battle in WPT history took place at the Grand Prix de Paris in Season 3, as Australian pro Tony G unleashed a withering psychological attack upon his opponents, the likes of which had never been seen.
I'm gonna take everything you have! Everything!
It came down to the menacing Australian and a soft-spoken Englishman named Surrender Sunar.
Bye-bye! Rip you apart so hard.
The verbal venom continues from Tony G.
He's the devil.
And you're gonna suffer so much. Man.
Tony G's unsportsmanlike behavior had brought the Brit the rare support of the French crowd.
This guy is just gonna knuckle me up!
As Sunar remained composed in the face of Tony G's unrelenting verbal assault, but unable to break the Englishman. Tony was the one to lose his composure, making bad call after bad call. In the end, Surrender Sunar survived the Aussie's verbal assault to claim victory in Paris and etch no more a deserving name upon the WPT Champions Cup.
What a battle we've witnessed tonight here in Paris. Well, that was one of the epic battles of all time on the World Poker Tour. But Vince, as you know, pros are out here trying to make money, but money comes and goes. But having your name etched on that Champions Cup, it's there forever. That's what you dream about as a poker player.
Yeah, just going back to seeing Tony G play. Wonder if he ever got out of that insane asylum that he went to. I don't know, but he was fun to watch. 4 players here battle for this title tonight.
Well, Matt Waxman raising it here with a 10-7.
He's the chip leader. He makes it 85,000 to go.
The 2 Frenchmen going out.
And now Byron with a king-jack. Came in final table as the chip leader. He's been whittled down, and he has made the call. So 10-7 up against king-jack. Here's the first 3.
Now flop comes jack, 6-4. Great flop for Byron. He's got top pair with a king kicker.
Always catches jacks, it seems like, and he's going to check again. He knows how aggressive Matthew is, and he's proving it here once again.
Well, Matt's going to make the continuation bet. He's got no hand and no draw, so just hoping to bet and steal it right here.
65 grand. Byron now with the check raise opportunity, but no, just going to call it.
And he does make the call. Doesn't raise with the 2 jacks.
Let's see if that backfires again for Byron. Here comes the turn card.
Well, an ace comes off. That's not the card Byron wanted to see, I can assure you. He's fearful now his opponent made aces on the turn, but it goes check, check. He's got to feel better about that. Now a deuce comes off. So since his opponent didn't bet on the turn, you don't put him on aces, so you try to get a little value bet in here with the 2 jacks and a king kicker. And that's what he's done, 125,000.
Byron used to play soccer in college, also studied psychology, and he thinks that maybe he can get a call here.
Well, even though Matt only has a 10 high, in his mind, he's put his opponent on a straight draw.
You're sweating, man. Is that a tell? Wow. Stone face.
Well, that's true. Byron is sweating a lot, but it's boiling in here.
But in the meantime, Matt Waxman actually considering calling with just a 10 high here.
This will be one of the looser calls on the WPT.
And that's what he's done.
He
He's made a hero call, and had he been right about that, the whole world would have been raving about that call. As it is, doesn't look too bright.
Information call.
Well, I give him a lot for creativity and imagination, but sometimes you're either the hero with that kind of call or you're the bum.
Would have called much faster.
Needless to say, he's the bum.
We'll be right back with more action from the Aviation Club in France, including Tony Dunst breaking down tonight's play when we return on the World Poker Tour.
Brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Being a Club WPT VIP is like having a backstage pass to the WPT because you get to interact with me and Matt.
That's right. You also get to play for your share more than $100,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
We are back at the Grand Prix de Paris, where any mistake from here on out could literally cost a fortune. To break down tonight's highs and lows is Tony Dunst in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Sometimes you watch a hand of poker where, at first glance, the action seemingly doesn't make sense. I think many viewers may have witnessed the hand involving Matt Waxman calling down Byron Kaverman with 10 high, and question what he was thinking paying off with such an abysmal holding. But there's more method to the madness than may be readily apparent. Let's break it down. Matt raises the cutoff with 10-7 suited, and Byron defends in the big. Not surprisingly, Matt elects to bet the fairly uncoordinated flop. Byron calls, and we see an offsuit ace land on the turn. Some may be surprised that Matt doesn't continue his bluff on the ostensibly good card to do so, but his decision to check tells us that he likely believes that firing the ace as a bluff card feels too obvious. He might also just want to give up on a hand that's turned zero equity. An irrelevant deuce lands on the river, and Byron elects to value bet a little over 1/3 pot. And here's where it gets a little different. Most would assume that the river is a straightforward decision, either fold the whiffed hand or turn it into a bluff with a raise, if you like to live dangerously. But Matt sees potential in the unconsidered third option, and here's why.
You're sweating, man. Is that a tell?
Number one, Matt seems to detect what he feels may be a physical tell in Byron sweating. It's difficult to grasp how reliable something like this is with each person, but I do find it strange that Matt gives it such consideration, seeing as everyone at the final table can attest that it's about 8 million degrees in the Aviation Club today. I don't know the French word for air conditioning, but neither do the French. Number two, Matt likely believes Byron's value betting range isn't that wide. He knows Byron will call the flop with any pair, but the portion of that range that will value bet the river is likely just stronger jacks, a 4 or a 6 that made 2 pair with the ace, or sets. And sets are hard to make. Number three, there are in fact a number of hands Byron could be turning into a bluff here, and Matt is aware that Byron is skillful enough to take advantage of his currently tight image and get creative. It's not crazy to think that Byron may have called on the flop with something like 7-5, 8-7, or 9-8 suited with a backdoor flush draw, aware that on such a dry board, Matt will often have to shut down on the turn, allowing Byron to frequently pick up the pot with a river bet if his draws miss. So, do I agree with the call? No, but I think it's more sensible than it seems on face level. And besides, if Matt's call ends up being right, he gets to experience that rare, perfect sensation that is the owned him moment. A moment where you've blatantly crushed your opponent's soul, then glance around the table with the steely glare of Clint Eastwood right before he kills a bunch of people. I like to think all we poker players live for that moment.
Hey, Mitch, I'll tell you the truth. I've seen Stu Unger, the legendary poker player, make those kind of calls, but he won the pot when he did it.
But Matthew is still the chip leader with 5.2 million in euros. The blinds are going up to 25 and 50,000. Action going to Byron Kaverman from Ohio. Byron out. And now Matthew with a pair of nines. He's the chip leader. He's got all the momentum. And he's getting out the raising chips, makes it 105,000 to go. But Frederick behind it with ace king says all in.
Now quickly goes Tappy.
Hugo out.
Call. And Matt quickly makes the call. We got the classic race situation. The under pair versus the 2 overcards. And for the Frenchman to stay alive, he's going to need some help here.
Yes. Man works in computers, has a real job. Frederick Magin.
As you can see, all the French here at the Aviation Club holding their breath for their partner. An ace right in the door.
Oh, it certainly is. Ace 10, 8, all diamonds.
This gives the American a flush draw. So he needs a 9 or a diamond to win this pot.
It is never easy. The Frenchman has to, well, he's gotten lucky there. 10 on the turn.
The board pairs 10. So again, Matt Waxman looking for a diamond or a 9 to eliminate this Frenchman. The guy holding his breath. He doesn't want to go back to work yet, and he doesn't have to as the 5 comes off. But what a story it is with this guy, Vince. He got in this tournament by winning a satellite. He's gone to work every day since this tournament started at 7 in the morning. Then he's come in and played poker, and here he is with 4 players left and a shot to win this thing.
Plays his poker down here at the Aviation Club. 4 players remain. He has doubled up, and he is back in action.
Vince, we've got 2 Americans and 2 French fighting it out for this title in Paris. The American, however, Matt Waxman, has the chip lead. The question is, Vince, can he be the first American to ever take a WPT title in Paris?
Well, I think he's the best player at the table right now. I think he can, but voila, the battle for Bastille is not over. Can the American defeat the Frenchman? We will see. Back to you, Kimberly.
Thank you, gentlemen. And please join us next time from the Aviation Club in France for WPT's continuing coverage. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight at the exclusive Aviation Club in France, the WPT Champions Cup and over €500,000 will go to the survivor of a high-stakes poker tournament played in one of the greatest cities in the world. And it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
After 5 exciting days of world-class poker here in Paris, the Grand Prix de Paris is poised to name the second WPT champ of Season 10. Here to give us their professional insight on how this final table has played out so far are poker's best commentators, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Bonsoir, gentlemen.
Well, bonsoir, Kimberly. We've got 2 Americans, 2 Frenchmen fighting it out for this title. But right now, Matt Waxman with the big chip lead. We've never had an American win this WPT title in France,
although several Americans have come close, including Eric Lindgren, Alan Cunningham, and Alan Gehring.
Vince, could it happen tonight?
I think he can, Mike. Kimberly, this guy is tough. He mixes up his game. He's very powerful. As you remember, Matthew doubled through Nico Sundell earlier when he flopped the flush just like that. Now he's up against the other American, Byron Caverman, and 2 tough players, the Frenchmen. They are the reign of terror. So can the American do it? We will see. Back to you, Kimberly.
All right, sounds like you have a lot of faith in American Matthew Waxman tonight. Thanks, guys. €500,000, an entry into the season-ending WPT World Championship in Las Vegas, and the prestigious WPT Champions Cup all on the line tonight. Looks like the game is ready to resume, so let's get back over to the final table.
Okay, Matthew Waxman from Florida, 4.7 million in euros, is the chip leader, and he's going to start at 5,000. Blinds at 25 and 50 as we resume play. Action's on Matthew.
Everything's gone well so far at this final table for Matt Waxman.
This time he looks down at a pair of deuces, caps his cards. Likes to say he's the most honest man in poker. But of course, at the table, he likes to bluff a lot, so that contradicts that. As the Frenchman goes out, Frederic, as does Hugo, the other Frenchman.
Go back to the other American, Byron Caverman. He looks down at 2 threes. Has his opponents dominated here.
Gotta love it. He is on a short stack relatively.
All in.
And he's gonna push all in.
Well, this is what a lot of guys like to do with small pairs, including me. You're on the short stack, just move in with them.
Byron Caverman studied psychology in college. Helps a lot at the poker table.
You might have been able to induce this one if you wanted to.
He'd love to get the action, but no, Matthew escapes. Lays his hand down.
Quite a laydown by Matt, and a good all-in bet by Byron to take down that pot.
Byron Caverman from Fort Jennings, Ohio.
You know, he played soccer in college, Vince.
Yep.
I happened to be at the Aviation Club de France in 1998 on the exact day that France won the World Cup, and we celebrated right outside on the Champs-Élysées. And let me tell you, if one of these 2 French guys win here tonight, we could have another celebration like that one when they won the World Cup.
You guys can
back to play. Matthew out. Now Frederic Margin, who holds down a steady job here in France. in computers, taking a shot at this title here tonight. He's got ace-7 here, Mike.
And in this tournament, by winning a satellite, he's going to have a great payday no matter where he finishes.
He's made it 250,000 to go, and that's enough for Hugo to go. And now Byron, the only man to beat. Byron's got a queen-9 offsuit.
Well, Byron's in 4th place right now.
All in.
And he is going all in with the queen-9 offsuit.
He is playing fast with just a queen-9.
I call.
Wow, the Frenchman has made the call.
What an excellent call
Now,
this is.
Vince, for another 800,000, I couldn't have made this call with an ace-7 offsuit. I'm just fearful that it'd be dominated. I just wouldn't like it, but he made the call. He's got the best hand right now. The question is, will it stand up?
Ooh la la, as they say in France. How did he know? And here's a flop for Byron. He has outflopped the Frenchman just like that.
Well, it's come king, queen, 10. What that means is, for the Frenchman to take the lead, he's got to catch an ace. He can shut him out, at least with a tie, if a jack comes off where he'll make a straight.
Mike, these guys got about the same amount of chips. Here we go with the turn card.
And a jack comes off. He has done it. King, queen, jack, 10. He cannot lose the pot. An ace has to come up to give him the tie.
I think this is going to
An
be it.
amazing call by the Frenchman here has paid off in dividends for him. 7 of hearts on the river. So that's going to do it. Byron Caverman, who came to this final table as the chip leader, out in 4th place.
That's right. Tough beat right there. And he's out. He's going to pick up 155,000 euros for his effort. He's an American that has to say good night. We are down to 3 players. Let's go see what he has to say.
It was a rough day. I just got some bad spots, I guess. Felt like I played well. I don't know, a little unlucky in the end, I guess. Made a good call and got there. Matt's a friend, and I hope he takes it down.
With American Byron Copperman out in 4th place, that leaves 1 American and 2 Frenchmen left. There's plenty more in store from the Aviation Club in France, including 5 questions with a WPT champion from our very first season.
Plus, a new segment for Season 10, On the Road, that gives you behind-the-scenes access to the World Poker Tour.
And tonight's action gets the raw deal with the one and only Tony Dunst. There's much more from Paris, so stay tuned.
It was fun.
Okay, monsieur.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Poker players come from around the world to play at the exclusive Aviation Club in France, but there's another great place to play poker, and you don't need your passport to get there. I'm talking, of course, about ClubWPT.com. ClubWPT.com gives players from all over the opportunity to sharpen their poker skills for only $19.95 a month. You can become a VIP member and get great VIP benefits, and you can play in as many tournaments as you want. Plus, maybe win your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, including seats into WPT tournaments. Check it out for yourself at ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. All right, it looks like the final table action is ready to start back up, so I'll hand it over to Mike and Vince to check the standings and get back to the game.
Well, thanks, Kimberly. We have 1 American and 2 Frenchmen fighting it out for this coveted title. And right now, the American, Matt Waxman, is the chip leader. The question is, Vince, can he be the first American to ever take a WPT title in Paris?
Well, I think he's the best player at the table right now. I think he can. Let's go to the felt and find out. Action on Frédéric Margen. He works in computers, not a professional poker player. Could have fooled us here tonight. He's going to make a call with Queen, 9 of hearts.
We just eliminated the other American from this final 4. And now it's 2 Frenchmen, 1 American left.
Nice.
Hugo, the local, won't play his Queen Deuce.
Right there.
Now Matthew Waxman
You like it?
looks down at a pair of jacks.
He's a limper, that one.
Tries to distract his opponent by saying something casual.
I, on the other hand, punish the limper. So you're getting punished.
I didn't understand the word, but I call.
I didn't understand a word he said. Yeah, we've heard that one before. He's going to make the call with Queen 9.
He says he doesn't understand much English, but he understands the raise. He makes the call.
So we got the American with jacks up against the Frenchman with queen 9.
Okay.
And it's come ace, ace, 6. And Matt's still out in front with aces and jacks.
Considers himself the most honest man in poker. And he's going to put out 125,000 honest chips right there.
I fun.
Frederick's not hitting anything, and he has to go away. Matthew said he learned poker when he was in high school at study hall. He wasn't studying, he was playing poker, Mike. Look what we've done.
Oh, boy.
Watch the World Poker Tour. When he was
Look
growing
what
up.
the kids are learning in school today.
Just amazing.
How to check raise.
All right, back to the table. Hugo, the local here in Paris. This is his club. The Aviation Club has a queen, 8 of diamonds. And will make a raise to 110. Matthew with an ace deuce of clubs. He's a fine player. 26 years old. He's playing in 11 WPT events so far. It's his 3rd WPT cash. That is pretty impressive.
He's going to make the call.
And Frederick, with just a queen 4,
It's a fold.
will extract himself from this hand.
Yep, he's going to get out of the way, let him fight it out. 2 tough young pros, one from America, one from France. And here comes the flop. Well, it's queen 9 deuce. The Frenchman's flop, top pair, the American bottom pair.
Matthew checks his deuces. Hugo with queens. He raised before the flop. Looks like just a continuation bet of 80,000.
His flop top pair. That's 80,000, and now Matt Waxman will be a little careful here.
The winner of this event is going to take home 500,000 euros. It's about 700,000 US currency. And Matthew wants that, and he's going to make the call.
So the Frenchman well out in front right now. Top pair versus bottom pair. But out front no longer as an ace comes off on the turn. Matt Waxman has made aces and deuces, top and bottom pair.
Linking so casually.
But he's going to check it. This is going to be for the check raise. Hugo checks behind him, and he's got great poker savvy in my mind. He seems to know when he gets outdrawn and beat on the turn, and he puts on the brakes.
7 of spades on the river, helping neither player. Will Matthew try to make a little value bet here? No, he checks.
Well, it's the 3rd spade that came out there.
You got there on the turn?
Got there on the turn.
Exactly right, Hugo.
Hugo hit the nail right on the head. Matt Waxman takes the pot with aces up. But how about Hugo pulling it right out? He got there in the turn before he even turned up his cards.
But the Floridian just loving the way the evening is going. He's in Paris, very close to celebration, and that 500,000 euros that goes with it.
Well, there you see the Player of the Year standings right now. Will Fiala from New York out in front with 1,200. Tonight's winner will tie him for that lead of Player of the Year standings.
Butter up your croissant because we have lots of poker to be played here at the Aviation Club. Action on Frederick, the amateur poker player, so-called, has an ace-jack.
Got started playing poker by watching the World Poker Tour. And here he is fighting it out for a WPT title.
He certainly is. He makes it 150 to go. Hugo going away. And now Matthew, our American, has a pair of 5s.
At the speed limit.
You're getting a little aggressive there, huh? 3-handed, open up a little bit?
My English is not good enough to discuss with you. But
You start playing a lot of hands.
You know he speaks fluent English, no doubt.
You played more hands in the last orbit than you played all tournament.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was.
You played them well.
I was sleeping.
You were sleeping?
Yeah, I was sleeping. I was tired.
You shouldn't sleep. There's a lot of money on the line.
Yeah, but.
Did I beat you in my own way?
Well, the table talk continues, and here comes the flop. The flop comes Queen 10-8, 2 diamonds. So Frederick has a 2-way straight draw.
Matthew quickly checking wisely. Didn't like that flop. And Frederick looks like he's coming in with the continuation bet. Yes, he is. 275.
King or a 9 would give him a straight. Maybe hoping he'll just take it right here, and that's the case as Matt lays down the 2 5s.
Going to chase the American back to Florida just like that.
Frederick Majin, 36-year-old. He's an amateur player, lives right here in Paris. He went to work at 7 a.m. every day this past week during this tournament before he came in the Aviation Club to play in it. Incredible how a guy will put that many hours in all week long. He said he was dead tired coming to this final table, yet here he is with 3 players left fighting it out for this title. What a story it would be. The guy got in this tournament by winning a satellite. Wow.
On Thursday, I was working at 7 o'clock. I didn't sleep well on a Wednesday night. And on Friday, it was a special day because my boss is got another job, so he make a celebration for this. I was dead during the celebration. I was dead at the tournament. When it will be finished, I think I will be with my family and after I go to sleep.
I gotta tell you something, Mike. I get exhausted just looking at this man.
Well, you got to admire a guy. What an employee to have.
Yeah.
The guy makes the final table. He goes to work every single day of the tournament, including the day of the final table.
And he's playing great poker here with a shot at a title. It's on him. This time he only has an 8-7, and he's raising to 180 with a junk hand. Hugo has gone out, and Matt Waxman now with a 7-4. Hasn't folded yet.
You'd think it'd just be a simple laydown here. He's got the chip lead. Why jeopardize chips with this hand?
Young American with the Bob's Big Boy style haircut. Is he going to get fancy here?
Incredible, Vince. He is getting out raising chips here. Could he possibly be 3-betting this guy with a 7-4 offsuit? Yes, wow. He has done it.
Well, he is on to Frederick. Maybe he read something in him because Frederick's not that strong, of course, with an 8-7.
I call.
For Matt to do it. Now, look at this. Frederick's going to call. He's going to get stubborn.
Well, we've seen when guys re-raise him. He calls an all-in bet for nearly $1 million with an 8-7 offsuit. Here he's calling a re-raise with an 8-7 offsuit. He's going to see a flop before he abandons chip.
Nothing, raising nothing, and here we go.
And it's come ace, queen, queen. Obviously no help to either player.
Neither player likes that type of flop. And you have zilch, zip, and pip.
Well, I think Matt Waxman is going to demonstrate to our viewers how powerful betting is.
Oh, boy.
Because there you go.
He's going to play old school Mississippi style. Push it in poker with a big bet of 355.
And the Frenchman going to lay it down. So power poker at its finest there by Matt Waxman.
Matt Waxman's got to be very proud of himself there. Just reading his man perfectly. He steps ever so close to taking home the 500,000 euros tonight and being the first American to ever win this title in Paris.
Well, Vance, we've had a great time all week long here in Paris. But now it's time for the viewers to get a glimpse of what happens behind the scenes on the World Poker Tour with this segment of On the Road.
Vince and I invited the girls out to a yacht, which I constantly made cracks about being my yacht, though it's not.
We got the boat.
To the World Poker Tour!
Vince showed up.
You know my brother?
Fashionably late with his posse.
What's happening? Thanks, man.
Vince and his brother are pretty funny together.
Yeah, we're having a good time, right? Good time. Great time.
They both have the same hair. I think they go to the same stylist.
This is the first time you met the Royal Flush Girls. Royal Flush Girls. Love them, right? Love them. Single man. So. Single.
And the same tanning salon.
Oh, we're moving. Yay!
Yeah, this is great. Yeah. Chip ahoy.
We set sail for a 2-hour evening cruise.
Just seeing everything
seeing Paris from a yacht was just amazing. I've never been to Paris, and then everyone was taking a ton of photos.
Ready?
Someone take it! Just to experience it all on a yacht and see the Eiffel Tower so close, I think that was the best part.
At the end of the night, Vince and I just kind of hung out on the back of the boat and talked through the game.
What do you think of the beautiful women in France? You having a good time?
You know, I'll say the women of France are really stylish and elegant.
Yeah.
Above everything else, you know, you see beautiful women in almost every country you go to, but in France in particular, you see stylish women.
You are a single man. I'm not. I'm in love with my wife.
Yep.
So I cannot, work out here like you do.
Right. Work out, interesting turn of phrase for it.
Horrible laugh at me.
I'm not laughing at you.
You are here.
I am laughing with your joke.
Well, Vince, looks like you all had a great time out there in the little yacht. Only one thing was missing. Me. Why wasn't I invited on the yacht trip with all the Royal Flush girls?
I don't know. Three's a crowd, Mike. Three's a crowd.
All right, stay with us for more exciting action from Paris. We'll be right back after this. Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
The club is located in the Champs-Élysées, the most beautiful avenue in the world, just in the heart of Paris. We have seen the rise of poker through the years, thanks to the World Poker Tour shows, and he has been very helpful to the poker in France.
It's a great club. It's too great, in fact.
When the WPT event takes place in the Aviation Club de France, you have all kinds of tables open all the time. You play tournament during the day, but the players, when they have finished the tournament, they play cash game, and we have cash games running until 10 a.m. or 12 a.m. They don't stop during 24 or 48 hours. Cool. I like it. The best place to play poker in France and Europe is definitely the Aviation Club de France.
Well, players do love it here because they do have plenty of games and a lot of action here, no doubt about it.
It is an experience unlike any other. A touch of class here in Paris as we continue three-handed poker. Matthew Waxman, the Floridian, is our chip leader. Let's go to the felt. Action's on Hugo Lemaire, the young Frenchman.
Well, he's a tough young French pro, and look at this, going to raise it with a 9-deuce offsuit.
Matthew's going to take a look at a junk 4-3, releases that hand. And Frederick Margin, the computer man, also folds his hand.
And folks, it just shows you winning at poker is not about catching the card. It's about showing heart and firing at the pots. The young Frenchman doing it there.
Yeah, 24 years old, only his 4th WPT event ever. And now the action is going to Matthew.
Yeah, looks down at the 6-3 of diamonds. He's on the button, in position, got the chip lead.
Blinds at 30 and 60,000 with a $10,000 ante. And he is aggressive, boy.
The Frenchman can raise with a 9-deuce offsuit. He can raise with a 6-3.
Makes it 120 to go. Frederick out. And Hugo not going to play.
Well, Matt Waxman executing his game plan perfectly. When I talked to him before the final table started, very confident. He said, I am going to be the first American to win a WPT title in Paris. And I'm going to do it today. So he was sure of himself, even when he didn't have that many chips. And now that he's got them, you can only imagine what he's thinking.
It's been a goal of mine to make a World Poker Tour final table for quite some time. I guess the next goal would be winning one. I'm feeling great. I got a good stack, so I'm actually feeling pretty good about it. And we'll see. I'm really pumped. I think I have a really good feel for how everyone's playing. I call. But no way in a million years is he betting kings or aces on that flop. And I'm not taking any prisoners. It's going to take a sick one to get me out of this one.
Well,
Vince, remember when you were young and confident, could predict that you were going to win things?
No.
Well,
like
so
the
far,
1 in
so
10
good for
spot.
Matt Waxman, no doubt about it. There you see two of the toughest pros in the world, Jason Mercier and Phil Collins, watching their buddy Matt Waxman go to work on these Frenchmen.
All right, action's going to Frédéric Margen, Mr. Computer Man from France.
Remember, folks, he's an amateur businessman, a guy that won a satellite to get into this tournament.
With a Queen 5, won't play that. On to Hugo. With a Jack 9, he's called it.
Uh-oh, we got a limper. I don't know how I feel about that.
Now, limping means he just calls the size of the big blind, doesn't raise it.
Matthew with a Jack 10 of hearts.
And he might want to raise, but on the other hand, he didn't want to get re-raised out of this pot, so he's just going to check and take a free flop, and I'd be doing the same thing.
Yeah, and here we go with a flop.
Now, flop 6-3-3, no help to either player.
And Hugo is going to check. Matthew, of course, hit nothing there.
Now look at this. See, he watches enough of the World Poker Tour on television to understand if they're a checking, I'm a betting.
This is the talent of these kind of guys. When nothing materializes, to still be able to bet, to read your opponents. This is what great poker is all about, and he's going to chase Hugo away, and the American's going to win this pot.
And Vance, you just have to suspect that Matt's got to put it in his mind. It's going to take a while to win this thing. I'm just going to continue to grind them out. And just play small ball. Unless I get a big hand against them. And in the end, small ball is going to get these guys. Takes a while to win that way, but that's what you got to do.
At the age of 25, Finland's Juha Helppi was just starting his poker journey back in season 1 when he captured the Aruba Poker Classic, becoming the youngest winner and the first amateur champion on the World Poker Tour. Now in season 10, I had the chance to sit down with Juha here at the Aviation Club to see how that victory so long ago changed his life. What's your strongest or best memory from the Aruba tournament?
Well, the Aruba tournament was the tournament of my life because it kind of started all this. I think the best moment was when Phil Gordon poured the water on his head. He was so tilted, he was playing a bit bad, also getting unlucky.
Feels a little bit better.
I think Phil Gordon underestimated me. I think he thought he could run over me.
This guy's an amateur?
He took it pretty well. He was laughing and he was really nice to me, and that was a good memory.
Are you surprised at the growth of poker, how much you can win now?
Yeah, I was amazed. Back then, $50,000 felt a lot of money. The way poker has been growing has really been amazing, and I think it will be huge forever. I don't think that's going anywhere.
Why are the Finnish so good at poker?
Finns are really calm. They never tilt. Many of them don't have a big ego, but some Finns are known to drink and play, but they're very aggressive. They're smart. I think it's quite amazing how many Finnish players are in the top level comparing to the number of Finnish players in total. So.
Yeah. You seem pretty mild-mannered, so I'm wondering, what is it about extreme poker that caught your attention?
I was sponsored when we played in underwater poker. I won the very first underwater tournament. It was played 30 feet below. We had really heavy tips, and we played like half an hour, and we had oxygen for like 40 minutes. It felt quite amazing because I'd never did diving before that.
You nearly won a second title right here at the Aviation Club in season 4. Describe the feeling of getting so close but coming short.
I usually take it pretty badly, ending up second, especially when I was 2-1 chip leader against Roland.
Roland can't believe his luck. Spike in the 5-2 pair.
All in.
I was really disappointed after the tournament. It was so close of getting the second title. Felt bad, but now it feels much nicer, of course, but at that moment I was gutted.
Juha predicted a Scandinavian would make this final table in Paris, and he was right, as his fellow Finn Mikko Sundell and Swedish player Martin Jacobson both made the final 6. We'll be right back with more action from the Aviation Club in France, including Tony Dunst breaking down tonight's play when we return on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, right after this. Welcome back to the Grand Prix de Paris, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. It is now time to check in with Tony Dunst and see what he has to say in this edition of The Raw Deal.
While poker is no doubt a solo player game, modern final tables are increasingly becoming a group effort. For many years in poker's history, friends could be seated in the audience, but only decipher so much of the action from their vantage point. However, all the relevant details and information during final tables are often now available to many members of the audience, and it allows them to add valuable insight to the person they're supporting. Matt Waxman could hardly ask for a better panel with elite pro Jason Mercier and November 9er Phil Collins in his corner. Naturally, it seems like a pretty major advantage to have access to a collection of top-tier players to bounce thoughts off between hands.
Oh my God, I had 5 and 6 of clubs.
Like
That's
7 to 1.
Oh yeah. I thought he had 7 outs.
You got it in pretty good.
I forgot about my own cards.
Yeah.
Previous final tablists have often made use of their gallery when they need cooler heads to prevail.
I'm all in for like 2.8.
Back in Season 6, Nick Schulman found himself facing a major coin flip immediately after running a failed bluff. Waiting to console him on the rail was WPT champion Eugene GACKT.
Well, I'm trying to like outplay him. No, I like my river bet, by the way.
No, river bet's fine.
Who talked Nick down and back into a state of mind conducive to playing sharp poker. However, there is certainly some risk in applying the insights of those who have far less information than you do. Even highly devoted members of your entourage won't have near the focus and intensity of anyone on the table. And without being the one making the decisions, it's difficult to detect the flow of it all. Sometimes they may inadvertently provide inaccurate or detrimental advice that can be pretty harmful if you don't have a discerning filter. Last season, Phil Hellmuth was attempting to help his friend Mike Matisow at the final table with info about what he believed was the tell Alan Sternberg was giving off.
He was looking down and left. Whenever he was strong, he was looking down and left.
Yeah, but moments later, Matisow was eliminated when he curiously decided to shove 12 blinds over Alan's button raise with 9-2 offsuit.
I'm all in.
Based on what he thought he saw. Then again, I know it's a little unfair to pull out some obscure clip of Phil making a misread just to take the easy shot. Because hey, if it weren't for tells I hallucinated, I'd win them all too.
Well, there you see two of the best players in the world rooting Matt Waxman on, Jason Mercier and Phil Collins. But all I know is this. Forget the rail birds. They're on the rail. You're playing at the final table.
What a night for Matthew Waxman. Well out in front with 5.3. He's from Florida. He's only 26 years old. He's got to take on these two Frenchmen and take home a title here for America. All right, it's on Matthew right now. He's got the button. He's got the momentum. Blinds at 30 and 60,000. Let's take a look at Matthew's hand. Oh, wow, a good one.
He's got the goods.
Yeah, pair of jacks.
And he's made so many great plays at this final table without hands, yet it seems like he's had his share of cards as well, Vince. And let me tell you, when you're catching good and playing good, it's pretty much an unbeatable combination.
He makes it 120 to go. Frederic with just a 6 deuce. Looks uninterested, folds his hand. And Hugo has to say goodnight too, so that's going to be a quick one.
That's your cue. Yeah,
you don't always want that when you have a quality hand, though. You feel like you wanted to punish them for some more money, but not to be for Matthew.
Often you think Hugo Lemaire gets ID'd before he goes to a poker tournament.
So true. He looks about 12, but he's playing well. Very tough. This is his club, by the way. He's a big crowd favorite here tonight. All right, back to the play. Frederic now first to act. And he's going to look at an attractive king, queen of spades.
150.
He's going to make it with a raise. Looks like $160 to go.
Over to Hugo. He's going to get out.
And now Matthew.
Oh, and another giant hand for Matt Waxman. And that couldn't come at a better time. And he's got his opponent dominated.
D'accord.
Oh, what an exciting moment. What a big hand. How to play it properly.
I think for sure you're going to 3-bet with this hand, just a matter of how much. 3-bet meaning re-raise.
Here come the Plex.
These Plex are worth $100,000 each.
Yep, he's going to stick it out there, making it 410 to go.
I'm all in.
I call.
Well, all in and call
Whoa.
just that quick. And Vance, I really believe all the play of Matt Waxman prior to this hand led to this all-in bet by the Frenchman. He's just been bullying him around and bullying him around, and you can only take so much, as you know.
Well, you're right. The last one was an additional raise of about $2 million. So Frederic didn't have to call that, but maybe he feels something here. Maybe he feels lucky tonight.
And he was just trying to take the pot down. Didn't happen. As Matt picked up an ace-king, so he has him dominated. You can't get your money in much better than this.
Big opportunity for the American. Here's the flop.
Good flop for Matt Waxman. 7-4-3, 1 spade. So as the cards lie, the Frenchman has got to catch a queen to take the lead, or 2 running spades to make a flush to win the pot.
Yeah, he's a significant dog right now, but turn cards change things. Here it comes.
Well, if Jack comes off and it's a Jack of clubs, that takes an out away from the Frenchman. He can now not win the pot if the Queen of clubs comes off. So the Frenchman must catch 1 of 2 red queens to stay alive in this tournament. He needs a lucky lady, and she's got to be red, Vince.
Frederick Marjan needs a miracle. Can he get it?
Nope, the 6 of diamonds comes off. So that's going to do it from the amateur from Paris, 36-year-old Frederick Marjan, out in 3rd place.
Yeah. Tight all the way through, but then he opened up his game, seemed to work for a while, but he is out of there. He's going to take home over 213,000 euros.
He's also going to get the gold star for being the employee of the week. We're going to work every day this week.
Let's go see what he has to say.
I did some mistake. I'm pretty proud of what I've done during the week and today. All the players on the final table were great, and I think Hugo will have some difficulties to finish first. I will not bet on Hugo if I will have.
With Fred Marjan out in 3rd place, we're close to crowning the Season 10 Grand Prix de Paris champion. Will it be American Matt Waxman or Frenchman Hugo Lumiere, whose name will be added to the WPT Champions Cup? We'll be right back with Heads Up Action on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Club WPT VIP member Andy Whetstone made a WPT final table, and next time it could be you. Become a Club WPT VIP today for your chance to play on the World Poker Tour. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to Heads Up Play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Voila! Out come the beautiful Royal Flush girls, Melly, Sanisa, Melissa, and Violet.
Well, as a poker player, this is what you dream about. Playing heads up for a WPT title and watching the beautiful Royal Flush girls dump the cold hard cash on the table. Now, folks, I know that looks like Monopoly money to you because it's colored, but that's real money. Those are euros, and the money is colored here in Europe.
Don't forget, our champion here tonight will have his name immortalized on the WPT Champions Cup. That's where the names of all the great WPT winners have been. They'll get a replica of that trophy to bring home with them, along with that 500,000 euros.
The winner also gets a seat into the WPT World Championship. That's a $25,000 entry.
Heads Up action between Matthew Waxman and Hugo Lumiere is about to get started here at the Grand Prix de Paris. During the break, Vince Van Patten made his way to the floor and spoke to both players. Here's what they had to say.
Hugo, how do you feel so far?
I feel good. It's amazing to be here in Heads Up. I don't have a lot of chips, but I believe in my chance.
Well, you pull off this miracle. You'd be the only player to win this event since the great David Benjamin. How would that feel?
That would be amazing. David Benjamin is a great player. That would be very good.
Matthew, you're about to go into Heads Up action for a WPT title. How does it feel?
It feels great, Vince. You know, I've been waiting for this moment a long time, and it's finally here. I got a good lead. Feeling pretty good.
Well, you got a domination in chips at this point, but you're playing a Frenchman, and the French are going crazy out there. They're rooting for him. They don't want you to take this title. How do you feel about that? Can you take the heat?
Well, I mean, he definitely has the hometown advantage, but, you know, just the fact that I could be the first American to win this tournament is enough motivation.
Will it be American Matt Waxman or Frenchman Hugo Lumiere, whose name will be added to the WPT Champions Cup? Heads Up action is about to get started here at the Grand Prix de Paris. Play is ready to resume, so let's send it back down to Mike and Vince.
It's come down to 2 young pros, one from America, one from France. The current chip leader is Matt Waxman from Florida. He's up against a young pro out of Paris, France.
That's right, Hugo Lumiere, 24 years old. He plays at the club. He has a lot of friends here in Paris. The Frenchmen want their French guy to win. We will see. He's a big dog. Let's go to the table.
Matt Waxman starting out with nearly 8 million in chips. Hugo Lumiere with just over 1.4 million.
And the American looks down at a 9-8 with the button. He's first to act. Will he stay aggressive or will he change his game?
Well, there's your answer right there. He's reaching for raising chips with the 9 high. Makes it 120,000 to go.
Double the size of the blind, and it's going to work. Hugo releases that hand. Matt Waxman getting closer to the title. Not bad for a guy that learned how to play poker in study hall in school.
You know, Matt Waxman desperately wants to be the first American to win a WPT title right here in Paris. And obviously, Hugo Lemaire would like to be the first Frenchman since the legendary David Benjamin won here back in season 2.
Benjamin, kind of a folk hero here at the Aviation Club. And Hugo wants to follow in the footsteps.
Well, a lot of French players I respect say a lot of good things about this young pro. They say he's the real deal.
Raise.
Here he's raising it with a Queen 8 offsuit. 130,000.
And Matt Waxman looks down at a 9-8 of clubs.
You got the suited connectors you want to see a flop with. Obviously, he can well afford to make this call, and he does so.
Queen 8 up against 9-8. Here we go with the flop. And the flop drips in 2 clubs and a queen.
We can see a lot of action right here on the Champs-Élysées now. Matt Waxman has flopped a flush draw. Hugo has flopped the top pair.
Yep, Matt's going to check it. Hugo with top pair, sticking a bet out there of 115,000 euros. How will the Floridian play this? Do you get super aggressive and just try to take it down with a 4 flush?
I feel certain Matt's going to check raise here.
All in?
No, he is going all in.
Yeah, he says all in, but he's not betting all his chips. He's betting all the chips that Hugo has in front of him.
About €1 million more, and of course he's going to call. We have a showdown here.
So here we go. Hugo in good shape to double up here and tighten this match up a bit.
Yep, his queen's out in front. Matthew Waxman with a big chance here. If he should catch, he'd be the first American to ever win Paris.
Jack of clubs.
He's getting very selective with this. Can't be too picky. Just get a club and end this thing.
Everybody on their feet here at the Aviation Club.
One of these guys becoming a very rich man. Could it be Matthew right now? Here comes the turn card.
Well, the 6 of hearts comes off.
American didn't get there yet.
Well, it gives him a straight draw, though. A 7 would win the pot for him now, as well as a club.
Sit.
Well, Matt asking for a set. That's 7 in French.
Matt has to sweat out one card. Hugo still out in front.
He got a club! He has done it! Clubs have been lucky for the American twice at this final table. He made a club flush to win the 2 biggest pots of the night. Wow, what drama, what an ending. What fortune for Matt Waxman right there to make the club flush to take this title.
The young American is the first one ever to win the WPT title in France. Well done. He's going to take home 500,000 euros. Matthew Waxman is our champion.
I want a WPT.
I know now you got something that I don't, finally.
Yeah.
Well, a big effort by Hugo Lemaire. He's going to take home over 314,000 euros for his second place finish.
I played pretty tight. I think I played okay. I'm happy about my play and happy about the second place, even though it's really disappointing to get so close and to not win it. I want to win one, so I'll come back.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Well done. Well done. Well, we're with our champion, Matt Waxman. Matt, this is your 11th WPT event, your first final table. You came into this final table in 5th chip position. You told me before it started you felt like you were going to win it. You did it. Fantastic.
Feels amazing. You know, this is actually my 3rd cash in the WPT, so you know what they say. 3rd time's a charm, right?
Well, a charm it was indeed, and I have no doubts that your favorite suit now is what? Clubs.
Oh,
no,
clubs.
Diamonds.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He forgot already. He forgot already. All right, Matt, in addition to winning this title in over 700,000 US dollars, 500,000 euros, you get a seat in the WPT World Championship. That's a $25,000 entry where you can win millions more.
Oh, yeah, that's great. Probably one of the toughest tournaments in the world, so I'm looking forward to the competition.
History was made tonight at the Aviation Club here in France. Congratulations once again to Matthew Waxman, the Season 10 Grand Prix de Paris champion. Please join us next time as the WPT travels to Borgata in Atlantic City, where we expect a massive field of over 1,000 players to compete for the title. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night, or shall I say, bonne nuit.